Hello? Can people hear me? It's on. Do you think the live stream are fine? Should we check? Testing, 1, 2, 3. I have to eat the mic. Okay, how can people hear me in the back? Cool. If people on the live stream can't hear, do you want to text one of your friends and let us know if you can hear us? Okay, and if you can see me, I guess? Okay. I'll start. Good? Okay, hello. I'm Rabbi Sophia Freudenstein, and welcome to Halachic Left's forum, our first ever conference exploring halachic issues in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In Masechet Megillah in the Talmud Bavli, Rabbi Chia bar Abba shares an idea from Rabbi Yochanan about what happened at Har Sinai. What is the meaning of the following verse? And on them, the 10 Commandments, was written according to all the words which Hashem spoke with you on the mountain. Milamed sheher'ahu hakadosh baruch hu leMoshe. This teaches that God showed Moses on the mountain. Diktukei Torah, all the inferences derived from the words of Torah. V'diktukei Sofrim, all the inferences derived from the words of the scribes. Uma asha Sofrim atidin lechadesh, and all that the scribes were destined to introduce in the future. Rav Yom Tov Lipman Heller, also known as the Tosfot Yom Tov, explains further that what Moshe saw. Didn't Moshe just see the same Torah transmitted from Yehoshua to the Anshe Knesset Hagdolah? The Tosfot Yom Tov answers, there is new Torah as the generations unfold, as Ein lecha zman v'dor shelo yitzchadesh be'achrech v'yipalel lemishpat. There's no age and no generation that lacks new situations and novel discoveries within the Torah's laws. I stand in front of you today, Bein HaMitzarim, between the calendrical time of the destruction of the Luchot, the 10 Commandments, and the destruction of the Temple, to mark this particular moment in Jewish history, which our conference attempts to address today. Lainey Solomon, one of our writers who couldn't make it in person here today, remarked in their tshuva about a teacher of theirs recently noted that this time period is the greatest blood spilled by Jewish hands since the Bar Kokhba revolt, or maybe since the end of the book of Esther. We are in an age, a generation of new situations, and as Tosfot Yom Tov said, we need novel discoveries within the Torah's laws. A few months ago, I publicly shared about my time learning in yeshiva in the West Bank from 2023 to 2024 as the current war was unfolding. I remarked, Rav Joseph Soloveitchik said, no real phenomenon is unacknowledged by halacha. And yet, I saw the phenomenon of hatred towards and mistreatment of Palestinians ignored by halacha. Halacha's power comes from its ability to meet real issues in the world. Halacha ought to be able to rise to the challenge. Why then has it fallen short? Halacha doesn't just respond to reality, it creates it. Undervaluing non-Jewish life in halacha bleeds into our everyday discourse. We no longer see the image of God in every human being, and it leads to a supremacy that actively harms others and even ourselves. We need a new halacha. One that, as Soloveitchik would put it, is a new set of ideals mapped onto our concrete world. We need a halacha that responds to a guiding principle of Tselem Elohim, being created in the image of God, and we must get creative, just as Rav Soloveitchik charges us, before more harm is done in the current halachic frameworks that we have. Since that speech that I gave in March, thousands of Gazan lives have been taken in the name of an endless revenge. Olive groves have been burned, arrests have been made, hostages are still in Gaza, soldiers have died in vain, and those who refuse to serve are threatened with imprisonment. We are having this conference in a country where expressing this universal empathy can now get one detained. If halacha cannot respond to this world that we are experiencing, that we are currently grieving in, then who are we as God-fearing people? I have been blessed, along with Rabbi Lexi Botam, Noam Weinreich, and Caroline Morganti, to begin witnessing some of the Torah that responds to this generation's moment. We have presenters and commentators who are rabbis, academics, and educators that have devoted time to producing, writing, and editing Torah pieces seriously, propelling them forward in a way that leads to eventual publication and distribution. They have emulated Ben Bagbag's statement from Pirkei Avot of Hafoch ba v'hafoch ba dekula ba, but not just by finding Torah that has been sorely missing until now, by turning it over and over again, but is also in the rest of the statement by Ben Bagbag in Pirkei Avot, Uba techazeh v'siv uvleva, mina v'lo tazua, she'ein lecha midah tova himena. And look into it, the Torah, and become gray and old therein, and do not move away from it, for you have no better portion than it. These writers have put in the time, and they felt compelled to do so, as it is their inheritance. The presentations you're going to hear today are collections of hours, weeks, and months of dedication, intellectual rigor, and wrestling with just some of the bigger questions that provide a basis for and a sombering possibility of halachic and theological grounding when addressing these kinds of issues. And these presentations are only slivers, a mere 15 minutes each, of the larger pieces each of them have been working on. In a kind of textual activism, by these pieces being put out there in the world, we add yet another voice to the Hishtalshalot HaHalacha, the flow of halachic discourse. By halachically addressing issues of occupation, settler violence, fascism, and more done in the name of Jewish values and Jewish safety, we are giving credence to the world we are observing and righteously demanding for halachic corollaries to our perceived reality. We are also asking, with the halacha's voice, how to protest the profound moral failings of our communities. These pieces examine not only how halacha maps onto our current reality, but how it demands that we change it. It comforts me to know that Moshe Rabbeinu, as indicated earlier in Masechet Megillah, has seen these pieces already. These pieces are new in our world, as most of the religious Jewish world has been addressing halachic issues that are realities to the mainstream religious Zionist world. Ones of Amalek, of Milchemet Mitzvah, of the possibility of performing Birkat Kohanim if a Kohen has murdered someone. By having new Torah that feels different to what is in the general halachic discourse, can feel innovative and different from our Masorah thus far, and yet, Moshe Rabbeinu has already heard today's presentations thousands of years ago as what the scribes would atidim lechadesh, in the future expound and build upon. We are doing new and old work that many in the Jewish world right now are being silenced for attempting to pursue, and we hope that this is just the beginning of such projects. And in light of the newness, it feels important to acknowledge that there is missing Torah here. There are topics that are still yet to be covered, and also a real lacking in certain diversity of voices in our own cohort. However, it is not a coincidence that many female and LGBTQ voices are missing from this cohort. Being a Jewish voice of authority as a woman or queer person is hard enough without discussing issues that many are terrified to actually hear about. Even as we attempted to glean from all parts of our halachic community in building this cohort of writers, we assume that many potential writers did not even apply, out of fear of what association with our project could mean for their careers and well-being. And so long as people with marginalized identities have unequal access to opportunities for deep Torah learning, there is so much of the Torah Moshe witnessed that we will not yet see. I hope that this project being in the world will create a snowball effect of tshuvot, responsa, of halachic articles, of pashkevilim. We hope that this is just the beginning of all the Torah Moshe saw on Mount Sinai to come forward. We are in an age, a generation of new situations, and as the Tosfot Yom Tov said, we need novel discoveries within the Torah's laws. I feel blessed and grateful that hopefully we are in the beginning of doing just that. Thank you for witnessing this expounding of Torah and halacha with us today. And now I'm going to call up our opening panel. Our commentator is going to be Rabbi Abigail Halpern. And we will have our presenters, Rabbi Alan Lipson, Rabbi Liad Stoller, and Albert Cohn on Zoom. I will briefly read the biographies, very impressive, extensive biographies of all of our presenters and commentators here, and then we will begin. Okay, Rabbi Abigail Halpern. Abigail was ordained by the Hadar Institute in 2023. She has been a scholar in residence at the Hadassah Brandeis Institute and was recognized as one of New York Jewish Week's 36 under 36, and as a Vatich Tov She Writes Fellow, among other fellowships and awards. She's a co-host of the Can't Stop Scrolling podcast, which recently completed its first season. Abigail lives in Washington, D.C. Then, slightly out of order, we have Rabbi Alan Lipson. Rabbi Alan Lipson is a community organizer in Essex County Community Organization and an alumnus of Hebrew College. His writing has appeared in the Review of Rabbinic Judaism, Jewish Currents, Cross Currents, and Zramim. Then we have Rabbi Liad Stoller. Liad Stoller has been a rabbi in the downtown Manhattan community for the past 5 years, starting with longtime members of the Lower East Side and ultimately ending his time there working with college students. Learning Torah, sharing Shabbat meals, and being in community together with the young college students of the downtown communities reaffirmed Liad's direction and passion for young and new projects like Halachic Left, and he's excited to be a participant in it. Even more out of order, Albert Cohn on Zoom. Albert Evan Cohn is a PhD candidate in the history department at Princeton University. He is currently writing a social and cultural history of Sabbath observance in medieval Ashkenaz. Before embarking on this project, he spent time studying Jewish and medieval history at Columbia University, the Jewish Theological Seminary, Cambridge University, and Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He has published articles about medieval Jewish ritual, including a history of the custom to sing Shabbat Zmirot. He currently lives in Paris, where he's conducting archival research. And with that, we'll begin. Yeah, okay, great. And all the time that was cool.
I should start. Hi, everybody. Is this working? You can hear me? Awesome. So when I was a freshman in college years ago, in the position my students have been in the past few years, I remember I visited my yeshiva, which and I'll admit my sins, was in the West Bank, and I have mixed feelings about. But I remember I visited my yeshiva, and during my visit, one of my rabbis I was close to, Rabbi Bick, was like, oh, you're an adult now, you're in college. And during a dinner break, he took me to his office in the yeshiva, and he put out this tiny little bottle of this gross syrupy chocolate liqueur. And he said, it's my birthday, let's have a birthday drink together and look at a Rambam. And he pulled out this Rambam, a Rambam that we'll see together today. And he said, it doesn't make any sense. And ultimately, he gave some sort of answer, which we'll explore today, the common answer. And really, since that day, I've been thinking, what's going on with this Rambam? What's going on with this halacha? What's going on with the laws of Baal Tashchit? And really, I think it's kind of indicative, the whole story in a way, of how in the current moment, there's so much being lost, there's so much injustice being done to Torah, that when the greatest Torah scholars don't have the worldview, the ability to even conceive of certain options, certain voices being expressed in halacha, they do a disservice to the Torah, that they're not able to come up with answers, to see the various strands that are being present within halacha. And I think the flip side, too, of all of us here today have a responsibility as well, that this is our tradition, our language, and we shouldn't be giving up that this is something we speak too, something we're fluent in too. So to that end, what I want to do today is to explore a little bit of that halacha, that law of Baal Tashchit, the law of destroying trees or being wasteful, destroying in general, and try and show, I forgot my timer, try and show how exactly it's understood in the common community through the Bavli and Halachic Psak, and maybe an alternative, maybe even an earlier tradition that's kind of been ignored, and use that maybe as a case study of our current state of halacha and the responsibility we have to it. So to that end, if you look in the source booklet in front of you on page 13, you have Baal Tashchit. And there you have the pasuk, the verse in the Torah that brings us the basis of this prohibition. It comes in Devarim 20, towards the end of Deuteronomy. The Jewish people now are on the precipice of entering Canaan and beginning their war for the land of Israel. So unsurprisingly, in this context, we hear about laws of war. So we hear Kita tzor al ir yamim rabim lihilachem alaha latofsa. When you're warring against the city for a long time, besieging it in an attempt to conquer it, lo tashchit et etza lindoach alav garzen. Do not destroy trees wielding axes against them. Ki mimenu tochal va'atoto lo techrot. Because you're supposed to eat from them and you should not cut them down. So far, so good. This makes sense. It tells us a prohibition, and it gives us a reason. Don't cut trees. Why? Because you use them to produce food. But then we have another key. We have another justificatory clause, or maybe we'll see how we interpret it, that gets really weird. So don't cut down these trees because man eats from the trees. Ki ha'adam eitz hasadeh levo mifanecha b'mitzor. For man is a tree of the field to come before him in the siege. Bizarre expression. And the context is weird. Why do we need a second justification for this law? We already said, Ki mimenu tochal v'lo tichrot. Don't cut this down because you eat from it. And beyond that, the actual expression is so strange. What's this mean? For man is a tree of the field to besiege him? So if you look at Rashi inspired by the Bavli, by some of the more common approaches in our rabbinic tradition, gives the classic answer, which I think also sits kind of strange. Rashi says, Hare ki, in second source here, Meshamish b'lashon dilma. What's the word ki? What's this phrase mean? It doesn't mean because. It's not a justificatory clause. It's a rhetorical one. What we're saying is, don't cut down trees. Why? Because you eat trees, lest maybe you would think this tree is like a person and deserves to be cut down. In other words, it's rhetorical. Ki ha'adam eitz hasadeh. is a man really a tree? And the answer is no, man's not a tree, don't cut it down. Your problem is with the men you're warring against, it's not with nature. So Rashi reads this kind of rhetorically or almost sarcastically, which has always sat strange with me. I remember, again, when I was in yeshiva, one of my other rabbis was saying that if you add your own punctuation to the Torah, then like you get to the 10 Commandments and it's like, lo tignov, lo tinov. You have this list of things that you might have thought you shouldn't do, but no, the Torah's reassuring you it's totally okay. But yet the common reading of this pasuk is just that. Oh, add a question mark at the end and it's rhetorical. And even beyond that, we see that that's not the only interpretation. In fact, I think the Midrash Agada, I think Chazal kind of struggle with understanding this verse because it's so weird. So if you look in the third source here in Tanis, in 7a, the Gemara in Tanis quotes this pasuk for a Gadic story, for a Midrashic explanation. It says in the second line here, "Mai dechtiv ki adam etz hasadeh." What does it mean it's written that man is a tree of the field? V'chi adam etz hasadehu? Is man really like a tree of the field? So I'll note, the Gemara asks this. It's not claiming that this is what the verse is saying. It's not claiming that the verse is rhetorical. Rashi understands this as claiming the verse is rhetorical, which is interesting. Nonetheless, so the Gemara says, is that really true? Ela mishum dechtiv ki mimenu tocha v'otod lo tichrot. Rather, we learn from how it tells us to treat trees. That some trees you can cut down, but other trees are okay to cut down. That similarly humans, some humans, you should learn from the fruits that they produce. If they're a Talmud Chacham, if they're invested in Torah, then the fruit they produce is valuable. The imlav, and if they aren't invested in Torah, the byproducts that they produce, you can destroy. In other words, the Gemara says, what's it mean man is like a tree of the field? Man is like a tree. Just like some trees are good and some trees are bad, some trees you can destroy, some trees you can't. Man, there's some good people and some bad people, learn from the good people. In other words, this Gemara that Rashi is drawing from doesn't even make the same rhetorical points Rashi does. Right? Rashi is saying, what's the answer in the verse to is man like the fruit of the tree? No, of course not. That's why you shouldn't attack trees. What's the Gemara say? Are men and trees the same? Yes, and that's why some men you should learn from and other people you should avoid. So it's very bizarre that like Rashi either misunderstands or has a very odd interpretation. Ultimately, though, we're also left with like not the most satisfying interpretation from the original source of the Bavli. Because like what are we left with? Something that has nothing to do with war, something that has nothing to do with trees, something that has nothing to do with destruction. Ultimately, we're left with this metaphor about like who are the right people to learn from, which is nice. It addresses some of our challenges of how to read the verse. But again, with the sacrifices, we've lost the context and like the practical valence of what's being discussed here. I think in part maybe because of this interpretation, because of this seeing this law not as a practical law of war, maybe even connected to the historical consequences of the Jewish people in Bavel now already living so many years of exile, so long detached from a state, from a military, from the ability to wage war, we see that the Bavli basically runs with this idea that this verse should be taken totally out of context. It has nothing to do with war, and it barely even has to do with trees. Either it's some sort of life advice. So if you look in Bava Kama, we see the Gemara there in the Bavli tells us, Al haytanahu detanya makaran alamet v'lo medarchei amori. So there's a halacha that when someone dies and you're mourning for them, you should tear kriya, you should rip your clothing as an expression of mourning, but you shouldn't do it in the way that the non-Jews do it. Amar Rabbi Elazar shemati shemakari alamet yoter medai lokem mishum bal tashchit. I've heard, says Rabbi Elazar, that if you tear your garment too much in mourning, you violated the prohibition of bal tashchit. So while the Gemara doesn't learn it out explicitly here, what the Gemara is assuming here is what's the prohibition of bal tashchit? Not to waste. You should not destroy things wantonly. And what it does is it sees this verse that says don't destroy fruit trees because man eats from them as just a general example, don't destroy useful things. It's bad to waste. And unsurprisingly, based on that, the Ramban and others come and say, well, you know, if the only way to wage war is to use this fruit tree, then it's not a waste anymore. Then you can go cut it down. The only problem is when you're wasting them. So we see already that by the Bavli, this is taken out of its context and created into a ritual or personal ethic, and created into an environmental ethic of don't waste stuff. Nothing to do with trees, nothing to do with war. Similarly, we see this again in Kiddushin and Shabbat over and over again. This idea of bal tashchit across the Bavli is invoked as a catch-all that doesn't need to be justified. We don't need to know how it makes sense. It obviously makes sense that the pasuk is telling us, don't destroy stuff. Don't destroy your own stuff. You don't have free reign to just destroy. And I think because of that, in popular common acceptance, bal tashchit has been a very functional and very effective way to build out an environmental concern within Judaism, within halacha, to build out halacha that pertain to caring for the planet, caring for sustainability, etc., which is fascinating. I think the best expression of this might be the Sefer Chinuch on page 15. We have to see it inside, but he says very clearly that the whole point of Bal Tashchit, we can read a little bit inside. Shorish mitzvah yedua. It's obvious what the point of this mitzvah is. Shukri ala minashinu lahova tova toa lahadabik bo. It's to teach us good midot. It's to teach us good manners. That we should like good things. We shouldn't be destructive and negative. Umitoch kach tadabik banu hatova unachem kol davar umkol davar ra umdavar hashchata. And we should distance ourselves from violent, destructive things. In other words, it doesn't really have anything to do with trees or war. It's a general personal ethic of being sustainable. You don't want to be wasteful. You don't want to be violent. You don't want to be destructive. You want to be conscientious of the environment and the people you're around, which is a beautiful ethic. And I think we've all seen within halacha, within Judaism, how this has been employed to build out halachos and thought pertaining to this idea of environmentalism. Now, the problem is, I think, first of all, it's never sat right with me that the verse, we have no resolved way of interpreting this verse. Do we read it like Rashi, where it's like rhetorical and it doesn't make sense? Do we read it like the Gemara, where it's a parable about humans and Talmidei Chachamim? How do we actually read this? But beyond that, I think what we'll see is that in Rambam and throughout many strands within halacha, while it's true the prevailing practice, and I'm not here to challenge practice, we're not discussing practice today, the prevailing practice interprets this as a personal ethic about sustainability or wastefulness, there actually is this entire strand that's just either ignored or steamrolled, that's forgotten, that preserves more of this original context. So if you look in Rambam, in page 15, Rambam says, codifies these halachot, and he says, "Ein kotzin ilanei machal shechutz lemedina." You can't cut down fruit trees outside of the boundaries of a city. Ve'ein mona mehem emat hamayim kedei she'evaishu. And you can't dry up the irrigation that leads to the trees and produce so that they dry out. Shene'emar, as it says, lo tashchit reitzah, because the verse says, do not destroy a tree. So off the bat, Rambam says, don't destroy trees, because the verse says, don't destroy trees. Doing well so far interpretively. And if you cut them down, you're lashed. Anyone who cuts down a tree gets lashes. And furthermore, says Rambam, beyond trees and food supplies in a time of war, any destruction, any lack of sustainability is a problem of Bal Tashchit. But you don't get lashes for it because it's a rabbinic prohibition. In other words, Rambam says, puzzlingly, not based in our Bavli anywhere, that there's actually two levels to Bal Tashchit. There's Bal Tashchit of things like water sources and trees, which is the oraita, which gets you lashes, which is the violation of what the verse is saying. And then there's what we see throughout the Bavli, a rabbinic expansion that you should not destroy stuff, you shouldn't be wasteful. And says Rambam, that's so clearly not the meaning of the original mitzvah, that's so clearly a rabbinic expansion, you can't possibly get malkut for that. So this is where my rabbi way back when said, we see this great idea that you can only get lashes for things explicit in the Torah. All right, that's not so meaningful to me. But what I think is a little more meaningful is that if you look at the Mishnah Melech, some of the commentaries there, they point to Rambam's source here as being a sifrei earlier than this Bavli that doesn't necessarily get enough attention. And says the sifrei here on the bottom of page 15, on the top of page 16, Ki titzor al ir, bottom of page 15. Lo teshchit eitzal in doach lav garzen, last source on page 15. Eli ala garon minayin aflim shoche men emat hamayim tamalomar lo teshchit eitzal b'chol davar. I would have thought the only thing that's prohibited is cutting down a tree with an axe, as described in the verse. How do I know that even drying up water ditches is prohibited? Because the verse comes and teaches me, lo tashchit eitzal, don't destroy the tree in any manner. So one way to understand this, and perhaps the prevailing interpretive approach, is that again, this is not about war or trees. This is teaching us a contextless rule that indirect acts of destruction are destruction. That's how halacha understands it, and therefore, if you indirectly destroy your shirt, your vessels, you've now violated Bal Tashchit. However, I don't think Rambam understands it that way. I think what Rambam sees here is a codification that there's actually a Torah verse, a Torah core of this mitzvah. And that Torah core of this mitzvah that you get lashes for isn't about trees or not trees. It's not about what you're destroying. It's about the impact of the destruction. If you destroy things in a manner that it deprives people of resources, such as drying up irrigation ditches, such as destroying trees, that is an issue. Maybe cutting down one tree to build a house, that's not the issue. It's the wide-scale deprivation of resources. Similarly, I think this explains a famous problem, a famous question people have in the Rambam. That Rambam, in the very last source on page 17, says that, we just saw that Rambam says you only get lashes for breaking, for destroying trees and water sources, Rambam in our last source here in the Sefer HaMitzvot, in his book of Mitzvot, says, we're prohibited from destroying trees, and any destructions included in this, as such as destroying things. And everybody says, what do you mean? Rambam just told us that the only mitzvah doraita, the only thing included, is not destroying trees. How can Rambam in the Sefer HaMitzvot come and say, any destruction is a prohibition? So some people say the Sefer HaMitzvot was written earlier, Rambam changed his mind, that's the prevailing answer. But I think the key is, Rambam explains in the Sefer HaMitzvot, Kain kol hesed, Rambam learns from the pasuk, what's the significance of the verse? It's not that trees are special. It's that trees are an objective instance where destruction leads to interpersonal distress, where it leads to torment, where it leads to an impact on the people. When you destroy natural resources, of course there's an impact on the people. So says Rambam, we learn from the pasuk, what's the Torah prohibition? Not about trees or not trees. Don't destroy things in a manner that leaves an impact, a torturous impact, that deprives people of things they need. Therefore, anything you do in that manner is the mitzvah d'oraisa, it's prohibited. But the personal thing of destroying l'reik for no reason, says Rambam, that's only a rabbinic prohibition, etc. So just to conclude, because I'm basically out of time, I just want to say that this, I think, is a great example of how there was this whole halachic discourse that pertains to the proper way to deal with war, the ethical limitations of waging war, and maybe that wasn't even meant to be the prevailing practice, but it was there in the halacha all along, and it just gets neglected because so obviously this is about personal practice, about not being destructive. And I think in many ways it's not this intentional thing even, that by living in diaspora, by living so many years where these questions weren't live, we've forgotten how live these questions have been in our tradition. And I think the responsibility is on us, not to say, well, Torah doesn't speak to this, Marx does too, but to say that Torah speaks to this too, and we're going to revive these strands that aren't getting enough attention. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Let me get my timer. So it's great to be here, although I'm a little bit confused. I thought this was the Halachic Right conference, but I'll just go with it, and joke's on you guys. So I want you all to raise your hand if you have signed a petition over the past 2 years. Okay, I want you to keep your hand up if you have a sneaking suspicion that the petition did absolutely nothing. Okay, a lot of hands. So this is the problem that progressive Jews and our progressive movements are facing, that we don't have enough power. And nowhere is that clearer than in Israel-Palestine. I won't rehash all of what Sophia said, but the killing of 55,000 Palestinians or more, the starving of an entire territory, the 2.2 million homes and entire community and life lost. There was a point when American Jewish supporters of the war pointed to the idea of a just war, that the responsibility of Jewish institutions was primarily to hold Israel accountable through our ethical compass and speak up when we saw something going wrong. 2 years into the war, it is clear that that point has passed. And so the question becomes, if the Israeli government is not going to move, it will have to be pushed. And how does that begin to happen? So historically, the effective tool of promoting nonviolent social movements has been the boycott, as well as its cousins, the embargoes, divestment, sanctions. And Israelis have been the most effective boycotters of Israel the past 2 years, and the protests against the judicial reform. So the Histadrut called for a general strike. 800,000 people were out under the streets. Army reservists were refusing to serve. Israeli academics were demanding of their colleagues not to collaborate with the government. And it worked. Temporarily, the Netanyahu government blinked. But with regard to the violence in Gaza and the West Bank, a conversation has not been forthcoming, and that is for two obvious reasons. One is that it is a painful conversation for American Jews. When I have family and friends and teachers in Israel, I do not want them hurt for the purpose of coercing the Israeli government. And second, and most obviously, BDS casts a long shadow, the idea that it's anti-Semitic. And this is not a conversation about the one-state or two-state solutions, but I will just say, to be completely clear, that the stated goal of the BDS movement in the United States, of a secular, democratic state in Israel-Palestine, one person, one vote, is not inherently anti-Semitic. The Trump administration is using BDS as a bludgeon against the left, and the atmosphere of silence and self-censorship in Jewish institutions, which many of us have experienced, is unjust and it is untenable, and that is part of what this conference is here to address. So I am going to look specifically at cherem as a response to political violence. Halacha has the resources to talk about these questions as the system of a disenfranchised people. But I'll give a couple of thoughts on cherem more generally. So I won't go too much into the Deoraita, the biblical concept, but rabbinically it crystallizes in the Tannaitic period. There's a Braita in Moed Katan, which is foundational, describing what exactly cherem looks like. It says, Amuchram, lo shonin velo shonin lo niskar velo niskarin imo, aval oselo chanut ktana k'dei parnasato. So a person who is in cherem, they can't teach, you don't teach to them, they can't be hired nor hire others, but they can make a small store in order to earn their livelihood. And so we see two things from this. First, cherem is a social and economic tool of coercion, and that is considered acceptable for the Braita. Second, there is some notion of a limit, the bare livelihood of the person who is being coerced. And we see several cases in the Gemara that become paradigmatic. One is the coercion of a person who refuses to appear at court, specifically for the case of a debt. Second is a person who has a particularly harmful object in Rishut HaRabim, in the public domain. But where it really gets interesting is moving into the post-Talmudic period. So a couple of things are happening historically. First, the expanding Muslim caliphate makes possible the establishment of international, interregional trade networks, and that creates the need for some notion of shared public trust outside the framework of an existing legal system. And second, Muslim authorities prohibit corporal punishment or imprisonment outside of their own courts. This is an issue of legal autonomy. However, they permit the use of the cherem, which has its parallels in the Islamic legal system as well. So cherem is increasingly turned to by the Gaonic authorities as an alternative to the tools of imprisonment and coercion, which they do not have access to. And so we see this practice laid out most clearly by Rav Semach Gaon of lindoto ad mepaiso b'mamon o ad yerbet alav reim, that a person who has committed an act of violence is placed in cherem until they have appeased their fellow with money or they have sent their friends with words. So we see a couple of things from this. At the risk of anachronism, we might call this sort of cherem restorative. First, it is a non-violent response to an act of extrajudicial violence. Second, it is what we might call outcome-oriented rather than retributive. The point is not, or not primarily, to shame the muhram, but to promote a particular outcome, which is their reintegration into the community. Third, there is a limit on the desire for private vengeance. Once the victim has been compensated, they no longer have the right to protest the integration back into the community. And finally, it is a matter not only of verbal confession, but of concrete reparations. So a formula of public apology is not enough. This appears in the case over 1,000 years later in Rav Yaakov Emden, which feel free to ask me about afterwards. But this all raises some interesting implications for the Israel-Palestine case. So what would a boycott along these lines look like? It would be nonviolent. It would be designed to produce a particular outcome, and there would be an exit ramp, an act that the person in cherem, in this case the Israeli government or Israeli military, could take in order to release themselves from this coercion. Third, it would not just be a matter of acknowledging human rights violations, but there would need to be some concrete act of making right the economic and social harm that has been done. So this phenomenon appears throughout halachic history. It's picked up in North Africa. Through that, it becomes codified in the Rambam and the Mishnah Torah. The Ramah mentions it as a yesh omrim in Choshen Mishpat, and the She'elet Yavetz and the Chatam Sofer both pick it up as well, although it becomes weaker with time. But the most interesting attempt to really revive this kind of cherem occurs specifically in the context of Israel-Palestine after the Israeli evacuation of the settlement of Amona in 2006. And so the case was briefly that the High Court ruled that Amona was a quote-unquote illegal outpost. Thousands of protesters streamed out there in order to prevent the evacuation. The police came in and met with a violent response. They rode in on horses. They were clubbing protesters who were throwing, kids who were throwing rocks. It was all captured on TV. And in the aftermath of this, Rav Yaakov Epstein, who is a Dati Leumi Posek, a religious Zionist decisor, formerly lived in Gush Katif, studied under Rav Tzvi Yehuda Kook. He is asked about the halachic status of the soldiers who participated in the violence and the commanders who gave the orders. And he says basically as follows. The first is a criterion of koach severe, of a reasonable display of force. So he says even if the initial act of violence by the police was justified in the pursuit of their mission, the breaking of bones, the riding over of protesters with horses, no one can argue that this is reasonable force. And because of that, he calls for the exclusion of the soldiers and the people who gave the orders from a minyan and from ritual life. He also says that in the abstract, the army and the police as institutions are responsible for the behavior of their members. Therefore, they should be placed in cherem as well. However, he recognizes that this is not practical. Finally, he addresses the objection raised in religious Zionist circles that because these soldiers were acting in the performance of a state duty, fulfilling the mitzvah of Yishuv Eretz Yisrael, of settling and maintaining a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, that lets them off the hook. He says, no, v'chi hutra kol haTorah kula mifnei Yishuv Eretz Yisrael. The entire Torah does not get to be invalidated because of the concerns for Jewish presence in the land. And so there are several obvious parallels here. It is somewhat mind-boggling that he fails to see the violence that is being committed by the Israeli army against Palestinians on the same land. But be that as it may, first, there is a criterion of reasonable force. So even we're one to argue that the initial Israeli incursion into Gaza were theoretically justified, we have reached a point at which that violence is no longer reasonable by any objective standard. Second, the entire institution of the army and the economic organizations and institutions which enable them are theoretically responsible for this broader cherem. And finally, pointing to the maintenance or the security of the Jewish state is in and of itself not sufficient grounds for excusing or letting Israeli institutions off the hook from such a potential cherem. So I want to close with just a couple of objections that are raised to the idea of a cherem in rabbinic literature, because I believe that it points towards a real set of concerns that often the left does not do an adequate job of addressing and that deserve to be taken seriously. So the first is the idea that cherem is a form of collective punishment. So Rav Paltei Gaon in the Gaonic period forbids a child of a muhram from being circumcised and orders that the wife be kicked out of the synagogue and that the children be kicked out of school. And centuries later, the Rashal, Rav Solomon Luria, objects. Im hu chata ma hi chata. Right? If the husband sinned, what was his wife's sin? What could she possibly have done wrong? and therefore refuses to enforce these kinds of impositions. But what is a way to respond to this? One is to point out that Israel itself has been responsible for collective punishment. But the Shvut Yaakov in the 19th century deals with this concept by requiring that the punishment inflicted on Muhram have some shaychut l'avera, that it be relevant or pertinent to the transgression being permitted. And so there's a question, what would that actually look like in the context of Israel-Palestine, which leads toward concerns of an exploration of complicity. And those conversations are happening within the BDS movement, but deserve further attention. Second, there is a concern that the cherem is impractical. So in a famous case in responding to a cherem that has been put into place against post-war Germany, the Kol Mavasser argues, even if that politically or ethically had merit, it's a gezerah that the entire community is unable to uphold, and therefore it cannot have halachic force. And so if our communities are going to even begin considering this route, we need to be completely sure that this is not a performative gesture, this is not virtue signaling, but there is some clear political and practical path that we might actually be able to reach a peaceful and just resolution. The last objection, which brings me to a conclusion, is the idea that cherem is a violation of human dignity, of kavod habriot, and that it is created for the purpose of fostering hatred. This is why some Israeli judges rule that cherem is inadmissible in the legal system. And with that, I want to respond with some words from Reinhold Niebuhr, who analyzed Gandhi's salt boycott in colonial India. So here's how I line the paper. Rav David Friedman in 19th century Jerusalem watched the effects of cherem firsthand. A Jerusalem court imposed it on his brother-in-law for teaching secular languages. He wrote a pamphlet in response where he called cherem, quote, a prison without a lock, iron chains that the eye cannot see but the body keenly feels. Coercion, it must be admitted, can at worst resemble a sort of quasi-imprisonment. It denies a transgressor the benefits of human society and physical sustenance in order to achieve an outcome. Niebuhr puts it, coercion does destroy, it places restraints around the freedom of the objects and prevents them from doing what they desire to do. And yet soft diplomacy has proven a dismal failure, violence a moral and practical dead end. To contemplate, however ambivalently coercive pressure is to forthrightly acknowledge this reality and to conclude that tragically there may be no other effective choice left.
Is it my turn? I can hear you, I think. So if someone can say something, it would be nice to. Nope.
Albert, we can't hear you.
We're working on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My audio is
Hear
out.
you now.
That's great. Okay.
Okay, let's try. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna turn off my so that I don't myself. I will just ask that if something goes wrong, that someone calls me so that I can see what's happening. I'm gonna share my screen, but okay. But okay, I'm going to assume that that is fine. Oop, and I got a call.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Yes.
Okay. We're patient.
It loaded?
Yeah, we can just make it big. Is there a way to somehow make it a landscape?
Is that better?
Yes. That's great. That's great.
Okay, do you now see my thing now?
Yeah.
My text?
I'll start.
No, do you see the PDF? Okay, you see the PDF. Do you see the words of my presentation though?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's not ideal.
Sorry. No. We don't see your notes. You're good.
Okay, great. Okay, this has been the classic things. So, good morning, everyone. It really is an honor to be with you, even though it's by Zoom, unfortunately, because I have to be in Europe this week and for this whole year. But just to start things off today, I want to just express my gratitude to all of our organizers, including Sophia, Caroline, and Noam. They and so many others at Halachic Left have not only organized this conference today, but have really created a community, both online and in person, that I know I appreciate and respect deeply. Unlike my esteemed rabbinic colleagues over here, I am not a rabbi, I am an academic. So I come with PowerPoints and not with source sheets. So I hope that this goes okay. So our panel this morning is about community. I want to consider how members of Jewish communities have expressed frustrations with institutions and with people with whom they have performed their religious lives, including prayer and other aspects of Jewish life. Balancing the simultaneous commitment to communal unity and to individuals' ideas has always been a major question for Jews and for all communities. Instead of looking at a wide range of examples or rabbinic sources, my presentation today is going to focus on one formalized mode of protest that took shape in medieval Ashkenaz during the 12th and 13th centuries. Just to give a little bit of an outline, I'm going to start by briefly introducing the world of medieval Ashkenaz. I'll then discuss the legacy of this mode of protest, as well as critiques of its disruptiveness to communal life. I'll then going to look closely at the rules communities use to manage these protests and offer some interpretation before concluding. So let's get started with medieval Ashkenaz. As you can see here, medieval Ashkenaz spanned the whole range of towns and cities in England, northern France, and German-speaking lands during from the 9th century up through the end of the 14th century. We celebrate this world of medieval Ashkenaz primarily for the intellectual giants who came up in it: Rashi, Rabbeinu Tam, the Tosafists, Maharam Mirottenberg, and many others. At the foundation of this world of rabbinic creativity, though, sat small communities of Jewish men, women, and children. They were traders, scholars, moneylenders, students, and laborers. Their lives, though, were not cordoned off into ghettos, as some might assume. These ghettos only became popular or common in Europe later in the 16th and 17th centuries. Instead, they navigated their religious lives, their social lives, and their economic lives among their Christian neighbors, with whom these Jews were both deeply entangled and in constant tension. These communities and their leaders enshrined a unique form of communal protest that they performed in the synagogue. During prayers, an aggrieved community member could refuse to allow the services to continue until the community had addressed their complaint. In the Hebrew sources, this practice is called by various names, including disrupting the services, closing the synagogue, or calling back the chazan. Scholars, though, generally refer to it as ikuv tefillah, meaning delaying or preventing prayers. Rabbi Yitzchak ben Moshe, better known by the name of his important halachic work, the Or Zarua, who was a very important scholar in the 13th century, described an example of an ikuv in action. He recalled that once in Cologne, someone protested on Shabbat, on which Parshat Emor is read. He suspended the prayers and the reading of the Torah portion for the whole day. The Or Zarua brought up this story to clarify whether the community had to make up the Torah reading, which they had missed due to the disruption. Parshat Emor is read in the spring, when in Cologne and in much of Northern Europe, Shabbat ends between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. While the details are scant, this protest shut down synagogue life for the whole day. Various scholars have studied the history and significance of this practice. Louis Finkelstein, in his early study of Jewish communal life in medieval Ashkenaz, described it as a core institution which helped to shape the development of German and French Jewry. Avram Grossman authored in 1983 what is still the signature study. He argued that ikuv tefillah originated in the 10th and 11th century Rhineland in seedling settlements on the Rhine River that flowed into the famed Shum communities, or that flowered into the famed Shum communities of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. In these small settlements organized around family units and without formalized Jewish judicial institutions, disrupting prayer to compel one's neighbors to address an injustice was an effective tool of quelling social conflict. Menachem ben Sasson identified some sources suggesting a parallel Jewish practice in North Africa, also from the medieval period, yet the fact remains that it was primarily in Ashkenaz that we find a detailed reflection on Ikuvat Tefillah and its procedure that will furnish much of my talk today. So, although performed in the synagogue, disrupting the services never generated its own halachic discourse. Ikuvat Tefillah has no dedicated section in the Talmud and inspired only passing comment in codifications of halacha. The practice survives, or our memory of the knowledge of the practice survives, through its echoes in rabbinic texts, specifically in responsa literature, meaning shutim, she'elot u'tshuvot. The cases in which it is mentioned demonstrate that disrupting the prayers was an accepted means for escalating frustrations within the community. For example, 2 questions came before Eliezer ben Yoel Halevi, who lived between the middle of the 12th through the middle of the 13th century. And these questions came to him following protests in the synagogue, Ikuvet Tefillah. The first concerned the son of a local scholar who was unhappy in a marriage to his mentally disabled wife. He petitioned for special rabbinic approval for a divorce, despite his wife's inability or refusal to consent to the get. Here we see it. So he recalls that we saw this man whose wife was mentally disabled. He and his father came before the committee of the communities, disrupted prayers, and protested about his inability to fulfill the mitzvah of procreation several times. They sought a nullification of his marriage, but the rabbis resisted. In this case, we have a question that is coming to a major rabbi after a sequence of disruptions of the prayers. In another case, a man who had recently undergone surgery to repair a sexual dysfunction appeared before Rabbi Eliezer, and here we see the story. Shlomo ben Reb Chananel came before me at the instruction of the rabbis of Mainz, for he was disrupting prayer services and complaining about his wife, that she should be with him in the way of husband and wife. Sorry. Okay. Medieval Jews recognized the disruptiveness of allowing personal grievances to take the floor during communal prayers. Sefer Hasidim, a collection of law and lore from the 12th and 13th century Rhineland, lamented how this could tarnish the prayers. In one city, they tell this following story. In one city, there were 2 synagogues. A certain wise man would sometimes go to one and sometimes to the other. Later, he came to pray only in the smaller one. The people asked him, "Why did you abandon the larger synagogue with its numerous attendees and more distinguished members?" He said to them, "In the larger synagogue, they sprint through the blessings and the praises, yet frequently delay the prayers during their set time. In the small synagogue, it is not like this. There, they recite the blessings and prayers slowly, and assumedly do not have Ikuvet Tefillah." This story, whether based in reality or its author's moral sensibilities, links Ikuv Tefillah with unfocused prayer and general disregard for liturgical norms. This and other frustrations drove the editors of Sefer Hasidim to dissuade pietistic Jews from participating in Ikuv Tefillah. They say, when they are complaining in the synagogue and delaying the prayers, it is better for a person to sit at home and engage in Torah. If one sees that they are planning to seal the synagogue, it is better to pray mincha before the congregation, lest they delay for too long. Likely driven by these pietistic concerns about wasted time and proper synagogue decorum, community leaders formulated norms to regulate the ikuv. Between the 11th and 13th century, rabbinic leaders in northern France and Germany composed and adopted communal statutes that provided norms for Jewish life in the region. Many of these circulated under the name of Rabbeinu Gershom or Rabbeinu Tam. Among them is the famed Takanat Rabbeinu Gershom, which prohibited polygamy among Ashkenazic Jews. Across the various forms these ordinances take, one finds a consistent goal of limiting the Ikuv HaTefillah. According to one commonly repeated regulation, there is a long-standing ban against interrupting prayer services on Shabbat or on holy days to voice a claim against another community member, if one has not already interrupted 3 weekday services. Because Shabbat and holidays brought the largest crowds to the medieval synagogue, they provided the ideal time to interrupt the prayers. This was not allowed, unless the aggrieved community members had already voiced their concerns at smaller weekday services, at which conflicts could be resolved with less commotion. Other guidelines were put in place with the same goal. If there are 2 or more synagogues in town, If there are 2 or more synagogues in the town, one is only allowed to interrupt the services in the synagogue in which the accused prays. Once one has interrupted 3 services, however, they may interrupt in any synagogue. A protest, as we see here, had to focus its disruption on the actual place of grievance before expanding its range through more extensive disruptions. While limiting ikuv tefillah, or ikuvei tefillah, communal ordinances also guaranteed the legitimacy of the practice. One rule, for instance, insisted that audiences not simply silence and ignore the frustrated party. We see that there's a ban against the chazan beginning the prayers when someone is delaying in the synagogue until the good men of the city have said that he should begin to pray. During this disruption, then, a chazan could not continue to pray until the good men of the synagogue of the city had said that he should begin, meaning you had to have the consent not only of everyone in the synagogue, of a majority rule, but of the respected leaders of the community. A protest could not be silenced by an unsympathetic, unconvinced, or an inconvenienced audience. It was only with the consent of the respected leaders of the community that the matter was put to bed and the prayers resumed. A collection of customs associated with Mayor of Rothenburg warned that one who reinitiates the prayers by force transgresses a long-standing ban, meaning a cherem. Sefer Hasidim, the forceful critic of disruptions to the prayers, similarly demanded that community leaders participate in the conversations catalyzed by ikuvei tefillah. We see that what we saw before about the suggestion that people might want to stay away from the synagogue when these delays are happening, says this does not apply to leaders of the community. But one who is a leader of the community, when they are discussing as a community, following an ikuv, should not say, since they are not praying, I will go and I will engage in Torah in my house. For his words would be heard, and he ought to argue with those delaying the service. So while they are not, Sefer Hasidim here is not sympathetic necessarily to most disruptions to the prayer services, it is encouraging the leaders not to just ignore them. Although then ikuv tefillah was disruptive to religious life, it was an accepted and protective right within the community. Scholars have primarily interpreted ikuv tefillah as a legal mechanism. By raising a complaint before the community, one could compel a recalcitrant neighbor to go before the Beit Din or a hesitant rabbinic judge to rule on a case. Such a characterization reflects the descriptions of the practice from the time, which describe a custom in every community that a person who has called his fellow to court may recall the chazan due to the matter. Communal statutes refer to such delays as those stemming from a suit one person has against his fellow. In such civil disputes, the ikuv was an effective lever for justice. A responsum issued by Rabbi Yehuda ben Meir HaKohen, who lived in the end of the 10th century and beginning of the 11th, about a financial dispute between a widower and her once brother-in-law, recounts how Reuven delayed the prayers on account of Shimon. Until we agreed to take the testimonies and submit the case for judgment to Yehuda ben Meir HaKohen. So this is a description of the community that is sending the question on to the local rabbi. Disturbing the services was not only a tool for compelling the wheels of civil justice to roll forward, though. The communal statutes demoted ikuvei tefillah inspired by personal grievances and, as we saw above, limited when and where they could occur. In contrast, though, these same statutes ascribed the foremost respect and freedom to disruptions driven by communal concerns. According to the statutes, we saw already that there's a long-standing ban against interrupting prayer services on Shabbat or holy days. However, over a communal norm, one may interrupt prayers on these days without hesitation. What constituted a concern about communal norms? Neither the statutes nor the responsa give any concrete examples. Takanot HaKahal are the communal ordinances, those rules governing the community, including the ikuv tefillah. They touched upon every aspect of community life, from marital expectations to economic partnerships. It is possible that this allowance referred explicitly to complaints about the transgression of an enshrined communal norm. It is, though, hard to know. The communal ordinances give this same privilege of complete freedom to disrupt the services on any day that they want, only to widows and orphans, whose well-being was traditionally understood to be the moral charge of the entire community. Sefer Hasidim, a text generally hesitant to disrupt prayers, welcomes such delays in the name of charity. They say that from here we learn that one may close the synagogue so to compel the people to give charity to the poor and to humiliate whoever does not want to give. Charity was, of course, a communal issue. The collection supported the religious life of the community and impoverished Jews who were part of it. I would suggest then that we understand the freedom to interrupt any service as belonging to those protesting issues that concerned the entire community and its economic, religious, and moral well-being. These are, of course, the opposite of those gripes one person has against his fellow, as the statutes refer to derisively. Ikuv Tfilah, then, was neither a uniquely Jewish nor a uniquely effective tool for bringing about justice in medieval Ashkenaz. While some medieval rabbis ascribed it rabbinic sources, scholars have shown that the practice grew out of norms of justice and advocacy that predominated in the medieval world, as opposed to any inherited Jewish traditions. In this way, it was just one among many methods by which medieval Jews sought justice. Responsa describe how individuals paired their ikuvim with less ruckus actions, like appealing to rabbinic courts and speaking about their frustrations with neighbors. Even when they did disrupt the services, many had to repeat the deed several times before it made a difference. Simply staging a liturgical protest did not ensure a just solution, or even a solution at all. In some cases, the disruptor was overruled and their complaints dismissed. The ikuv conferred only the right to be taken seriously when voicing frustrations with the community or one of its members. The responsibility for persuasion still lay with the aggrieved and their sympathizers. The respect ikuv tfilah garnered in the daily life of medieval Ashkenaz and its rabbinic culture reminds us, nevertheless, that Jews have always found a way to make room in communal religious life for debate over uncomfortable topics, even those that center on dismay with our institutions and those who frequent them. Jews have never checked their conflicts and moral concerns at the door on the way into the synagogue. Such debates were uncomfortable and disruptive to religious life. Instead of outlawing them, though, the ordinances of medieval Ashkenaz privileged those which focused not on personal feuds, but on issues that matter to the community and its moral well-being. The practice of ikuv tfilah mostly disappeared by the end of the Middle Ages, as a result of changes to the structure of Jewish communal life that followed a century of expulsions in Western Europe. While a practice of the past, for the most part, ikuv tfilah can, I believe, give us a framework for thinking about how we should balance our commitments to communal unity and the moral ideas we hold dear when seeking to effectuate, whether personal, political, or moral, change in the communities in which we are a part. The legacy of ikuv tfilah is that of shining a light on a reality those around us do not register, of forcing conversations our community would rather not have. Every person can find their own way to engender conversations about current realities and their impacts on our Jewish communities. This can be done in any space, from the pulpit to the social hall, from board meetings to informal WhatsApp groups. One does not have to disrupt prayers necessarily to draw on the heritage of ikuv tfilah. Simply by encouraging conversations about painful realities and trying to build coalitions of those in favor of change, I believe, we can call on this medieval tradition. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to our conversation.
Thank you all so much. First thing is that I've been asked to tell you there is a Q&A after my part. So if you're brimming with comments and questions, I still get to have mine first, but hold them in mind. Okay, so I'm going to address each paper somewhat in order and draw out some themes that I think are useful, intriguing, should be given further attention. So Liad, I'm in particular interested in the ways that a sort of brisker reasoning and emotionality were playing with each other in your paper. You a little bit explicitly named that. In the print version, you say, briskers might think this is good enough, but I don't, which broke my heart a little bit. But I'm interested in particular in the themes of pleasure is a little too strong, but almost enjoyment as it comes up in Baal Tashchit around war in particular. Even the sugya in Shabbat, it's talking about bread and beer versus nicer bread and wine. And you interpret that as about the sort of healthfulness, sustaining, nourishing abilities of the food. But I think a strong undercurrent there is also, these things are tastier. And I think that really brings to mind the idea of Rabbi Elazar HaKapar, which comes up in various places in the Gemara, that a Nazarite, after their term of abstaining from wine, among other things, needs to bring a korban chatat needs to bring a sin offering because there's actually something sinful about refraining from things that bring a person pleasure. And I'm hearing echoes of that here. And then relatedly, I think the Sefer HaChinuch uses language of joy and pleasure, or lack of joy and pleasure, right? Smechim b'hashchatat olam. The people who are bad are almost delight in the destruction of the world. There's something joyful about destruction here, which I think is actually also even present in Kriya, in that there's almost not quite pleasure, but an emotionality, a relief. You just want to keep tearing. And that's actually limited by halacha. And I think that plays really interestingly with the way you kind of go back and forth in your paper about, right, essentially, you're trying to solve a stira in the Rambam. Well, people are dying. I'm like, right, what's the point of that? Which is like a question I have for me, not just for you. And I think on one hand, you're saying, look, the direction that halacha has developed in the diaspora does not leave us equipped to deal actually with strength of a state perpetuated by the US mostly, really, but like in the name of Jews. And halakha doesn't give us robust language for that. And you're saying, but actually we can dig it out that it's in there actually if we do a good enough reading of the Rambam. And at the same time, like, this was a fun paper. Like, this is a conference about halakha. You did a great reading of halachic sources to give us something to work with intellectually. It's playful. And I'm thinking a lot about this in terms of what is the point of today, of what does it mean that we're all sitting here thinking about a contradiction in the Rambam when children are starving. And I'm thinking about the teachings of Black feminist activists. I got this primarily from Adrienne Marie Brown, but the money quote, as it were, is from Toni Cade Bambara, which is, our job is to make the revolution irresistible. And thinking about, for those of us who find real joy in Torah, thinking about how actually using Torah here is not only a rhetorical project to try to convince people, but it's actually a way of saying, this is the spiritual sustenance for us. And using this language to articulate the moral truths that maybe we already know, right? I didn't need your paper to tell me that it's wrong to starve people. I hope none of us did. But that doesn't mean that there's no purpose, no utility, no political goal, no spiritual goal of doing this work. And I think that was a really great way to open the conference by thinking about, actually we can be in a space of the pleasures of Torah as a way of sustaining our work in changing the world. And Alan, your paper was also fun. All of them were fun. I'm having fun. I think in particular something that's common between your paper and Alan's paper is individual versus community. And in Alan in particular, I think something that I was very curious about in your paper is what comprises the community and where is the authority coming from, right? Because in some ways, cherem is this top-down thing. And in other ways, cherem is about, will people adopt it, like you say at the end. Cherem is only plausible if the community agrees to abide by it. Right? This is a regular problem when when men refuse to give a get, and the shul they normally go to says, okay, we won't count you in the minyan, but the shul down the block will, so how powerful is that really? And I'm thinking about the ways in which the very messiness of authority, who's in charge, who gets to speak, that's thematic in the cherem conversation, is really a representation of what it means to have Jewish communal life that is beyond the state. Right? Cherem as a non-state mechanism is inherently going to be messy because there's no clear person in charge, and it's going to have to be a quasi-democratic process, at least, based on who takes up the call for cherem. And I think related to statehood and whether this is legal or extra-legal, something that I was very interested in that I think I want to see more work on in the world in general is you talk about coercion, and you talk about boycott as a mode of coercion, but also sanctions, divestment, etc. And I'm curious, and something that I've been thinking about a lot recently is I recently read an essay by Yosef Menayer in this fabulous, fabulous book called Rethinking Statehood in Palestine, which is a collection of essays that I would really recommend to everyone, in which he talks about part of the focus of the BDS movement has been dafka boycott, because divestment and sanctions are state level, and there has not been a lot of progress on that. And Whereas boycott, you can convince people on an individual moral level. And you draw a lot of parallels between cherem and boycott. And I'm curious in what ways cherem is useful or not useful for thinking about embargo, sanctions, hardcore state level pushes, and divestment being a sort of middle ground there of institutions that have governance structures. Right? You can convince me not to buy a brand of something. Can you convince BJ not to buy it for Kiddush? Can you convince the government of New York to et cetera, et cetera? And I think that all circles back to questions of obligation, right? You mentioned, you didn't say it in this presentation, so I'm going to name it because I thought it was very interesting. You mentioned isar hana'ah, the sort of prohibition of individual benefit from an object or an item, as a sort of parallel potential track here, as a sort of like, okay, it might not be that the community, whatever that is on a level of saying, we're not going to buy sabra hummus. But does that not mean that when I go to the store, I have any moral responsibility? And on the other hand, we don't want to overread individual complicity. I don't want to wear myself out checking every product in the supermarket, absent mass movement that's going to make change. And I think cherem is a really interesting way to think the questions through, because it really is this toggling between the individual, maybe a rabbinic leader, maybe the full community. And the last thing I'm thinking about that really is the title of the paper, right? Is what does it mean to think about cherem? Is cherem carceral or is cherem anti-carceral? And I don't think there's a clear answer to that. But I think if we're thinking about boycott in particular, how do we have boycott in a way that is not building communities of checking everyone's ethical tzitzis, of showing up at somebody's house and being like, where's that wine from that you're making kiddush on? While at the same time, having a really robust set of communal norms that we can enforce through conversation, through relationship. And then continuing on the theme of extrajudicial modes of intervening, Albert, something that I found so interesting about your paper, I don't know where the camera is, so I think I'm looking at you, but I don't know. Oh, it's back there. Okay, great. I'm thinking about, very relatedly to, I think, the two previous papers, all of these papers are in some ways about form in addition to content, and I think, Albert, your paper was a great example of really a focus on form over content in terms of this is a mode of protest. And I think that's very interesting in terms of current conversations in the field of Jewish ethics, which are, there's been a real turn to saying, let's look at the structures of, for example, a sugya, how rabbis are having debates as a model for what it looks like to be an ethical relationship, rather than what Rebecca Epstein-Levy calls proof texting, where you say, oh, I'm trying to figure out what to do in a situation of interpersonal conflict, so I'll find a sugya where two rabbis are fighting with each other, and instead saying, what are the principles of dialogue, of relationship that we can learn from the structures? So I think even though your paper is a work of history, it's an interesting conversation with that field, that development in Jewish ethics. And which leads me to the question is, what are the ethical standards proposed by Ikuf Tefillah as a model? One of them is obviously, there are things more important than decorum in davening. Which, like, it's true, but, like, you don't have to like it. And which has me thinking about how much of, I've already said census checking, but how much on the nascent Jewish left we are thinking about the intersection of form and content in activism. Where you open to the first page of the brochure, there's a note about the kashrut. I'm sure that was intentional. Somebody's got something to prove. And I think that can cut in multiple ways. And I was thinking about this in particular because all of the examples, except for one in the paper, if I'm remembering correctly, are about medieval Jews and are about men. And then we get the kosher meat boycott on the Lower East Side. And we get this image of women storming the bima to demand economic justice. And I think that's an incredibly powerful image of a usually marginalized group of people taking a tool that has been sustained throughout Jewish history, using it in a new way, using it collectively, right? This isn't just one person, this is a group of people. And that actually, the form of Ikuf Tefillah, gives people who would not normally have a voice on the bima in the middle of davening an opportunity to do that. And I think that's the real challenge for whatever this nascent movement is of people in this room, of what are the historical, spiritual, halachic inheritances that we're taking, that we're having, and how do we expand those and use them to get both, and how does the presence of more and different kinds of people learning these texts, engaging with these ideas, expand the possibility of what we can do with these ideas, and how can this set of tools move us towards more Torah and more liberation in the world. And then we're gonna do a Q&A. So I'm gonna say, let's do, Sophia, is somebody passing around a mic? Great. So, great, well there are 2 mics right there. Okay. If you're having a question right now, raise your hand, just to get a sense of how many questions are live right now in the room.
Okay, we'll start back and go forward.
Wow, gender is fun, guys. Okay, thank you.
Are we doing? Yeah. Should we do like 3 questions at a time?
Yeah, let's do 3 questions at a time. And you should feel free to ask general questions or to everybody or specific questions to specific speakers.
Sure. So I had a question about Riley Lipson's paper about Cherem. Obviously, I haven't gotten to read the actual paper yet, but just from the presentation, there was both points pointing to the fact that the Cherem was supposed to be built in a way so that there was a clear off-ramp for the offender. And I was wondering whether in the sources you were looking through, that you found a way to harmonize that with the fact that Cherem can also apply to someone who is not actually the original offender. There is kind of a radius. So, like, you did bring up that there was, certain amounts of complicity that can cause that caused those people in the radius to be hit by the Cherem. But is it like, do we have a way of delineating? In the halach about Cherem specifically, do we have ways delineating the ways that the off-ramp works for the people who are not the direct original offender? So this also applies, obviously, to a boycott or divestment idea too. Like, do we need a different off-ramp for, say, a winery than for the Israeli government, or is it actually specifically the point that the off-ramp for the winery is the government fixes its actions?
Let's do Lexi next.
Hi, thank you all for these talks. I guess my question is broadly about the problem of indirectness when we're trying to build power. It's mostly for Albert and Alan. That like the cases of Yikuv Tefillah make sense in a world where the person complaining is complaining to the community that can address the problem. And we live in a country that has for a while had separation of church and state. Our problems when we're talking about the occupation, the genocide in Gaza are not problems that are being directly caused by any particular community in the United States. So I guess it's getting less true. But we can't petition any of our synagogues to stop killing Gazans because our synagogues are not the ones killing Gazans, the Israeli military is. And similarly, when we're thinking about putting someone in Cherem, if we're putting a country in Cherem, it feels like we're trying to get at something that is not a direct way of solving the problem. And if these are tools that are useful, I wonder if there's anything you have thinking towards the ways in which these indirect ways of getting to direct political solutions are useful for building power in the movement.
And we've got space for one more. Let's pick somebody from this side of the room for fun. Yaakov.
Hi, this is a question for Lipson. So you gave some guidelines as to what would be a useful type of cherem or boycott. I'm wondering if you have just thoughts practically on what you think we're up for that would actually be practical and useful and effective.
Okay, I'm going to summarize. These are not comprehensive summaries. These are reminders of the questions. Do not answer my summaries. Okay, Yisrael was asking about, for Alan, questions of what does the off-ramp look like? Are there models for the off-ramp for people who are not necessarily directly complicit, but in some ways are in the... Yes, great, in the splash zone of cherem. And I think, who are maybe fairly in the splash zone of cherem, not as opposed to unreasonably. Then Lexi wants to know about indirectness around these modes of protest are originally developed for people who have to protest against people who are directly doing the thing. So that's actually really two questions about indirectness. And then Yaakov's question was that I wrote down a scribble and then immediately started talking. Was for Alan, and it was...
Just practically, what do you think we'd be up for? Like, what is something that we can do that would break the criteria and guidelines?
Thank you. What does it look like operationalized? Great.
Good questions. So I chose this paper because I actually felt unsure about everything that you all are asking. And Rav referred earlier to the shift in the approach to halachic ethics. My teacher, Yoni Brafman, has a paper, Beyond Values to Critical Praxis, on the future of Jewish ethics, which I recommend. And he argues that there's been this kind of pin the tail on the donkey that often happens in this discourse. Does halacha support unions? Great, Rav Moshe supported it. Okay, that must mean it's okay. But what that misses is most of this actual work of persuading and organizing is taking place on a different plane than halacha. So where halacha, I think, can be helpful is, one, formulating some very sharp conceptual distinctions around things that we're not sure about, and building out a larger vocabulary. And two, modeling, okay, this is how Jewish communities historically have operationalized principles of democracy. But the sort of questions that you're raising around the specifics of boycotts, I think, need to be answered through dialogue with people who are actually doing this work. So if you take a look at the BDS website, there's a lot of engagement with the different issues, some of which is more satisfying than others. So for example, they say in theory, there can be an off-ramp that institutions within Israel can accept the right to Palestinians for full equality, including the provisions laid out in UN Resolution 194, that there's the right of return of Palestinian refugees. And in practice, they recognize that most Israeli institutions are not going to agree to the right of return of Palestinian refugees. And so there's actually not really a clear action that they can take to exempt themselves from being targeted. However, the BDS committee does recommend specific companies that they see as economically or politically complicit in Israeli oppression. So I don't know how satisfying that is, or from an organizing perspective, is it really realistic to expect that Israeli communities and political bodies are going to basically write off their own existence? But I think these questions deserve more critical attention than they've been receiving, primarily because it's all been tarred under the umbrella of anti-Semitism. I just want to go very quickly to the other two questions. Indirectness, there's not really a way for the women and children of a muhram, a person under cherem, to get themselves out, short of the person themselves flipping the switch. And that's all I'll say for now.
Great. Albert, do you want to answer?
Yes, I would. Okay, I'm gonna put myself on mute, so I will not hear you, but allow me to talk. I think that the second question, I just want to focus on that because I think it's incredibly important. Because I think that there is a tension between the work that we are trying to do here, which is split between actually making a difference on the ground and trying to reduce the immense amount of suffering that is going on, and also trying to make a change in our community and acting for the preservation of our tradition, that we can be proud of what it looks like and the direction in which it is going. And I don't think these are the same. I think that the inspiration behind my paper was trying to think about the latter. I do not think that even a disruption of synagogue services is going to do anything, especially in American Jewish communities, is going to do anything to impact the reality on the ground in Gaza. But I think that it can do something to preserve the moral voice of our Jewish tradition. And it can also do something in the long term. Like there have to be, I suspect if any of us in the room or on Zoom could do something to have effectuated real change in Gaza, we would have. But none of us are in positions of immense power. But that's what grassroots organizing is about. So trying to create coalitions within the communities in which we live, I think is immensely important, if not because it will have a great impact, but because it will make sure that our Jewish community and Jewish tradition is still vibrant and does not go down with this sinking ship.
Thank you all so much. Okay, we're going to do another round of 3. In this round, we're going to prioritize folks who have questions for Liad because he didn't get any yet. And if you're not a man, that'd be cool. I know, you can't help it. Great. We'll take you over there. Yeah, and then we're going to take Will because you're in the front.
Hi, Liad. So I wanted you to speak more broadly about you bringing Sifrei, like a Tanaitic Midrash and a Pshat reading into the Halachic discourse, and how do you see, I mean, these are not sources that I generally see playing a role in reconstructing Halacha, New Halacha, so do you see other sources that are not conventionally used for the writing of Tshuvot playing a bigger role in the production of New Halacha?
Hi, sorry, this question is for Albert and Alan. Again, I apologize. One tension or distinction I noted was that, between these models of cherem and the models of disrupting the services or delaying the services, is that, cherem operates when a community has some sort of consensus. It's sort of a community against a community imposing a discipline on the individual, whereas the delaying the services seems to be in the individual standing against or in front of the community, asking it to change. In this context, I think this is a group of people who are often in minorities within their religious communities. How does that affect how this model, how we might think of this model of cherem for our purposes, and even though it might fit better with the delaying the services, how does that affect how we think of that model as well?
So a couple of questions for each of the speakers. In terms of the Baal Tashchit material, I'm curious how you deal with the issue of toelet, that the major exception to the prohibition is if it's gonna, if I tear down a tree to clear space beneficial on my land, then I'm allowed to, right? And you can sort of imagine people who have different scruples than us using that idea of toelet to say, what do you mean? It's not Bal Tashchit to like wipe out all these houses. Like, we have advantages. There's things we need to do, create, you know, security zones and whatever. So like, how would you sort of like defang the defanging, right? If toelet is a defanging of Bal Tashchit, is there a room to defang that, that get out of Bal Tashchit free card? In terms of the cherem issue, which is very interesting, I'm curious, and this is more of a question to that rabbi that you cited, Yaakov Epstein, than you, but what about the idea of a shaliach beit din, right? That like Israeli soldiers are serving as the representatives of a government, and so if a shaliach beit din who's appointed to engage in makot, to whip somebody legitimately, right, overdoes it and injures the person, classically the psak is that they're patur, they don't have to pay damages, right? So like, where's the line of like individual culpability versus like I'm just serving as a representative of a system, and sort of that ruling seems to want to protect individuals who are acting with legitimacy. So how do we, you know, like a company is just a company doing its business within the rules of the game as established. Like, how do we kind of like relate to that question? And then in terms of the Yikuv Tefillah, you know, I think this comes up for me in terms of thinking about like, you know, Tefillah l'Shlom HaMedina. Like, what am I supposed to do in shul, right? Do I get up and start shouting a different version, right? Or, you know, like, you know, I have some funny stories I can tell you about recent things that have happened. You know, in terms of that, but then also I think the flip side is like, Yikuv Tefillah seems like it works in like small communities with like sympathy for the party doing the Yikuv, right? And there's a tension there between like the seriousness with which they take Tefillah, right? Tefillah is really, really important, and the seriousness with which they take the claim of the person preventing the Tefillah from going on. Sadly, I think neither of those are present in our communities, right? In terms of the idea that like, I don't know, if you're showing up to shul at 11 o'clock anyway, just for Kiddush, like, Yikuv Tefillah, like, okay, you'll be annoyed that like, why am I catching the end of the Musaf? I just came for Kiddush. Why is it like 10 minutes later, right? But like, you don't really care that much. And also, like, the sympathies are not with those of us who would want the claims of those of us we would make against our synagogue. So like, I'm curious how you see that serving as a model for productive movement in our synagogues.
Great, okay. So we had a question about Liad's use of Tanaitic material and pshat reading to make a halachic argument. That's not the usual direction of things. We have for Albert and Alan, if cherem is about consensus of the community against one person and Yikuv Tefillah is basically the opposite of that, how does that land for us today, especially thinking about how leftists are a minority in many traditionally observing communities? And then we had a question for each person from Will, Toelet, for Liad. We have what about a shaliach beit din for Alan, which, if I'm remembering right, is in the paper, right? It's in the full paper. And in terms of Yikuv Tefillah, if it depends on people taking both Tefillah seriously and the claim seriously, and we might be in a situation where neither of those are that true, what is the utility of this framework? And then I'm still holding the microphone, so very short Kiddush club only for leftists is the answer.
During Tefillah, just remember.
Yes.
Make sure I think they sing it, so like we'll have a long time.
So I think I'll kind of address both some of what Abigail raised and just some of the general question about unconventional sources, or also related a little bit to Will's question about like practice, or like clearly there are halachic concepts that get developed that cut in a different direction. And that I think that in a really like on a fundamental, on a very base level, there's been two broad perspectives of relating to halacha that have developed in our tradition. And one sees them as a set of rules we've been given, and our job is to uncover and follow the rules as well as possible. The other views it as a much more creative, I'd say even artistic process of expression, of self-expression. And I think that we live in a community, a halachic community, that's been very stifled by the former. by thinking that we have inherited a bunch of rules. And when it comes to psak, you're only allowed to use these people and in these ways. This is all our tradition. There are times where there are like rules of psak or rules of consensus or whatever that might be, and like those matter. But this is all our tradition. And like I think part of what the re-owning or really utilizing and expressing ourselves to the tradition is reliant upon is really re-embodying or thinking about what were the rabbis doing when they were writing Gemara, when they were studying. They weren't thinking, this is the rule and everyone has to listen to me. I mean, maybe they were. But I at least like to imagine it was using the Torah materials they had in front of them, Tanakh, inherited oral Torah, etc., and using that to relate to the life they lived. Some of those were practical questions. Practical things can be business ethics, or it can be how do you keep Shabbat. Some of those were big questions, whatever that might be. But this is just our inherited tradition. This is our language and self-expression. We have such a lesson through this that to some extent, like, yeah, you can look at the practice and you can say, well, Toelet, the ability to destroy things for a good purpose, makes us all mute, because nowadays it just begs the question, was in Gaza a good enough purpose? So first of all, I think everybody in this room will say no. But I think that itself is an expression of practice that itself developed by removing this from its context, removing it from the pshat, removing it from the midrashim that it originally appeared in, and saying this is just an ethic of destruction in a vacuum. What I'm saying is that you could say that we all know that, you know, not killing innocents is a value, but honestly, our community has lost that. That's not true anymore. So if we're going to be talking to our community and not giving up on them, if this is the language we're all expressing, I think there is a value of saying, let me make a case to you that Rambam cared about this. Let me make a case to you that there are people in our tradition who, if they are alive today, would feel very strongly about it. I think that's much more the goal of the tradition has left before us, to make a case for strains within our tradition that should be legitimate, that should be welcomed as part of the discourse, and much less so having like a trump card of like, oh, you think it's this, really Bal Tashchit means you can't kill Gazans, and that's what I'm talking about.
Wow, this is great. I will take Will's question very quickly. The Chavel Nachlatot does deal with the issue of a shliach. He points out the concept of Messiah, of the Avera, that people are complicit in transgressions that are committed on their watch, and also makes a parallel to the Shliach Tzibor, the prayer leader, who is responsible for the issues and requests of the people around them. So this question, I'm sorry if I didn't catch your name, yes. The left, being a minority in our own Jewish communities, that is a really difficult but actual reality. And one of the objections that comes up around Cherem is the idea that it breaks the Jewish community into agudot. So the Mahari Bruna in 15th century only issued one Cherem in his life, specifically because he thought it would tear his community into small pieces bit by bit. And the reality is it's true. Boycotts are incredibly divisive, and so we need to be asking ourselves, first to Abigail's point, are we doing this to make a point, to signal, or is there some clear political path? And I think we've got to be doing it in a way that actually builds coalitions, that is inviting people in if they choose to, rather than casting them out, and framing some of these questions in the terms of universal liberal ethics, rather than who is in and who is out. The last thing, a more effective tool in the hands of disempowered minorities today than it was in medieval times. So in the discourse around the Harchakot Rabbeinu Tam, these charamot that are carried out in modern Israel today against get refusers, social media allows for a relatively small group of people to spread the word and create communal norms in a level that would be unimaginable even 10 or 20 years ago. And so that we do have this power, which can sometimes be deeply problematic to affect wider changes in communal norms.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in with some answers here. Okay, from again. Okay, I think that I want to focus on this issue about how we should be doing or drawing from Ikuva Tefillah today. I think that you're right, is that it would not be effective today. And I think that is what I was trying to highlight with my discussion about how Ikuva Tefillah is a part of the Jewish tradition and has this root in the medieval rabbinic literature, but it's not actually particularly Jewish. It's not like a ritual in the way that you might consider Havdalah a ritual or something like that. It was just a mode of advocating for change. And in that way, it's only useful if it is efficacious. So, but the core of it, or the act of disrupting actual services or prayers, is my sense is that it would not be efficacious today. It would not actually convince people. It could create a spectacle, but it will not convince people. And I think that it's actually on us to try to convince people, to actually raise issues and talk to people who firmly disagree, see things very differently, and do our best to build our coalition among those who are naturally kind of on our side here, and also those who are not. And the spirit of Ikuva Tefillah is taking up communal space for this purpose, for trying to build a coalition. And there is absolutely nothing that guarantees that every Ikuva Tefillah was just. It is not an inherently just activity. You could use this tool to do evil, 100%. But I think that we can take from it a sense of permission to bring our complaints to communal spaces, to feel like that there is an avenue that goes down traditional Jewish lanes that by which we can change our communities, as opposed to just feeling like we have to leave them because of how they are. And I think that the lovely thing about this tradition, and the bit that really brought me to it, was the fact that it is about individuals. That it seems to be, I have not seen any rules for who could or could not raise a complaint. It is not until the 20th century that I've seen cases of women doing this, but I've not seen any rules against women partaking in this. And especially the fact that you were effective if you sought to have the largest audience for your complaint in the medieval context. Then you wanted to bring the entire community, and the community is built up of men, women, children. You're just trying to build a coalition. And I think that in our current age, coalition building, especially coalition drawing for our coalition from the unwilling and trying to convince them and highlighting facts in a way that is effective and convincing is not the norm. And I think that is a mistake.
Okay, thank you all to all the questioners. In our last 5 minutes, I've been informed that I should give you all a chance to respond to me and each other. So you've each got 60 seconds. I'm sorry.
So I just want to say that Abigail raised obviously an excellent point that I honestly missed when I prepared this sugya, that it's not just that Chazal turn this into a personal ritual, they turn this into a personal ritual about limiting physical excesses. So they get the vibe of limiting the physical embodied excess of war, but then they take it out of the context of war and still make it about reject the physical embodied violence of war and accept the peacefulness and the calm and the joy of that. And I think really what it is a good example of what I'm arguing for overall here, that I grew up in the Beis Medrash. I don't always get to balance brisker learning with my sensitivity to emotions as much as I think one should to really thrive in learning. I think that's a great example of how, like, I think it's even more effective article to incorporate that. But I think that's an argument for all of us to really be taking on balancing these things, that you have to know the categories and concepts in order to be able to discuss them, and also to be able to to find the emotionality, what it means to have been a Jew 2,000 years ago, that's just right there in front of you in it.
Yeah, so I'll just close with a last source I didn't bring in, which is the Ramban. So he deals with the question of what actually is the source of authority for a cherem. It doesn't seem to be d'oraisa, even though it's mentioned, but he discusses the essentially democratic communal process of the Tovei Ha'ir. It was the good people of the city, already referred to, came together and actually reached a consensus, either a majority or a unanimity. There is a dispute, but ultimately these questions of what action we're going to take together need to be including the entire community. And that goes to Abigail's point. There are many people who are not in this room right now, but the task ahead is opening up the conversation, ridding ourselves of this spirit of real fear and repression and self-censorship that has prevailed in many of our institutions. And that's bringing in more voices rather than shutting down the conversation is what is needed now.
Just to finish up, I'll say thank you to Griffin. This has really been a joy, and I'm sorry that I'm only there virtually because it looks like you guys will have a great lunch here. But I think I'll finish just by emphasizing, I think a point that has come out here and there is that I think that what really struck me as I was writing about Ikut Vida was that it can be used for good and for bad. And I think that it reverberated with my sense about all rabbinic sources and Jewish sources, because we're in a forum where we want to pull out as much as we can from the Jewish tradition to advocate for a just future and a just world. But within that same tradition, and there are sources that can be read the opposite direction and have been read and are being read the opposite direction, and that we need to hold on to that. Hold on to that tension that our tradition is not inherently good. Not every source is inherently just. And we need to balance that. And as those who are, those of us who are God-fearing and are lovers of this tradition and living in this tradition, we need to keep sight of that. And as I was thinking about Ikut Vida, I was loving it as this beautiful mode of voicing complaints, of voicing visions for a future for our community, but also knowing that it doesn't have to go that way. And I hope that over the rest of this conference, we can think both about what our tradition can offer us, and also what are the dangers that are inherent in some of the sources that we are talking about, and hope in finding ways to, to live by them, and not to, morally die by them.
Can I just interrupt and say, can we just thank the organizers of this conference and all of you for. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for bringing this community together.
Okay, so that was session 1, protest and communal norms. Thank you again to Albert on Zoom, to Rabbi Allen, to Rabbi Liad, and Rabbi Abigail Halpern. Hopefully you see in the framework of this session that we were talking about all the way at the beginning, that this is heard on Har Sinai, but the questions that you asked also were. And something I did not mention at the beginning is that these works are written, but they're also still works in progress. Like, our hope for this conference is that you all commentating and asking questions as well is meant to sharpen the arguments that are being posed here. So for the next sessions, as you saw here, like, the Q&A session is long, and we want it to be. We want your voices to be heard and your thoughts to arise as well. So hopefully we can take that intention into the next sessions as well. The next set of items on the agenda is from 12:05 to 1:15 is lunch. Woo. Lunch will be over there. There are vegan options for those who requested vegan options. That's not for everyone unless if you want, you come speak to us privately. And then at 1:15, we will have session number 2, which is religious Zionism and its consequences, and we'll hopefully continue being incredibly on time. So we'll see you right then. Lunch is in Frankel Hall, actually.
Hello, everyone. Please find your seats. We're going to start in just a moment.
Isaac's AC's A-B situation, should I get them? Should I find out? Or they know? Yeah, so I'll be on top.
Okay, everyone, welcome back for the second session of the Halachic Left, for the inaugural Halachic Left Forum. The title of this session is Religious Zionism and Its Consequences. Our speakers for this session include Rabbi Dr. Aryeh Cohen, who's speaking about Halacha and democracy, rethinking the relationship. A bit about Rabbi Dr. Aryeh Cohen. He is a professor of rabbinic literature at the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies of the American Jewish University. He serves as a commissioner on the Los Angeles City Ethics Commission. He's a co-convener of the Black Jewish Justice Alliance, past president of the Society of Jewish Ethics, a former co-chair of the board of CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, and the Progressive Jewish Alliance. And I'll let you read the rest of the bio inside because he's done many, many great things. Next we have Isaac Schuhertz, talking about Shlilat HaMinhag, negation of the diaspora, and the flattening of our traditions. Isaac grew up in the historic Sephardic community of London. He's now a musician and educator, currently researching Sephardic liturgical music at SOAS, University of London. Isaac's also editor of Siddur Or, a new series of Siddurim, and runs an egalitarian Sephardic minyan. In their real job, you'll find Isaac playing cello for and teaching traditional folk dancing. And we also have Nathaniel Zealous Palais, speaking about law at the end of history. Is religious Zionist halacha antinomian? Nathaniel is a PhD candidate in the School of Psychology at Temple University in Philadelphia. His work has been published in School Psychology Review, and Cognitive Science, and has been presented at major international conferences in psychology. He's the founding editor of Sanctuary, which is a new religious magazine for the American Jewish community, and a co-founder of Chavaya Collective. And commentating on our presenters is Dr. Sarah Wolf, who is an assistant professor of Talmud and Rabbinics at the Jewish Theological Seminary. She's also a research fellow at the Shalom Hartman Institute of North America. She teaches rights. She teaches, writes, and speaks about emotion, law, gender, community, and the imaginary in rabbinic texts. She currently lives in Washington Heights with her spouse, toddler, and 2 cats. So join me in giving them a round of applause, and we're excited to hear them.
Good morning. It's afternoon, actually. I don't know where I am. Okay. Sophia, be a little Mako. Halacha, the Halachic Community, the State of Israel and Democracy. That's the current title. In this presentation, I breezed through some anti-monarchic and pro-democratic thinking in Halacha in order to get to the following question. Given that there is a basis and perhaps an impetus within contemporary Halacha to choose democracy, what are the options in the current reality of the State of Israel to think about the relationship between democracy and Halacha? What then should halachic left movement think and do? In a unique descent in the history of the Law of Kings and the Jewish textual tradition, Don Isaac Abravanel picks up some discarded threads of rabbinic discussion and biblical narrative, and contradicting the striking assertion that, quote, anyone who says that David sinned is mistaken, unquote, argues that monarchy is a bad form of government. Abravanel disputes those who, following Aristotle, argue that a monarch is necessary for a people as a heart to a body. Abravanel opposes monarchy because there is no reason to believe that one person by themselves can, of necessity, make better decisions than a group of people, that an all-powerful ruler without term has no reason to fear retribution or judgment for his deeds, and therefore less motivation to act justly. Moreover, Abravanel claims that, quote, we have seen many lands ruled by judges and temporary rulers who were elected from among them for 3 months at a time, end quote, during which time they had ultimate power, but were held accountable after their time was up. The anti-monarchic view among Jewish thinkers, especially halachic thinkers, was confined more or less to Abravanel until the 19th century and the advent of Zionism, when the questions of Jewish rule were brought up with a renewed sense of practicality and urgency. One of the first of those who discussed the practical and halachic implications of having to decide upon a form of government was a Palestinian-born rabbi who had migrated to Hoboken, New Jersey, the soon-to-be home of Frank Sinatra. Rabbi Chaim Hershenson relates that in 1918, as he was returning home to Hoboken from the 11th Convention of the Zionist Organization of America, he was asked the following question, quote, the spirit that rules today is impatient of any political control except that which springs from the consent of the ruled. And in the convention which we are attending, we have pledged ourselves to a democratic, republican form of government in our new Palestine. Yet, the Jewish law distinctly demands that we shall set a king over us, and it gives us many laws governing the powers, prerogatives, and duties of the monarchy. Are we going to set up our new life in Palestine in simple disregard of a biblical law? Or must we set up a form of government which shall be true to the command of the Bible, but opposed to the political sense of the people? Hershenson's answer is involved, but is grounded in 2 principles. The first is that, quote, nothing in the biblical law and in the halacha is opposed in any way to the progress of civilization or to the rule of common sense, end quote. The second is that svara has the same authority as halacha. Neither of these principles are uncontroversial. To the point of appointing a king, Hershenson's main argument is that there is no longer a need for a king. A king was only to be appointed, according to Hershenson's readings of the sources, once the land was fully captured. The king's job was to be a warlord in the war against Amalek. Once Hershenson has cleared out the space previously occupied by the commandment to appoint a king, he points to another command, which is also dependent on entering the land of Israel. This is the command to appoint judges, shoftim, as laid out in Deuteronomy 16:18. Judges, shoftim, and overseers you shall set for yourself within all your gates that the Lord your God is about to give you according to your tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment. Hershenson argues that shoftim in this command, which only applies in the land of Israel when you are in all your gates, does not mean only judges, but also the heads of the people, their leaders, legislators, counselors, and those who fight their wars to save them from their enemies. These are the judges which are referred to in the book of Scripture, referred to as the book of Judges. While there is no record in the book of Judges of the election of leaders, shoftim, by the people, Hershenson's claim is that since this is part of the command to appoint shoftim, then obviously the people would have fulfilled that also. These shoftim, which are told of in the book shoftim, were elected as part of the legislative branch of the government, quote, as is the custom with a senate and a legislature. This is hinted at with the mention of the elders in the gate of the city. Following this line of thinking, prohibitions against bribery and corrupt judges in Deuteronomy 16 are in fact referring to the leaders and the elections. Quote, the truth is that all these matters were said about the voters who elect them as judges over the people, that the election should be honest and democratic, end quote. And just so, Rabbi Hershenson created the command of democratically electing a representative legislature and executive. However, despite Hershenson's seemingly sincere commitment to democracy and equal rights for all, he does not mention Palestinians or Arabs even once in this discussion. In the next part of the paper, I briefly review the mid-20th century religious Zionist rabbi Rav Shaul Yisraeli's argument for why democracy is halachically acceptable as a practice and perhaps even preferable to monarchy. I will skip the details in the interest of time and jump to his conclusion. Quote, since we already proved that the powers of a king are given in a temporary manner to the shofet, or whoever fills the role of king, it comes out that all the governmental appointments, minuyim mamlachtim, that are done in Israel through elections in which the majority of the people decide will be effective and have authority. And just as you can appoint one person instead of a king, so too you can appoint a council who together would have these powers. According to this, it seems that a governmental council which will be chosen in the manner of proper elections, will have authority in all matters of administering the people with the same authority that a king of Israel had. With this conclusion, Rabbi Yisraeli comes down on the side of saying that democracy is halachically legitimate. He goes further in also saying that a democratic government in Israel is the rightful heir of the ancient monarchy, and perhaps, according to some interpreters, even better than the monarchy. At the same time, his understanding of democracy is wrapped up in Israel being a Jewish democracy, built on explicitly Jewish values and a certain obligation to enforce those Jewish values. So although Israeli finds no problem in electing a non-Jew to a position of power, or that a non-Jew would hold an elected position, the basic premise of an Israeli government at all levels is that it be at a very deep level Jewish. We are left with this question. How should we today think about this relationship between halakha and contemporary Israeli democracy? This question is secondary to a more basic question: is Israeli democracy actually a democracy? There are three approaches to this first question. First, everything the state does is considered halachic or halachically valid. Under this understanding, allegiance to halakha is allegiance to the covenant at Sinai. This allegiance incorporates a fidelity to the principle of majority rule, achrei rabim, and at the same time an acceptance of the Knesset as the malchut, the government. There is an acceptance also, in the sense of a social contract, of majority rule. At the same time, that acceptance is embedded in the halachic principle of dina de malchuta dina. The law of the government is the law, henceforth DDD, which ipso facto gives the legislative process the patina of halachic acceptability or authority. This process does have its share of paradoxes, foremost among which is the fact that halakha is thus decided by a body, the Knesset, most of whose members do not consider themselves bound by halakha, and a significant minority of whom, around 10%, are not Jewish. Second option, the state has nothing to do with halakha. This approach adopts a more radical version of DDD, wherein the legislative functions of the state and the courts that enforce the law are seen as the same as the courts in any other country. That is to say, they are not halachic or specifically Jewish in any meaningful way. The halachic community, like all other sectors of society, is bound to follow the law because of a social contract, not the Sinaitic covenant. Yeshayahu Leibovitz was the preeminent voice during his lifetime in the call for a total separation of religion from state, and not granting any religious or halachic significance to the state. His claim is based on a very narrow view of the possibilities of halakha in a contemporary state, dealing with matters of security, defense, economy, and etc. Leibovitz's narrow understanding of the halakha in the world follows well from his spare definition of Zionism, which is, quote, Zionism is the expression of our being fed up with being ruled by goyim. In this sense, the state that resulted from the Zionist project is no different than any other sense. And in the same way that Dina de Malchuta Dina applies in any other state, so too it should apply in Israel. There are poskim who are skeptical of applying DDD as a rule in the land of Israel. This stems from the understanding that Dina de Malchuta Dina is the rule because the monarch, the Malchut, actually owns the land, and therefore has the right to dictate what happens and who has rights on that land. This feudal understanding of Dina de Malchuta Dina does not apply to the land of Israel, since it was given to the people and not to the king. The government does not then own the land, nor would it have the legal and then halachic right to dictate behavior on that basis. Option 3. The halachic community should operate both inside and outside the state. Well, currently, the concerns of the Haredi parties in the area of religious law have to do most explicitly with draft exemptions for yeshiva boys and public transportation on Shabbat and holidays. These are democratic, but not necessarily halachic concerns. The right to free movement is a democratic concern. The right to a religious exemption from the draft is a democratic concern. The right to free practice of religion is a democratic concern. On the other hand, the right to not see others, both Jews and non-Jews, drive on Shabbat is not a halachic issue. Gerald Blitzstein has argued that, quote, on principle, and not just tactically, there is no halachic authority to religious legislation. The halacha only gives political authority to lay people in the area of civil administration. And this, by definition, removes from the realm of possibility the use of political processes for legislating in matters that have religious significance. That is, matters between people and God. Government is only concerned with the settlement of the world, end quote. The religious Zionist parties are no different in their concerns than the Haredi parties. Their overriding concern is appropriating more money to settlements in the West Bank and expanding the occupation, now also to Gaza. Proper appropriation of communal resources is a democratic concern and more broadly a political concern, but not strictly a halachic concern. Moreover, the appropriation of communal or state funds to support the displacement of Palestinians and the theft of their land and their flocks is on its face forbidden halachically. The second question we asked above still hovers above our discussion. Is Israeli democracy actually a democracy? This brings us back to Hirschenson. One can imagine that a halacha community's approach to democratic practice in the current state of Israel would be grounded first in Hirschenson's principle that there's nothing in the biblical law and in the halacha opposed in any way to the progress of civilization or to the rule of common sense. This was a central pillar of Hirschenson's thinking. I understand this principle to mean that halacha must be ethically sound and at the cutting edge of current ethical thinking. One can further imagine that the concerns of the religious sectors might start with issues that are actually touched upon by the halacha. Some of these are issues that are gathered under the heading of mipnei darchei shalom, for the ways of peace. There are those who view this principle as a tactical motivation. Jewish doctors should treat non-Jewish patients on Shabbat so that non-Jewish doctors will treat Jewish patients. However, as Blitzstein suggests, there is no real reason to assume that mipnei darchei shalom is tactical rather than an ideological ethical claim which sees the prospect of peace as a goal to be attained in part by treating all alike. Quote, if a mixed society intends to exist with respect and dignity, it must establish norms of mutuality between its various sectors, end quote. For a society which is not politically independent, joining in on projects of mutual aid and the like are enough. However, quote, for a society which has very powerful political means, there is a need for more than that. Mipnei darchei shalom can function in a dynamic manner as a norm, which widens and narrows along with the societal reality which constantly changes and with the expectations that are wrapped up in it. To this end, the mandate of Mipnei Darchei Shalom should begin with equitable social welfare policy for all residents. This can be buffered with a strong claim of Mishpat Echad Yeh Lachem, Mishpat HaShaveh Lekulchem, one law for all of you, which is interpreted to mean a law which is equally applied to all. Additionally, fair labor laws, something which is already well grounded in halacha, should be argued for strenuously by the religious parties. In a move that goes beyond Blitzstein's claim on Mipnei Darchei Shalom, or in effect obviates it, Rabbi Chaim David Halevi has made the argument that the state of Israel has committed to live according to the mandate of the Israeli Declaration of Independence, which says that the state will, quote, will promote the development of the country for the benefit of all its inhabitants, will be based on precepts of liberty, justice, and peace taught by the Hebrew prophets, will uphold the full social and political equality of all its citizens without distinction of race, creed, or sex, will guarantee full freedom of conscience, worship, education, and culture, will safeguard the sanctity and inviolability of shrines and holy places of all religions, and will dedicate itself to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. As a result, the obligations of Mipnei Darchei Shalom, whether the weak version as a defensive tactic or the strong version a la Blitzstein, is not necessary. The state was created by and exists according to international law and the Charter of the United Nations. The obligation to treat non-Jewish citizens of the state as equals, according to Halevi, comes from there and not from the pleasure of the majority, or for that matter, from halacha. As a democracy and as set forth in Israel's Declaration of Independence, the minorities' rights are, or should be, protected. When, however, we take a step back and challenge ourselves with Rabbi Hirschenson's principle of ethical leadership, can we say that what is called democracy in Israel lives up to that? Can we say that it's actually a democracy? Is a state which rules over millions of Palestinians in the West Bank under an apartheid administration, military rule for Palestinians, Israeli law for settlers, a democracy? Is a state which steals land and displaces population in cahoots with Israeli Jewish settler thugs by turning a blind eye, supporting with resources and security, and then legalizing the so-called outposts that are built on stolen land, a democracy? And so, at the same time as a halachic movement should be attempting inside the institutions of state to put forward legislation that is actually halachically significant, as outlined above, should also be working on the outside, in the streets, through nonviolent direct action and advocacy, to demand that the state be actually democratic and in line with international human rights law. Within the Green Line, this includes supplying equitable health services to the Palestinian Israeli communities, eliminating barriers of discrimination to living in Jewish areas, and other things. In the West Bank, I have two more paragraphs. In the West Bank, The halacha community should be advocating for the end of the occupation immediately, for the government to stop violating human rights and not engage in theft of land and property and the displacement of Palestinians. An equitable distribution of resources, not face those settling on stolen lands at the expense of Palestinian communities and communities on the periphery. I suggest we take Rabbi Hirschen's principle seriously in the manner in which it applies to democracy. We should not be content merely to choose some manner of democracy over monarchy. Rather, we should also see the obligation to elect legislators in free and fair elections as a halachic obligation. We should also understand this obligation as applying beyond merely the mechanics of elections, but rather to the content of the democracy of the state, equality on all levels of society, and an end to the myth that a state can be a relative democracy within certain legal boundaries and an apartheid regime outside those borders. Until the occupation ends in one way or another, Israel will not, as a state, meet Hirschen's minimal threshold, nor Halevi's higher threshold for democracy in some sympathetic relationship with halacha.
Okay, hi. Talking about shlilat minhag, negation of the diaspora and erasure of tradition. So what does that mean? Well, this is a history discussion. We're going to look back at the new national identity and the process of building it in the early years of the State of Israel and also before it, the homogenization process that took place here. And I'm going to be framing this culture, this culture building process for the new state as a process of building and writing minhagim. That's what culture is, right? Is minhagim. And we're going to look at the way that this new constructed culture has in fact overwritten the prior Judaism. So our core concept here is shlilat hagalut. It literally means negation of the diaspora, and it's exactly what it says in the tin. In order to build a new state, we need to negate the culture that we had before. It was coined by Ahad Ha'am, and it was a core part of early Zionist ideology. And it's very related to the concept of the new Jew as well. We're going to this new place, we need to become new Jews. What does that mean? Leaving the diaspora behind us. So I'm going to look at 3 case studies: music and dance, Hebrew language, and ta'amim and hazanat. We'll look at how those were negated. Then we'll reflect back on the broader impact on our tradition of this. What does it mean for any of us to follow a minhag, or following on from this process, and where we should go from here? Sound good? We with me? Great, let's go. Okay, starting off, music and dance. So Israeli song, I think this is an audience who will have heard Israeli song before and aware of it as a genre. And these are simple 2-part songs, sort of in the model of nigunim. You know, there's a first part, there's a second part, but it's flipping it on its head and it's creating something new. And these songs have dances attached to them as well, in lines and circles, in the model of Eastern European traditional dancing, but again, doing something new. So the diaspora Jew was sad and morose, but the new Jew is going to be happy. So we need new happy songs written by Western-style composers in major or natural minor, not using old klezmer scales, Eastern European scales, or certainly not Middle Eastern scales, and the dances as well, that the diaspora Jew was slouched and hunched and weak, and we're now muscular, sabra new Jews in the new place, and we need new upright dances. The dances are also going to be simple, because we want them to be Oriental, and the Orientals are primitive, and so we need simpler dances. I wish, you're laughing, I wish I was exaggerating this. We have copious writings from, this is the ideology. In order to make it Oriental, they need to be simple. There's lots of writing really idolizing the Arab villager and their beautiful lifestyle. And that's what we want to model here. Israeli dancing is its own thing, and stick your hand in the air if you've ever danced any Israeli dances ever, quite a bit of the one. But it also then has an impact on other dancing rhythm, will be the grapevine. Stick your hand. So grapevine is when you sort of step like in front, behind, like going round in a circle, round in a line. Stick your hand in the air if you have ever danced the grapevine at a Jewish wedding. You may be interested to learn that this step has no history in Eastern European Jewish dancing or any dance traditions. It was in fact a step invented in 1937 for the dance, for the song Mayim Mayim Besason. And specifically, again, this isn't just a new step that we thought of and then it took off. It was specifically to negate the stepping patterns of traditional Eastern European dancing, which were viewed to be too rhythmically complex and disorderly. We need something nice, even. 1-2 for our new state and our new Jew. And now that's just the Jewish step, right, that we've been doing for hundreds of years. So you get to the 60s and 70s, and this starts really taking on the status of Hasidic song in the state of Israel. We have compositions like Izzy Hitman's, I put names, but obviously there's a million Adon Alams. This is Adon Alam Hashem Alach B'Tem Kol. We're not a few. Both of these won the Hasidic song competition of the state of Israel. They were what is deemed to represent Hasidic song. I think to all of us, this is distinguishable from Hasidic music, right? A world in which Ashkenazi culture was so quashed that didn't get the laugh it just got, and you're like, what do you mean? That's what traditional Hasidic song would sound like, right? Let's talk about Sephardic music. Mizrach category of Jews from across the Ottoman Empire, North Africa, Persian, Yemen, Central Asia, even India, or they're just one big box of the ones from over there, and with an extremely suppressed immigrant journey into Israel. And yet, aspects of their culture co-opted. So an example of this is very much Sephardic music. A constructed version of Sephardic music, which is Eastern, in terms of this Oriental version of a state that we're trying to construct, was reconstructed in the 20th century. Then I'd love to be able to play recordings of sort of 19th century and 20th century material. I'm just going to talk about one ethnographer, Yitzhak Levy, who was one of the most significant ethnographers in the early years of the state of Israel, or late Mandate Palestine and then the state. He recorded hundreds of incoming to him into Western sheet music, using Western scales, getting rid of any quarter tones or other scale systems, making it strict rhythm if they were singing in free rhythm, and then he destroyed his recordings. To me, it's like if the librarian of Alexandria burnt down the library. And then he worked in Israeli radio, and this started sort of Ladino Renaissance, and his versions of these songs are what was then broadcast on radio as the authoritative version. This then is fed back into the tradition, and in Sephardic communities today, I'm not talking about Ashkenazim misunderstanding Sephardic music on the outside. Within Sephardic communities, this is what's playing it on the radio. So now this has overwritten the prior tradition, just as the grapevine step is overwritten like Balkan footwork. Let's move on and talk about the Hebrew language. So, again, we mostly here I think, familiar with the idea that Israeli Hebrew uses Sephardic Hebrew. And Ben Yehuda was traveling in Algeria, heard them speaking Sephardic Hebrew, and found this compelling. What we may not know is that the main proponent of this was, in fact, Zev Jabotinsky, who's known to be the most militaristic of the early Zionist thinkers. He wrote a pamphlet, HaMivtah HaIvri, Hebrew pronunciation, in 1930. In it, he outlined that Ashkenazi Hebrew is weak, it's lisping, we need a new, stronger sound, but he also rejected any consonants that he viewed as sounding Arab. Jews are from the cradle of civilization 2,000 years ago and must have high taste and cultured taste. And these sounds, they sound ugly, so they must have come from the Arabs. And the original Hebrew, he theorized, must sound like Italian. The Italians, they are Mediterranean, but civilized. And we need a new Hebrew that sounds like they do. He also was a huge fan of Mussolini, and the fascist speaking style of Mussolini is specifically what he thought this new Hebrew pronunciation pattern would be good for. That is how we ended up with the Hebrew pronunciation pattern that we have today. This pamphlet was enormously successful. Today, it's just that it's a mix that we think of. So let's talk about what we're actually looking at here in terms of the different pronunciation styles. Ashkenazi Hebrew, we have kamatz and patach, and tav and saf, we're differentiating them. Israeli Hebrew merges these, right? Kamatz and patach, tav and tav. But many Sephardic traditions of Hebrew differentiate kamatz and patach, and tau and thou instead of saf. And well known are other consonants like ayin and het, which are preserved by some Mizrahim in Israel. Much less well known, waw, tet, aleph, kof, sadi, Gimel, Daleth. These are all consonants in different configurations across different Sephardic traditions of Hebrew. Totally forgotten today. We have, again, this pattern where the Ashkenazi version of something, mostly overwritten, like the music, but we still have in some traditional communities that people in this room are familiar with, traditional Hasidic nigunim preserved. But in Sephardic communities, really totally overwritten. And again, the same with the language. There's really almost no community. No, there are individuals. I really think I can say there's no community today where these dialects are the norm. It's totally gone. But the Sephardic Hebrew that has replaced it is made up by a guy who thought it sounded like the Romans and therefore cultured and civilized. And that's now the Hebrew pronunciation we have today. Let's talk about grammar. Biblical Hebrew, modern Hebrew, they've changed enormously. I do not have time to go through all of these grammatical details. Believe me, I'd love to. But I want to just draw your attention to the last bullet point. It's not a coincidence that all of the traits of Israeli Hebrew that have changed are traits shared with Yiddish. These were Yiddish speakers who were doing this revival. Furthermore, the traits that they were taking out of Biblical Hebrew are shared, just like with the primitive Oriental steps, we have a Europeanization process modeled as a modernization of languages. Read and write script is actually Yiddish cursive rather than coming from Hebrew. There were other Sephardic cursives, which again today essentially completely forgotten. So we already had a Hebrew language, Lashon HaKodesh, Lashon Kodesh, holy language. It was used for rabbinic writing, legal contracts, poetry, literature, formal letters, lingua franca. Eliezer ben Yehuda wrote that he was inspired to revive Hebrew by hearing Hebrew spoken in Algeria. Who hears something existing and says, I better go revive it then? And yet this version of the language that he revived has totally overwritten prior forms of the language. So third and final example, Ta'amim and Chazanot. Again, some background. When I say Minhag Yerushalmi, I mean the right fold in Jerusalem, but I don't necessarily mean an old rite according to that place. Yerushalmi is used today to refer to the hybrid Minhag, which is developed in the state of Israel. Shluchim, something people may not know about. There's a long history of Shluchim going from yeshivot in Ottoman Palestine to raise money in the diaspora for these yeshivot. As the Zionist movement grew, this then became a core part of Zionism. Emissaries going out to spread the good word. And they would teach Israeli songs, they'd teach Israeli Hebrew, and they'd teach Yerushalmi Minhag, seeing how all our topics, so we can see how our topics are very intertwined here. What this means is the Yerushalmi Minhag was really spread before current memory, particularly in Persia, Afghanistan, and Central Asia. The most egregious example to me is that the Torah Ta'amim of these communities is completely lost today. We're not talking about, but you can still find some elderly people doing it. This has been I would love to be wrong, and I'm still within my research, but I really think that no one knows today, and we will never know, what the Torah Ta'amim before the 20th century sounded like in Persia, Afghanistan, or Central Asia. I'm not talking about some of, the Kaddish V'Kippur Mincha. This is the Torah Ta'amim, and it's fully lost. And the rest of the Chazanot may well follow suit soon, because of Shluchim going out to these communities and overwriting it. So, to try and wrap up and conclude, this is really just 3 iceberg tips, and I give a lot more detail in the paper, and still it's just 3 iceberg tips of a mass extinction event of Minhagim across the 20th century. I want to be really, really clear. This was a conscious and ideological process. We see it often as, it's just some homogenization that happened naturally due to the huge influx to the state of Israel. But we don't. All of the early Zionist thinkers wrote about and affirmed this ideology of Shlilat Hagalut. It was a conscious process to negate the diaspora that we've now forgotten about today, and we think it just happened accidentally. And this new version that we've inherited, we see as Minhagei Abot, the custom of our forefathers. And I want to finish just talking about why this matters. When we talk about what Minhag is, we think it's the little things, right? How many hours do you wait between meat and milk? What tunes do you use? What shape is your hat? And that's inside out. A minhag is the core. A minhag is what drives us. Vayinhag Yaakov. Yaakov drove his livestock. Although notice the verb, subject, object, constituent order in the biblical Hebrew. Just saying. When you suppress a culture, you suppress its entire worldview. Hacham Ovadia Yosef and Hacham Uziel is an example which I go to in the paper, in written paper, in more depth about their halachic differences, but I just want to touch on here as an example of this. Hacham Uziel, stick your hand up if you've heard of him. Great. This is a fun room. A few of us. Really, one of the most important Sephardic halachic thinkers of the 20th century, and the first Rishon LeZion, Sephardic chief rabbi of the State of Israel. His halachic ideology was very much in the classic Sephardic model, very uncompromisingly. He found himself constantly in machloket with Rav Kook. Rav Kook sort of won in every case in terms of what became the norm in Israel, and Uziel today is essentially forgotten. Stick your hand up if you've heard of Hacham Ovadia Yosef. More of us. Great. More or less everyone. A generation later, Ovadia Yosef comes along, entirely functions and reframes Sephardic halakha to be in an Ashkenazi Haredi framework, invents a more or less completely ahistorical version of sort of construction of what Sephardic halakha consists of, in terms of saying that it's always according to the Shulchan Aruch, with no variation, says that all Sephardim in the land of Israel need to conform to this. And now once he has remodeled Sephardic halakha to have at its core, the minhag that should drive it, at its core be an Ashkenazi Haredi core, then he can fiddle about with the edges and put some Sephardic details over the top, just like with the other cultural aspects we've seen. What is it that sort of pushed and meant that he had to do this? Suppression of culture. He explicitly said that it was this oppression of Mizrachim in Israel, which meant that he felt he had to take this approach. So you see, minhag pesika is inseparable from music and dance, from language, from ta'am and chazanut, from broader culture. We talk about rupture and reconstruction, homework creep, Ashken normativity, all these issues, but it's shlilat hagalut. And therefore, it is Zionism, which I actually think is the real driver of the halachic crisis we find ourselves in today. I want to finish with a final thought. This diversity of different halakha from different places, it comes from us having havrutot, us being spread around the world, and us constantly engaging in havruta, sharpening our culture and our culture sharpening their culture, just like a havruta relationship, with all of the different non-Jewish communities we find ourselves mixing with and we find ourselves in partnership with. So if, what do we do in the face of this minhag mass extinction event? I struggle to know, but if I can offer one thing, I think that not just our richness as a culture and minhag, and it's a different minhagim, but actually our real continuation as a people actually relies on our re-engagement with non-Jewish communities around us everywhere we are in order to have those havrutot again.
Just want to begin by thanking the organizers who have put in so many countless hours of work, and also to all of you for being here. There's suitcases on the side of the room, spoken to people who have come from really far. It's really moving to see. It's really moving to see the dedication to both our values and Torah. In the heart of the three seas, separating Jaffa and Odessa, aboard a ship returning from the land of Israel, Rabbi Shmuel Mohilever put to paper a statement that would ripple across the future of religious Zionism. The year was 1890, and Rabbi Mohilever, one of the leaders of the Chovei Tzion movement and later the founder of an earlier iteration of the Mizrahi organization, had just completed a month-long stay in Palestine, where he was tasked with forming an executive committee and inspecting Chovei Tzion's new colonies in Petach Tikva, Rishon LeZion, and Gedera. In a tract he called The Purpose of My Trip to the Holy Land, Rabbi Mohilever reflected on the theological significance of the Jewish return to Palestine and on the efforts to facilitate it to which he had devoted the previous 10 years of his life. He set out a halachic argument for religious Zionism, contending, contrary to his own recorded observations, that living on the land alone inspired the secular settlers to repent, and that they, unlike their counterparts in Russia, did not violate Shabbat in public. Then he wrote something astonishing. Quote, "The Holy One, blessed be he, prefers that his children dwell in his land, even if they do not observe the Torah properly, than that they dwell outside the land and observe the Torah properly." That a self-professed Orthodox rabbi would commit to writing such a heterodox, indeed antinomian belief, one that contravenes several verses in the Torah, scores of passages across the prophets, and centuries of rabbinic interpretation that explicitly condition Yishuv Eretz Yisrael, or a settlement in the land of Israel, on proper observance of Torah, would otherwise strain credulity. Today, however, Rabbi Mochelever's words represent a foregone conclusion of much of religious Zionist thought, and a significant body of its contemporary halachic literature, that Yishuv Eretz Yisrael, stripped of its contingency on Torah observance, is a supreme religious priority rivaled only by, and sometimes surpassing, traditionally preempting values, including the preservation of human life and the prohibition against murder. This stance, despite being a complex artifact of more than a century of political ideology, theology, and halachic theory, is nonetheless understood and represented by religious Zionism as the authentic view of Torah. Owing to the fact that religious Zionist rabbis and thinkers couch their perspectives in the traditional language of halacha and Jewish thought, extant scholarship has largely focused on the theological, political, and legal underpinnings of the position, with less attention paid to its parallels in Jewish intellectual and jurisprudential history. These comparisons, I will argue, must be drawn if the full import of religious Zionist halacha and its implications for Jewish faith and practice more broadly are to be grasped. In recent years, religious Zionist rabbis have issued halachic decisions and guidance that appear to contravene centuries of established halachic or Jewish moral consensus. Many of these directives, to be sure, originate from the Chardal, or nationalist Haredi, or ultra-Orthodox wing of religious Zionism, whose emphasis on Yishuv Eretz Yisrael as an overriding value is especially manifest in its heavy promotion of illegal settlement activity in the occupied West Bank. Some decisions have incorporated racism and xenophobia into their halachic argumentation, such as the 2010 ruling jointly issued by more than 50 religious Zionist rabbis, forbidding Jews from leasing housing to Israeli Arabs. Others have openly called for violence against Palestinians. It is my contention, however, that even those rulings which do not take such egregious positions are nonetheless undergirded by the centralization and sacralization of the value of Yishuv Eretz Yisrael, itself a theological proposition that compromises the integrity of halacha. One such decision, and one holding particular importance for contemporary religious Zionist halacha, was the one issued in 1990 by Rav Shaul Yisraeli, Rosh Yeshiva of Yeshivat Merkaz Harav, and a judge who sat on the Supreme Rabbinical Court of Jerusalem, forbidding land for peace deals. Rabbi Yisraeli's ruling, which I analyzed more fully in the present study, was itself a response to a decision of Rav Ovadia Yosef, who ruled in favor of those deals, largely on the basis of halacha's prioritization of the preservation of human life over other considerations. Rabbi Yisraeli's halacha argumentation, by contrast, is polemical, and I argue inextricable from the theological reasoning that compels its conclusion ab initio. As a full presentation of the evidence for this assertion is beyond the scope of these remarks, I will briefly summarize. First, Rabbi Yisraeli selectively read the position of Ramban, Nachmanides, as obligating the military conquest of Eretz Yisrael on a biblical level, even during exile, contrary to all earlier interpretations of Ramban's position, which restricted it to the settlement of the land. Second, he overlooks a key sentence from a responsum of the 15th century authority Rabbi Shlomo ben Shimon Duran, Rashbash, in order to construe that decisive position as supportive of his own. Third, he implies that the three oaths forbidding mass Jewish settlement of the land of Israel in exile may be voided by their own violation. Fourth, he invokes the possibility of mass Jewish death in messianic wars to justify the endangerment of life by the state of Israel. Fifth, and finally, he contends, without any halachic justification, that the oath forbidding rebellion against the nations of the world in Tractate Tubot does not apply at all in the land of Israel. These 5 lines of argumentation contribute to an impression of Rabbi Yisraeli's responsum as dependent on circular, self-justifying reasoning, which is read elsewhere in the responsum, reveals as theological in character. There was another prominent religious figure in Jewish history, perhaps not as learned as Rabbi Yisraeli, but certainly more venerated in the wider Jewish world, who similarly deployed the language of halacha in service of theology. In the summer of 1666, after being moved by Ottoman authorities to the castle prison in Gallipoli in present-day Turkey, Shabbatai Tzvi began a period of intensive ritual and halachic innovation. Surrounded by thousands of his devotees from across the Ottoman Empire and Europe, Shabbatai Tzvi declared the period of Bein HaMitzarim, the 3 weeks between the fasts of Shiva Asar B'Tammuz and Tisha B'Av, which we currently find ourselves, traditionally observed as a period of mourning for the temple, one of celebration of the imminent redemption. He introduced his followers to fast. He instructed, his followers to fast until midday, the moment at which the Messiah himself began eating, and then to observe the rest of the day as they would a Yom Tov, or festival. To justify this apparent partial annulment of the fast day, Shabtai ostensibly invoked a prophecy of Zechariah, which states that in Messianic times, the fast of Shiva Asar B'Tammuz, Tisha B'Av, Tzom Gedalia, or 3 Tishrei, Asara B'Teves, 10 Teves, will be, quote, for the house of Judah for joy and gladness and for festival days, end quote. Ma'uz Kahana argues, contrary to the long tradition of understanding Shabtai Tzvi's relationship with halacha as fundamentally subversive, that the halachic innovations set forth by Shabtai Tzvi in this series of holidays constitute evidence of Shabtai's underlying fealty to the framework and language of halacha. This, Kahana claims, is apparent not only from the self-styled Messiah's presentation of the laws of his new festivals in the traditional rabbinic idiom, but in his adherence to the halachic structure of Yom Tov, down to its granular technicalities. Shabtai could very well have invented a new kind of Jewish holiday using the language of halacha, perhaps one that obviated any concerns about rabbinic prohibitions, or one that elided the halacha category of Yom Tov entirely. That he chose not to suggests he operated within the halacha, rather than, as the interpreters from Rabbi Yaakov Emden, Gershom Sholem would have it, outside of it. Shabtai suspends halacha using its own rules, transforming the fast of Shiva Asar B'Tammuz to a day of feasting because of a rabbinic interpretation of a prophecy of Zechariah, instituting new holidays of his own accord, and prohibiting labor on them because of the wide latitude the rabbis afford themselves in declaring new holidays, and relaxing rabbinic prohibitions pertaining to the holidays, including playing instruments and asking non-Jews to perform prohibited labor, by applying the rule of Ein Shvus B'Mikdash, which precludes the application of rabbinic prohibitions in the temple to the sacralized space of his believers' communities. All it is required is that Shabtai declare himself the Messiah, and some creativity in extending the rabbinic state of exception afforded to the Messiah to encompass the time and space over which he holds sway. Kahana's reading is a novel one, though well-grounded in his own knowledge of halacha and expertise in Sabbatian theology, and is certainly not without some creative license in understanding the conceptual bounds of halacha as demarcated principally by its procedural regulations over and above the meta-halachic principles of its application. Yet its argument must be taken seriously, particularly in a time such as now, when ideological and other extra-halachic factors infiltrate halachic discourse, and in which, paradoxically, rabbinic decisors fail or decline to acknowledge these factors in their decision-making. If Shabtai's halacha can, in a philosophical respect, be considered halacha, and nonetheless retain its deeply problematic nature by dint of the unsubstantiated, unfalsifiable theological claims that motivate it, so should any other halacha driven by such claims. It is in this sense that Shabtai Tzvi's halacha bears similarity with the religious Zionist halacha represented Rabbi Yisraeli's responsum. Both satisfy all the procedural conditions of traditional halacha, and nonetheless are built upon a philosophical foundation, without which the construction of their halachic edifices are not possible. For both, this foundation is the subjective perception of time and its vagaries as possessing the identifying qualities of the final messianic redemption, a perception irrelevant and thus immune to the ordinarily penetrating and unforgiving systematicity of halacha. We thus need not even descend to the question of legitimacy of their theological claims, because the mere fact of their halachic rationale's contingency on those claims is sufficient to disqualify those rationales as such. The same may be said of the specific halachic claims at issue here. All of Rabbi Yisraeli's arguments considered above share commonality with Shabtai Tzvi's basis for revoking rabbinic prohibitions against fasting, Amir La'akum, and playing musical instruments on Yom Tov. They adhere to an internal halachic logic which has no theoretical basis other than its own self-justification, grounded in a perception of contemporaneous time as messianic. What then makes them antinomian? We might suggest that Rabbi Yisraeli's responsum and other works of religious Zionist halachic literature similar to it bear the marks of antinomianism insofar as the methodology is not conditioned on the inviolability of halacha as a matter of principle. That their starting theological assumption, namely that the current social and political realities in Israel-Palestine are messianic or pre-messianic in quality, requires them to accept the possibility of non-procedural abrogation of halachic obligations and prohibitions, renders them outside the normative halachic tradition. The mere fact of the resignation, conscious or not, to the possibility of illegitimate suspension of the law, betrays a view of that law as subservient to a higher order religious motive. In the case of religious Zionism, that motive is not only theological but historiographic as well, More specifically, the unfalsifiable, deterministic perception of messianic time upon which the edifice of religious Zionist theology is constructed. This, too, is what makes religious Zionist halacha analogous to Sabbatian halacha. The latter, despite possessing far richer theological content, nonetheless depends on its own messianic claim to exist at all. A more important question remains. If religious halacha, or at least some streams thereof, is antinomian, what are the implications for we who already discount the theology on which it depends? As Ovdei Hashem, servants of God who oppose the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza, and the systematic killing, oppression, and dehumanization of Palestinians perpetrated by religious Zionist siblings, why should it matter if we can describe it as well with the academic terminology of religious studies? Here, too, the example of Sabbatianism may be instructive. Shabtai Tzvi and his followers were opposed by normative halachic tradition, not primarily because of his messianic claim, but because of his abrogation of major prohibitions and his arrogation of halachic authority. In fact, as recent scholarship has shown, rabbinic opposition to Sabbatianism did not begin in earnest until halachic authorities learned of Shabtai's antinomian activity. An important and common challenge faced by religious Jews opposed to the moral, ethical, and spiritual problems of religious Zionism is that there are often no concrete halachic sources to point to in order to substantiate opposition. Individuals must often resort to the subjective and conditioned language of morality to engage interlocutors, who in return frequently invoke emotional or political arguments that obfuscate the religious stakes of the matter at hand. Even Torah sources marshaled in support of anti-war, anti-occupation, and anti-violent positions may be subject to interpretation, or countered with other sources affirming opposing views. By contrast, providing evidence that religious Zionist halacha is programmatically antithetical to normative halachic tradition can build a more robust case for communal opposition to both its ideas and their brutal concretization in the lives and futures of Palestinians. Ideally, such an outcome would strengthen material support for Palestinians and halachically observant communities and for a just peace for all people living between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the conference organizers for inviting me here as a commentator, and to the three presenters in this session for writing such fascinating and thought-provoking pieces. In the first part of my response, I'll briefly summarize each paper, and I'll share what I primarily took away from the papers, as well as one or two questions that arose for me when thinking about each writer's argument and analysis. And then in the second part of my comments, I'll share some broader reflections and questions inspired by this group of papers and also by the overall project of the Halachic Left. And then we'll turn it over to all of you for a Q&A. Aryeh Cohen's paper investigates the relationship between halacha and democracy from two angles. First, Aryeh examines the question of why a Jewish state should halachically be ruled by a democracy at all, as opposed to a monarchy, as described in the Bible and other classical Jewish sources. Aryeh describes how one early 20th century Zionist rabbi, Rabbi Chaim Hirschenson, used some unconventional halachic methods to argue for the necessity of a democracy. Aryeh then moves on to discuss two questions that arise given the fact that Israel's government was, in fact, set up as a democracy. The first question is, what exactly is the relationship between the halacha and the current government? And Aryeh presents several different options. Aryeh then raises the question of whether Israel really is a democracy as it claims to be. He suggests that the Israeli government is failing to uphold certain halachic principles, such as mipnei darchei shalom and mishpat echad yeh lekulchem, that perhaps more importantly, it is failing to live up to the standards of its own declaration of independence, as well as those of international law. And finally, that embodying halacha means demonstrating ethical leadership, and the Israeli government is clearly failing at that. He calls on the halachic community to advocate for reforms on all these fronts. As I understood it, Aryeh's argument implicitly operates on the following logic. Following Hirschenson, halacha must be ethical. Since democracy is the most ethical form of government, that means democracy is a or the halachically legitimate form of rule, and that therefore we should judge what is a valid democracy based on this same standard of what makes valid halacha. Is it living up to ethical standards? I certainly appreciated the point, as I imagine many of us did, that Israeli democracy is failing on ethical and halachic grounds, in addition to failing to uphold some of the basic standards of democracy itself in terms of fair and equitable representation. I do think, though, that there are some logical leaps being made here in the conclusion that a democracy that fails to promote ethical or halachic values is not truly a democracy. So first, as Aryeh himself notes, the halachic argument for democracy is itself based on some creative forms of argumentation and doesn't seem to be the obvious read of the classical sources. So the idea of that halakha must be ethical is a compelling one, but it's one that I think needs to be further fleshed out and defended instead of just taken as a given. I'll return to this point later on in my response. But I also want to raise another question about the argument here. Even if we grant that halakha must be ethical to be legitimate, does that mean that a democracy that is unethical is also inherently not legitimate? That's at least what I understood Aryeh to be saying, that beyond avoiding obvious violations of democratic norms like upholding liberty and equality of all its citizens, a true democracy needs to also uphold things like fair labor laws and protect its citizens from oppressive treatment by other citizens. And if not, it loses its right to call itself a democracy. So this is a potentially really powerful claim that I'm open to, but I think it's quite a radical position. And I think it would be helpful for it to be further explicated, perhaps including its implications for other democracies too, in this paper. Netanel Zeles-Pallais' paper examines the relationship between halakha and Israel's government as well, but from a very different angle. Netanel raises the question of whether there is an inherently antinomian bent to Zionist theology that plays out in the halachic approach of major Zionist thinkers and poskim. He provocatively argues that, quote, a defining feature of religious Zionist halakha is its epistemological dependence on religious truth claims beyond the purview of halakha, namely the idea that the establishment of the State of Israel heralds the beginning of the Messianic age. And he argues that this belief, quote, requires them to accept the possibility of non-procedural abrogation of halachic obligations and prohibitions, which renders them outside of normative halachic tradition. As an apt and deeply disturbing example, Netanel in his paper cites the tshuva of a Haredi Leumi rabbi who ruled that protesters could violate Shabbat in order to block humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. Netanel also discusses a tshuva of Rabbi Israeli, which he argues uses some quite forced reads of the sources in order to argue that the commandment to settle the land supersedes the principle of pikuach nefesh. And finally, Netanel compares Zionist halakha to Sabbatean halakha, arguing that while neither movement actually aims to reject the framework of halakha entirely, both Zionism and Sabbateanism operate far enough outside the halachic norm that they are clearly both halachically invalid, and that this is important and useful grounds for the halachic community on which to contest the project of religious Zionism as a whole. I think the idea of challenging the whole religious Zionist project on the grounds that it is fundamentally halachically invalid is a fascinating one. But it raised some questions for me about how we evaluate halachic validity. Again, I'm going to return to this question later in my remarks. But for now, I want to challenge Netanel to refine how he is engaging with the framework of antinomianism. I do think it's potentially a very productive category to engage with, but I thought the author seems somewhat ambivalent about exactly what he means by it and to what extent he wants to apply it here, especially since, as you heard, he raises the point that even Sabbateans could be still said to be committed to some kind of halachic framework. And I'm curious whether the shared commitment to messianism might actually wind up being the more helpful point of comparison here between Sabbateanism and religious Zionism. I also thought it might be useful on that front for Netanel to look at one of Robert Cover's lesser read papers, Bringing the Messiah Through Law, a Case Study, which is actually about the Messianic movement in Sfat in the 16th century. And finally, though this might really be for a paper other than this one, I thought it would be fascinating for Netanel to place Rabbi Yisraeli's ruling that one must risk one's life for Yishuv Eretz Yisrael and the forced readings that get him there in the context of what I believe to be a history of unusual halachic rulings when it comes to questions of sacrificing Jewish lives. So two classic examples of this are the Tosafist's ex post facto defense of preemptive self-martyrdom during the Rhineland massacres of 1096, and then in the opposite direction, the Rambam's lenient ruling that Jews may choose to say the Shahada rather than martyr themselves, despite the Talmud's apparently ruling to the contrary. To be clear, these are all suggestions more than they are critiques, and the fact that this paper made me think in all these directions is a testament to how rich and thought-provoking it was. Finally, Isaac Truhertz's paper likewise investigates the relationship between Jewish nationalism and Jewish religiosity. But whereas the other two papers focused on Zionism and Halacha, Isaac focuses primarily on Zionism's effect on minhag. Isaac uses examples of folk music, folk dance, spoken Hebrew, Nusach, and Tamei HaMikra to demonstrate how Zionism, in its commitment to Shlilat HaGalut, created new homogeneous forms of culture that sidelined and even destroyed traditional ones, especially in cases pertaining to Sephardic minhag. Isaac argues, I think, quite compellingly that whereas we often refer to the process of the creation of Israeli culture either neutrally as a mixing of Ashkenazi and Sephardi practice, or else take a critical framework by framing modern Israeli culture as Ashken normative, both of these descriptors miss the nuance of how Zionist ideology worked to actively create a new form of culture that was not purely Ashken normative, but also turned an orientalizing gaze on Sephardic culture to produce supposedly authentic forms of practice that were, in fact, largely invented. In the last section of Isaac's paper, which we, I think, heard the least about here, they argue that halacha is also a form of cultural practice that, like music, dance, and nusach, emerges from a particular minhag, and that pesika, especially Sephardic pesika, underwent much the same homogenizing process under Zionism that these other cultural modes of production did as well. I overall found Isaac's paper to be quite convincing and thought-provoking, and as someone who knows basically nothing about ethnomusicology, I learned a lot. I did want to raise a question about the part of the paper where Isaac addresses modern Hebrew. So Isaac addresses two aspects of modern Hebrew, grammar and accent. And as far as accent is concerned, Isaac makes what I found to be a very compelling claim that what we call Sephardic pronunciation is in fact more accurately just Zionist pronunciation, in that it eschews both Ashkenazi and Sephardic modes of pronunciation that are too obviously diasporic, whether the Ashkenazi Saf or the Sephardic guttural Ayin or Aleph. Isaac notes that the fact that it's nonetheless called Sephardic pronunciation has more to do with Orientalist ideas about what is authentic than any actual resemblance to Sephardic communities' actual spoken Hebrew. I was less convinced, though, by Isaac's argument that modern spoken Hebrew is grammatically different from Biblical Hebrew, and thus from other Semitic languages as well, due to influence from Yiddish. As Isaac himself points out elsewhere in the paper, Hebrew was used continuously as a written language for 2,000 years before Eliezer ben Yehuda came along, which for me raised the question of why Isaac chose Biblical Hebrew as the point of comparison with modern Hebrew as opposed to, say, medieval Hebrew. I'm as little a historian of the Hebrew language as I am an ethnomusicologist, so I can't offer a counter-narrative about the relationship between the Hebrew of medieval or early modern responsa and modern spoken Hebrew, but it is something I'm curious about, and maybe it's something that can be addressed further in the Q&A. Okay, so now that I've briefly responded to each paper individually, I also want to offer some remarks in response to the papers collectively. For me, one of the fascinating questions raised by this group of papers is what marks a halachic ruling or a halachic movement as legitimate? I think we often imagine the answer to this question to be a given, but it's very much not. And I think it would really benefit the papers and perhaps even the entire project of this conference to think through some of these larger questions of how halacha works and how we think it's supposed to work. It was striking to me that each of these papers takes a different approach to the question of how halacha should ideally function, if there is, in fact, an ideal at all. Aryeh's paper takes as a starting position that halacha is legitimate if and only if it is ethically sound. He shows that this principle is explicitly operative for Rabbi Chaim Hirshenson, who uses it to undergird a halachic argument for democracy that is heavily based on svara, logical reasoning. But even when analyzing cases beyond this specific responsum, Aryeh still seems to take it as a given that determining legitimacy based on ethical considerations is how halacha should, if not does, work. Meanwhile, his fellow panelist Netanel takes an orthogonal approach to determining halachic legitimacy. For Netanel, halacha is legitimate if and only if it is based in valid sources, and not if it is grounded in extra halachic frameworks, such as Messianism. So in the paper, Netanel, citing the Rambam, lists 4 sources of truth claims that are typically recognized by halacha: oral traditions, authoritative textual interpretations, original interpretations based on the 13 principles of Rabbi Yishmael, and finally, quote, rabbinic interpretations of rabbinic or halachic literature and halachic rulings grounded in defensible readings of halachic texts and or consensual rabbinic authority. I'm not sure that everyone would agree with this as a totally comprehensive list. Just as one counterexample, Urbach's classic book, Halacha, Its Sources and Development, lists 5 sources of halachic truth, the 5th, interestingly, being Sevara, which happens to be precisely the method that Aryeh's Rabbi Hirshenson uses to argue for halachic democracy. In any case, to summarize, for Aryeh, halacha is legitimate when it is grounded in an extra halachic consideration, namely ethics, even if a decisor uses unconventional methods of legal reasoning to reach their conclusion. But for Netanel, halacha is illegitimate if it is grounded in an extra halachic consideration, namely Messianism, precisely because this could lead to halachic rulings that deviate too far from the norms of how halacha is supposed to work. I think that Isaac's paper actually makes a valuable intervention here in pointing out that there is no universally accepted legitimate halachic practice, and that what is perceived as halachically legitimate is just as socially and culturally determined as musical scales or cantillation styles. For example, he notes that many Sfaradim were accustomed to ruling based on the Zohar, which doesn't appear in the Rambam's or Urbach's lists of valid sources of halachic truth. Isaac also fascinatingly suggests that Sephardic halacha was historically much more open to leniencies, including on questions of conversion, women and positive time-bound commandments, and electricity on Yom Tov. So once we accept that there is no one universal standard of halachic legitimacy, I think we have to think much more deeply about how and why we accept or reject halachic arguments. I tend to be skeptical of arguments that claim that there is an acceptable form of making halachic rulings and that someone's opponent is wrong because they have deviated from that form based on their own extra legal commitments. I don't think such arguments are totally meritless, but I do think they can run the risk of ignoring the fact that halacha divorced from extra legal commitments is impossible. And I would argue, at least for the attendees of this conference, such a halacha is also not desirable. In his essay Toward Critical Halachic Studies, Ariel Schremer critiques the dominant view in Mishpat Ivri that halacha is a formalist legal system, and that halacha as the will of God is ontologically prior to judicial activity, the goal of which is to discover what the law ought to be. Schremer points out that the meaning of any text, whether literary or legal, is produced in large part by interpretations, and readers do not produce meanings from a vacuum and impose them onto the text. No meaning could be created if not for a set of prior suppositions that the reader brings to the table. Following this line of argument, perhaps we should then favor the approach that we should consider legitimate halacha to be that which produces an ethically good outcome. The problem here, though, is twofold. First, halachic discourse, unfortunately, does have a long history of claiming it's formalist and rejecting anything that's an outlier as illegitimate. So step 1 to convincing people that all ethically bad halacha is just bad halacha would probably have to be first convincing them that halacha isn't actually a formalist system with clear rules, as most traditionalists would have it. And the second question, of course, is that people don't agree about what an ethically good outcome is. In which case, why even frame the problem in terms of halakha in the first place? Why not just go join any other leftist organization simply trying to convince people that killing Gazan children is morally bad? I want to suggest as a future direction for this group of thinkers as a whole that we spend some time thinking about what a specifically leftist theory of halakha might look like. I believe that such an approach would have to more clearly acknowledge that halakha itself does not exist in a vacuum of divine truth or ethics, but is always inherently bound up with the world, with cultural norms, claims to power, social status, relationship with capital, ideology, and, in the case of the State of Israel, a government backed by violent force. Without this kind of analysis of our own authoritative mode of legal discourse, I think there will always be something fundamentally politically lacking in a leftist halachic project. Exactly what this leftist theory of halakha would entail and what it looks like to produce halakha grounded in this kind of analysis are open questions to which I don't have the answer. But I do want to encourage people in the Q&A, which we'll turn to in just a minute, to raise further questions along these lines. For now, I'll just close by saying that it was truly a pleasure to get to think with these three papers. And again, I want to thank the panelists and the conference organizers for this opportunity. And we'll turn now to take questions from the audience. Okay, so we'll do one round of three people. All right. Great. Okay, let's see. I'm going to stand up so I can see people. Okay, so let's take all the way in the back. And striped shirt. Yep. And Emily. Okay.
Hi. I just had a question for Isaac. I think bouncing right off Dr. Wolf's comments about what the good and bad methodology to halacha would be, I think just talking about minhag as a concept, if this idea that this like unified halacha is the idea of like creating a unified halacha is just about making non-Ashkenazic forms of Jewish culture and halacha to be somehow like non-normative Judaism, then I wholeheartedly agree with you that that's pretty terrible. That being said, I think there's this idea of minhag that's shifted from minhag in the original sense of the Gemara, where minhag in the Gemara is more so just about coming to a town and not contradicting that town's practices so that people living together would be able to practice together. And I wonder how much of this idea of a unified halacha is really rooted in Zionism, or isn't really rooted in Zionism, but more so that the 21st century and modern communication technology has changed how we interact with halacha in general. I think we have like a very high consciousness of like different minhagic practices, and we all live together. And like, I think nowadays we're very comfortable with the idea of like a minhag being rooted in like a community that's not halachically grounded in halacha. Like, I want to give examples, but I don't want to like call anyone out. But okay, Brooks. Sorry. Like the idea this is something that's a minhag shtus is not necessarily something that I find like anathema, and like the idea of that like a minhag in general could just be discarded because it's not grounded in halacha. I don't think like is principally like something that I find to be that problematic, and I don't find that to be your point. So I guess I would be curious to hear like what you feel like is like the proper methodology of like how much of what would be like a proper approach to coming up with like a more unified halacha that we can all practice together without kind of falling into these ideas of like we're making Ashkenazic forms of Judaism like normative.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you very much for you guys' presentations. I had a question for Isaac about another question for Isaac about the negation of the diaspora, particularly from the diaspora perspective. What was the? I'm not sure if you've researched this, but what was the response of Shilat HaMinhag from the diaspora, particularly the diaspora in America? Was there a rejection of this? Was there even an awareness that this type of negation was happening? And I'm also interested, if you know, what were the similarities and differences between what was happening to diaspora minhagim for new arrivals in Israel with America? Because at the same time, America was also taking massive amounts of people from Europe that had all these different traditions and creating like a new form of Judaism. And were those similar processes? Were they in tension? And how did the Israeli, the Zionist minhag, so to speak, almost win out in the United States?
Hi, thanks all. Sarah, I wanted to pick up on your last thing about the theory of halacha, and maybe this is a kind of general question for the panel or for like the crowd. It seemed to me that you were suggesting a little bit that a group like this could stand to have a kind of halachic theory, like what is the relationship between the left or some theory of political liberation and emerging from halacha, but it's not actually clear to me that a group like that necessarily needs to emerge from some kind of clear theory of like a relationship between halacha and the left, nor am I sure that halacha can yield that, and I'm definitely sure that nobody needs halacha. I really hope we know that nobody needs halacha to know that like political Zionism has wrought catastrophe. So I was wondering, like, is there a different way of thinking about it? Like, you know, it's like the left is the left, but some groups on the left have like kosher food and are like inflammatory signs. We don't make them on Shabbat. So like, and that's how you know that we're like the halachic left and not the other kind that like does stuff on Shabbos. So I mean, theoretically, there's at least theoretically, there's a kind of different way of thinking about what constitutes a left group which has a kind of distinctive voice, which is in some sense halachic, but does not necessarily emerge from some kind of clear, consistent account of what halacha means to us as an expression of leftism.
Just go for it. It's a summary of the question.
Yeah, that was a lot of different things. So, what's your name in the very back? Moshe, so you kind of gave me a massive question which I feel like I needed like a decade of thinking to answer, but like, yeah, how do we respond to different regional minhagim and approaches to halacha in light of globalization is a massive question. I think this is like, not in this paper, but I've like written in other places that I think this is what's totally unprecedented about the contemporary day. I feel like this is a room which really could tell me if I'm wrong. As far as I could think, and please come up to me if you have a counterexample, I think this is the first centralization in Jewish history. We've had a lot of exiles, and every other exile has been a scattering. And as far as I can think, this is the first time that a series of exiles have resulted in Jews existing in fewer places rather than in more places. So it's totally unprecedented, and therefore prior approaches to how we deal with different minhagim in different places don't work. And that's not even getting into the internet and globalization and what does being from a region even mean when everyone's looking at the same websites. I've kind of just repeated your question. I don't have a good answer. But I did have something of note to say in my head. So I think the response to that is actually kind of comes to one of the questions of the person in front of you. Sorry, what was your name? Aaron. So your second question about America, I think I want to differentiate this process happening as a natural result of modernity and mixing and traveling, which is absolutely a thing which we need to be wrestling with, and it happening as a result of a conscious process of negation. Which isn't to say that immigrants to America weren't subject to a process of you need to leave your identities at the door and become part of America and therefore stop speaking their ancestral languages. But there is a different ideological degree and method that took place via, compared to the Zionist model of we're constructing an identity for the new Jew, which is actually going to become your minhag, that you are going to then proudly pass on to your children, thinking that you inherited it. And I think that's the key sort of differentiator in this case. That's why I think this is something we need to approach differently to the mere globalization model. The larger question of how we respond to Moshe's larger question of how we respond to different regional traditions of halakha, I think is harder for me to give a one-foot answer to. Where I feel like I'm at the moment with it, and this is sort of what I was getting to at the end when talking about these different diverse approaches and the value this can have to our contemporary crisis of halakha, is this is a diversity of views and a diversity of opinions, and that means we have a lot of things that we can look to. Like, it's a specific Ashkenazi tenet of halakha, actually, that you can't draw from other minhagim. There is something as the Sephardic minhag. It doesn't matter if I think it's a good idea. Actually, the Sephardic approach to halakha has been if there's a leniency that you want and someone Ashkenazi said it, just take it. And I think that we can start seeing these different lineages of halakha that are mixing all around us as these different diverse pools to draw from to feed into creativity. In a way that if everything is in the classic pre-denominational model of, well, maybe I'll draw from what this rabbi in that town said and what that rabbi in that town said, we can say that even between different halachic thinkers within the same region. But if we are constricted by denominational boundaries or by homogenization due to Zionism boundaries, then we can't do that. The last thing is your question about what was the response of diaspora, and the answer is broadly not to notice. And that's how this overwriting process has happened so easily. And I could talk more about that, but I think I should stop talking.
So I wanted to just respond to Emily's question and via that respond to Sarah, some things that Sarah said. I think you're obviously right that we don't need halakha to tell us that genocide is bad, and we obviously don't need, all kinds of other things. But so I want to put one thing that's, and also I think there is more than just the food is kosher and the signs are not made on Shabbos, and we don't have amplification in this rally. I think that there, and it comes back to one of the things they're saying that actually Sarah's comments actually pointed out that I didn't make clear at all, is that one of the major differences between Rav Hirschenson and Rav Yisraeli is that Hirschenson was writing before the creation of the state, and Yisraeli was writing after the creation of the state. So Hirschenson was writing in something of a, in definitely a projective manner, or proactive manner, that this is what the state will be. And Yisraeli didn't have to answer that question. There are lots of, Yisraeli is one of many, Rav Goren, many people who have grappled with why not, they weren't grappling from the point of view of should democracy be the system of government in the state of Israel, but rather how does democracy now work? How can we characterize democracy halachically now that we live in a state which is democratic, which is a very different status than Yisraeli claiming that it should be democratic, right? And I think that actually is the way that that halakha means something perhaps for the left, in the sense that it is a way to talk about things in a Jewish value system and say that some things are good and some things are bad. And that doesn't mean that, it doesn't, I don't think that means that there needs to be a claim that halakha is divinely ordained in the sense of that it's the only absolute one interpretation, but rather that, is starving Palestinians bad? You don't need halakha to tell you that. But if you conceptualize that within halakha, it becomes also a Jewish claim. And the other thing that I do think is important, which is what Gerald Blitzstein, who I just have to say as an aside, has written on every single topic that's being thought about on the Jewish left. He's just an amazing scholar who I didn't know enough about while he was still alive, but have been reading consistently. Anyway, but he's that halacha, that what are called religious laws should be the laws of Mipnei Darchei Shalom, because those are the only laws. Because there's a distinction in the literature between Yeshuva Olam, and which is those things which have to do with social welfare and things along those lines, what we would call social justice, and actual leading a country, being some motzi machnis and going to war. Those are the government is only deals with things that have to do with Yeshuva Olam, which have to do with social policy, which are what we would call perhaps Mipnei Darchei Shalom, and doesn't have to do with whether or not people should keep Shabbos, right? And those were things that so that's an important distinction. I think if to argue for that, a halachic left movement should be halachic in the sense that it makes a claim on that list of things that are Mipnei Darchei Shalom that should be, or the things that are listed in the Declaration of Independence that should be accomplished, that there should be equitable distribution of resources, that there should be, there shouldn't be, segregated cities, there should be all these kind of things. And then I do think that the ethical claim is not claiming that I think that there is a claim to be made that a lot of democracies are no longer democracies, and that there is a certain ethical demand on what a democracy should be, and now we have illiberal democracies all over the world, and our country. But I think that there is a claim that should be made, and that can be voiced halachically, that if we have a system of government, that it should be ethical, and that even goes back to the debates in the Gemara about David, and goes back to the medieval debates about what a righteous king is. So.
I'll also respond briefly to Emily's question. So, I'm imagining two groups. One is called halachic art lovers, and the other is halachic egalitarians, right? One is an affinity group, people who follow halacha and want to go to museums. They're not going to go to the museums on Shabbat. That's a totally plausible vision for the halachic left, is an affinity group. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But if you think of the halachic left as being more like halachic egalitarians, then it's a group of people who are trying to say, no, we're trying to say that these things aren't in tension. Maybe some people out there do think they're in tension, maybe are coming from communities where they are more in tension, and is really trying to stake a claim of saying, no, they are not. In fact, halacha and leftism really can go hand in hand. And at least among the panelists here, I did really see a very clear attempt to say, no, actually using the language of halacha, right, we can speak to other groups who are saying halacha is telling us to, be fascists, and say, no, actually halacha is telling you not to do that and to be leftist. And I think that may not be everybody's project here, but I think to the extent that it is some part of the project of this group, then in that case, I think there needs to be some kind of articulation of, well, what does it mean to do that work? And one thing that I was thinking about when I was writing my response that I didn't talk about is Lainey Solomon and Russell Pierce's paper, Nothing About Us Without Us, which is really trying to frame what I think the authors of the paper call like a heterodox liberatory halacha for people who are not committed to orthodoxy but are committed to halacha, and actually think about what's the process of doing halacha, not what the outcome should be, but what should the principles be of making halachic decisions, and particularly hard halachic decisions when coming from a particular sociological framework. And I just think that we may have sort of different starting assumptions within the room about actually what the halachic process should look like and what's legitimate and what's not legitimate. And I think it would be helpful and even exciting to have some kind of similarly explicitly articulated position of, okay, what does it mean to do halacha coming from the left, especially because like all legal systems, halakha is a normative discourse that carries power, right? That's why people who want to use halakha to address these questions, like that's why people care about it, because it's a discourse that is supposed to carry normative weight. And I think if we're going to engage with a discourse like that, it's important to think about, okay, right, how are we thinking about power? How are we thinking about our own power? How are we thinking about decisions about right and wrong? And I think to me, that's part of what I'm envisioning as a halakha coming from the left, that's actually using some of the leftist frameworks to talk about our own discourse and think about what we're even doing.
So we are going to take 5 extra minutes. Sorry, we're going to do a little Jewish Standard Time. If you have a question specifically for Netanel and Aryeh's works, we'll prioritize that, but we'll take 3 more questions, and then we'll be done this session. Okay, we'll start with the guy.
Thank you all so much. Okay, so my question is for really all 4 of you, but let's prioritize Netanel and Rav Aryeh. Which is, I think all of your papers really discuss on some level where is authority coming from, whether that's state authority, whether that's halachic authority, and also what forces undermine authority, right? Maybe whether it's messianism, right? What's stepping out too far, whether it's, well, there's no democracy in Sefer Dvarim. Maybe there is, actually, which is the most simplistic possible framing of that on my part. But I'm curious in taking up Sarah's question, in thinking about, I think each of you in some way is hinting at a claim about where authority comes from within halakha and halakha adjacent systems. And I'm not asking any of you to have a fully fleshed out theory of that, but I'm noticing especially like Sabbatianism had like a lot of like radical gender and sex stuff going on that also contributed to the undermining of it. I think minhag is in some ways a feminized category, also a feminist category, in that it's in opposition to the sort of logical halakha. And I think even thinking about democracy versus the monarchy, there's this image of like the conquest of the land as this masculinized image. And then democracy is maybe being this like softer, less new Jew thing. And I'm curious if any of you have thoughts about, I would say both, where is authority coming from in the work you're doing? What is the work you're doing revealing about where authority is coming from? And then, plus those were some of my thoughts about gender that you can react to or not, I guess.
Okay, 2 more. Okay, Akiva.
This is a question for Netanel. I'd love to hear you sort of articulate a little further, more precisely, what you feel like the problem with messianism is as a framework in which to think halachically. Sort of what's the nature of that claim that makes it a problem? Just to give some further color to that question, I'm thinking about the ways in which, are there particular sort of conceptions of history that are at odds with halachic thinking? Is there a way in which thinking about your present circumstances as unprecedented or as discontinuous is at odds with halakha, or is there something else about messianism that makes it a problematic framework? So more broadly, are there sort of particular attitudes towards history or perspectives and interpretations of your historical moment that seem to you to be at odds with halakha, or is there something else about messianism that makes it sort of discontinuous or, at odds?
Hi, this is a question for all 4 of you. So I think one impact of the idea that democracy is in some way halakhically based is that it's binding not only on Jews living in Israel, but on all Jews. And the Zionist reconception of the minhag and halakha provides, even as it eliminates the independence of diaspora communities, the opportunity to contest halakhic understanding on a common ground, which is kind of maybe a positive, but at the same time weakens our independence as people living in the diaspora with these obligations. And then lastly, the preeminence of religious Zionist understandings of halakha, which, for example, in the differing interpretations of Land for Peace, comes as an internal contestation of legal systems solely in religious authority within the land of Israel, cuts off our opportunity as diasporists or people living in the diaspora to have a voice in this matter by saying that the primary value, the primary driver is religious orders related to settlement and the repercussions of that. So I guess my broad question is, if there's a common understanding that halakha is a good ground for contesting this vision within Israeli society, and that we now share a minhag with people in Israel on their terms, where does that leave us in terms of the choice to engage in a halakhic understanding where we're subordinate partners with less influence, but at the same time able to speak kind of a more common language, versus rebuilding independent understandings that cut us off from the ability to influence things over there?
Okay, we'll start with Netanel and then pass it, I guess, all the way across. But just remember, we're already past Jewish Standard Time, so.
Thank you so much for these questions. I really appreciate them. And Dr. Wolf as well. Thank you for your questions. I feel like they're really helping me refine my ideas here. To address your question of Abigail first, I think it's obviously a very important live question. I think, and to address the other questions as well, I think what is most, I think, problematic for me in deriving halachic truth from things that are extra halachic, outside of the bounds of halachic discourse, is specifically kind of an orientation to one's perception as being completely authoritative, not able to be questioned. To address Akiva's question, what's the problem with messianism? I think it's specifically that unwillingness to question and that certainty, which is not reflective of the way Mashiach and the Messianic era is depicted in Chazal and in Talmud, in rabbinic literature. There's a lot of ambivalence. There's a one of the Amorim says, "I don't want to be there when Mashiach comes," but to have that be the basis of an entire worldview, which includes halakha, I think that's what Sabbatianism shares with religious Zionism, and I'll leave my comments there.
I want to respond to Sarah's comments on my work, and I also respond to the last question here. So the first question is just a sort of specific one about Hebrew and generations of Hebrew, and it's a great question, and I also want to be open. I'm not a historian of the Hebrew language primarily either. To me, the main reason to use biblical Hebrew as the comparison is because Ben Yehuda did, and part of what I mean with this process of invention based on something past and rejecting minhag in between is that Ben Yehuda took biblical Hebrew. He also liked Mishnaic Hebrew, so specifically about that. And some of the forms of modern Hebrew are inspired by Mishnaic Hebrew figures. And he doesn't look at anything since then either. He modernizes based on how he thinks languages should work based on his Yiddish first language and other Romance languages that he spoke. linguistic project. So the Hebrew that was being spoken in Algeria that he heard from those Jews and was spoken in other Sephardic communities, we don't know that now. Like we can't go and do the analysis of what that was like in order to compare it because it's been overwritten. And same in written sources that rabbinic Teshuvot today are all just like written in modern Hebrew with a few rabbinic dainty phrases at the beginning and end and like technical terms sort of peppered through. The linguistic academic project, which is analyzing, like in the 18th and 19th centuries, what are the features of the grammatical features of the Hebrew used by rabbis in different regions, and how does it differ between different places? How does it differ from earlier rabbinic Hebrew? How does it differ from modern Hebrew? If there's any historians of Hebrew language in the room who want to talk to me, but I couldn't find that. I don't think that's been written, or at least I couldn't find it. And I think that would be really worthy to write. Your broader point at the end, I do want to say it just feels like a massive privilege to have my work read by somebody who it feels like just really got deeply what I was trying to say, but then also really took it to say new fascinating things. Like what you said about halakha as cultural practice is like a thing that I deeply believe generally and think about in other places, and I wasn't conscious of putting in this work. And the fact that you knew that about me from this project, I think is amazing. And I think the charge that you gave Halachic left broadly in this conference broadly, in this book broadly, is I think a fantastic one, which we should absolutely take forward, and I'm really grateful for you giving it in this context. Finally, the question from towards the front here, which I may be misrepresenting, I've written down, how do we once we are subordinate partners to an Israeli construction of minhag halakha that we are partner to, that we are not partner to, what do we do? I think that's a fantastic question, and I wanted to answer this last because this is a charge I want to give the room now. The answer to that is resist, just like any other part of things that Israel is doing that we don't want to do. But resist in our everyday practice. Everyone here, we all come from different places, and we all have minhagim that we're probably not following and not conscious of. So go out, find them, relearn ancestral languages, The value of this comes from its particularism, The problem partially is we go to whatever talks about this rabbi from that place and that rabbi from that place, and it still isn't actually serving to create the diversity within the whole, but each individual here has things which have informed your past and your upbringing and whether it's your literal family or your synagogue community or where you live, look up who the specific rabbi who nobody's heard of from the place you live 80 years ago was, and what did they write, and what was their philosophy, and if all of us really enrich ourselves in little minhagim that aren't just cute little practices, they create a worldview collectively. And I really think that if every single one of us actually goes out and digs into that from a specific corner that each of us individually happens upon, the collective effect on the vibrancy of the Jewish people and the vibrancy of our halakha and creative practice that results from that would be phenomenal compared to today. But it's really a thing that each person has to do individually to create that whole. So that's my answer to that question.
So yeah, I also want to thank the organizers and for all the work, a lot of work that went into this, and fellow panelists and other panelists. And the question of Abigail, the question of the authority of halakha, I think the authority of halakha today is the same as it always was, which is the ummah, the community, whoever accept what it has to do with acceptance of halakha. This goes back to a long time, but the Rambam expressly, if you read his Hakdamah, he wanted the Mishnah Torah to be learned by people so that it would be the accepted halakha, and he didn't expect it to be the accepted halakha until it was accepted. There's a virtuous cycle there, and I think that this is one of the things that's going on in Israel with the Rabbanut, is an attempt to centralize and have a political authority to halakha, which is not really accepted. And communities, they're both in implicit and explicit ways are not following the Rabbanut's halakha, and actually in the communities that the Rav Rashi now comes from, the Rabbanut is degraded, is dismissed. And so because that process of having a political authority rather than having communal acceptance doesn't work. And I think that that's pushing forward. That's where that's one of the parts that partially answer the question of what is a leftist halakha mean? It means that trying to get a leftist community to accept this type of halakha. So that's also in a virtuous cycle of putting it out, having people refine it, and do it. So.
All right, please give our second panel a big round of applause. I also realized I forgot to introduce myself, by the way. I'm Noam Weinreich. I'm one of the co-directors of Halachic Left, one of the organizers of this conference. We'll start the next panel at 3:15, so we have a little more than 10 minutes. There's still snacks and coffee outside. We'll see you all back here soon. Hello, everyone. Please find your seats. We're going to get started in just a minute.
I was just about to write you a message, but now I see you. Say to my man Strummer on anti-formalism. How could you get any better? I know, it's, yeah. So I mentioned the Simon at one point, and he said, I think we got you all on. And whatever, it was a little sorry. It was a very good first read of all of those texts. Yeah. David? Yeah. I mean, I haven't read each of the case studies, but I read the introduction and have cited it, obviously, and whatever. Yeah, it's. I would say it's a little more developed than that textbook paper and certain aspects of it. He makes claims actually that you can't use critical legal theory for Chazal, where I obviously have to disagree, because they didn't think the Torah was an authoritative source in the same way. Meaning his claim is once you can do Midrash Halakha and read it however you want, then you can't really say, I know, 100%. I had critiques, but they were productive. I felt they were productive critiques. Also, have you ever met him? Nice man. He's just a nice, yeah. It's you can
Hi,
tell,
guys.
You can tell that I'm so big chicken is
Hello. Is it working? Hi.
Yeah, 100%. Anyway, it's great. Fantastic.
Shushing into a mic makes me really, really feel like a camp counselor. Hi, I'm Chana. I just wanted to make a quick announcement about the Halachic Left Divrei Torah. We have a lot of parshiot for Dvarim still open, all but 3 parshiot. So if you are interested in writing a Dvar Torah for Halachic Left, which is a really great thing to do, really, really fun, really great, please email me at chana@halachicleft.org. It's pretty easy to remember. Also, if you put your name on it, we pay. $50. And if you also just want to talk about it or think about if you would want to write a Dvar Torah, also feel free to email me. Chana@halachicleft.org.
How do you spell Chana?
CHANA.
How do you spell halachic left?
You can figure out how to spell halachic left.
It's
on the thing.
I just want to say that yes, not everyone on leadership agrees with the CH decision. I have bought the domain name with a K, and I plan to set up a redirect at some point. But unfortunately, the legal paperwork is all C, and I don't know if there's a way to change that. Okay. Can everyone hear me? I don't know if my mic is resonating well. Okay. Okay. Oh, my name is Caroline Morganti, and I, along with Noam Weinreich and Elena Padua, who is in Jerusalem, am one of the co-directors of Halachic Left, and I'm happy to introduce our third and final panel of the day, Communal and Spatial Boundaries. We will have Rabbi William Friedman as a commentator, and Rabbi Lexi Boatsam, Dr. Raphael Magarach, and Rabbi David Seidenberg, presenting their papers. I will now read their bios. Rabbi William Friedman is the senior educator of Base Lincoln Park, a faculty member at Pardes North America, and a doctoral candidate in ancient Judaism at Harvard University, where his research explores legal reasoning and rabbinic law. He received rabbinic ordination from Rabbi Daniel Landis, former director and Rosh Yeshiva of the Pardes Institute for Jewish Studies, and holds an MA in Talmud and Rabbinics from the Jewish Theological Seminary. With a passion for deep and accessible Jewish learning, William has studied and taught at institutions including Pardes, the Conservative Yeshiva, Yeshivat Chovevei Torah, the Jewish Theological Seminary, the Academy for Jewish Religion, and Hebrew College. He lives in Chicago, Illinois, with his spouse, Rabbi Sarah Mulhern, and their 3 children. Rabbi Lexi Boatsam, who will be speaking on kashrut and solidarity work. Rabbi Lexi Boatsam is a teacher, writer, and organizer based in Washington Heights. She has studied with the Yashrut Halacha Shir, the Conservative Yeshiva, Yeshivat Hadar, and the Pardes Kollel. She received smicha from Rabbi Daniel Landis at Yashrut, where she now teaches Gemara and Halacha. Her work has been published in Jewish Currents, 972 Magazine, Vashti Magazine, and My Jewish Learning. She has published a book of illustrated Parsha poetry, Poem HaShavua, complete with Mekorot. Lexi enjoys helping people develop the tools to engage Torah on their own terms and exploring halacha as an intricate project of world building. While she's been in New York for a year, Lexi spent the previous 5 years in Jerusalem engaged in Torah learning and on-the-ground anti-occupation activism. Now, Rafi Magarach will be speaking on rabbinic approaches to accessing the Temple Mount, the norms of sacred space. Rafi Magarach is assistant professor at the University of Illinois Chicago. His book, Fictions of God, is forthcoming in November 2025 with the University of Chicago Press. He studied at Yeshivat Hadar, where he also taught Talmud, and Yeshivat Ma'ale Gilboa, and did graduate work in Bible and Talmud at the University of California, Berkeley. He is also a contributing writer to Jewish Currents. And finally, Rabbi David Seidenberg will be speaking on Ger Toshav, stranger and settler in Israel-Palestine. Rabbi David Mavorach Seidenberg is the creator of neohasid.org and the author of Kabbalah and Ecology. He has ordination from JTS and from Rabbi Zalman Schachter Shalomi and has been an active advocate for peace and justice in Israel-Palestine for many decades. This has included bringing his class in rabbinical school to the Deisha refugee camp and participating in programs in the Holy Land with Solcha and with the Center for Jewish Nonviolence. David was also a founding board member of Brit Tzedek v'Shalom. Many of his writings on the land of Israel and the political state have appeared in the Times of Israel. David also writes about other issues related to ecology, to human rights, and to animal rights. David has been actively studying and teaching about the question of Jewish indigeneity since 2018. And I believe Rav Lexi will be going first, and her sources are in your booklet on page 18.
Can you hear me? Is it working? No? Better? Yeah. Excellent. Okay, so as you can see, I wrote a tshuva about the question of kashrut in solidarity work, more specifically, the question of whether it is possible to share vegetarian meals prepared by our Palestinian partners when doing solidarity work in the West Bank. So to briefly give some context for this tshuva, some of it might be very familiar to people in this room, but Palestinian communities in the West Bank, particularly those within Area C, face near constant settler violence. This has been the case since the beginning of the settler project in the 70s, but has particularly intensified over the past couple decades and gotten even worse in the last 5 to 10 years. So this can look like constant incursions, attacks against the Palestinians in these villages themselves, against their animals, against their lands, designed at making it impossible for them to continue living in these places. Over the last less than 2 years, since October 7th, there are several dozen communities that have been expelled by means of these attacks, which are coordinated roughly between the settlers and the army and the larger state project. If people are interested in like learning more about this, I would highly recommend B'Tselem's website. They record a lot about the frequency of these incidences, the nature of these attacks, and how it relates to the broader state project of expropriating land. But given this context of the constant violence and threat of expulsion, the sort of most common form that on-the-ground activism takes in Israel-Palestine for Israeli and international activists is this concept of protective presence, where since Israelis and internationals, particularly international Jews, are conferred different privileges by virtue of your identity, both legally under the apartheid system, as well as just practically when it comes to safety. And so our presence with Palestinian partners has proven to minimize the incidences of violence that they experience. And so this can look like accompanying partners when they're shepherding, accompanying them in their agricultural work, staying overnight if there's particularly acute threat of a settler attack or an army incursion, and also like, you know, mass work days of rebuilding demolished homes or helping water the olive trees, et cetera. And while obviously there is the very like tachlis element of just minimizing the likelihood of violence and supporting our Palestinian partners in steadfastly remaining on their land, part of what has seemed to be the most radical element of this work, as someone who engaged in that for the past 5 years, is the element of relationship building. This is not happening in a vacuum. It's not happening as a sort of transactional, appearing, disappearing, doing this one concrete task, but is based on the development of deep, trusting, co-resistant relationships. And I think that the development of those relationships and that intimacy is incredibly radical within a paradigm that, you know, requires an absolute binary between Jewish and Palestinian, and one is the negation of the other. And in particular, you know, it's really a different model as opposed to the argument of coexistence, in which people can get along while one person's boot remains on the other's neck, or a model of co-resistance in which your relationship is built on deep care and mutually working towards a world in which you can both live in freedom and dignity. And so part of building those relationships, part of building that intimacy, is done through spending meaningful social time with our partners. And a huge part of that is the offering of food. That it's very frequent in these instances for Palestinian partners to offer meals to be shared. And so bringing us to the content here, we, you know, various religious activists over the years have then had to ask, like, is it possible for us to share these meals with our Palestinian partners? When vegetarian, obviously, if they are meat, that's not going to be possible. And so to sort of show my hand, many of us did conclude over the years, yes. But this tshuva is sort of an expansion of a much shorter version of this that I wrote years ago, outlining sort of the main rationales for why this is possible. So it's broken down into two main sections. One is ingredients-based prohibitions, and the other is preparer-based prohibitions. Right, so ingredients-based prohibitions is within this vegetarian food being prepared, are there particular isurim, prohibitions, or other potential sort of laws and strictures related to the food? I will not go deeply into all of these categories because a lot of that is not my own original argumentation, but a compilation of the existing halachic opinions. But just to give you a sense of the categories, the main ones that are explored from the produce angle, there are the questions of shvit, of truma and maaser, the issues of orla and kilayim, as well as the issue of bugs. And then there's also the questions of basically dairy and in particular soft cheeses, which are the only form that are served. And so all of those, in some, while there's more complicated argumentation for some than others, can be permissible ingredients, right? So if we arrive at the conclusion that the vegetarian food can be kosher by ingredient, then the main issue we're left with is the fact that this is being prepared in pots that obviously have been used to cook treif. And this is solved basically through a series of various presumptions and principles within halacha. One of them is the notion of noten tam lifgam mutar, that if a forbidden substance imparts negative flavor to a permitted substance, it does not render it forbidden. Another is the presumption that pots, absorbed flavor within pots after 24 hours of disuse, becomes tam lifgam, becomes negative flavor. An additional one is the presumption of stam kilehem einan b'nei oman, that our default assumption is that non-Jewish vessels have not been used in the last 24 hours unless we explicitly know otherwise. And finally, because physical substance is not believed to become negative tasting automatically after 24 hours, there is also a presumption that their kelim are clean. And so in the absence of explicitly knowing to the contrary that a particular vessel has been used that day for treif and has not been cleaned, then from this principle of noten tam nifgam, it is possible to eat the food that is prepared. So those are sort of the ingredients-based arguments. But the first bit that I have here in the sources is kind of a broader meta question that I deal with, which is, even though we can arrive at the conclusion that from an ingredients-based perspective, all of this is permissible, it does rely on sort of wading into various machlokot that exist on different issues, as well as relying on certain kind of b'diavad, after-the-fact principles, right? That like Jews are not allowed to cook in an eno ben yomo treif pot. You have to kosher it. So we're saying that like when our non-Jewish partners cook the food is kosher. But we're relying on various sort of levels of b'diavad after-the-fact rationales. So what's sort of like the meta reasoning for being able to do that? So undergirding it is my assumption that I believe that this work is absolutely necessary. I believe that the ongoing process of violence and expulsion is a deep and horrifying crisis, and that the ability to, in just a very material way, minimize the incidences of violence, as well as in a more broadly reaching way, deepen relationships that lay groundwork for a future of actual like sustainable justice in the land. I think that those are deeply important things. So with that grounding, one framework, we have this idea of sha'at hadachak, right? A time of emergency that is, mustered at various times as a reason to rely on particular leniencies. It came up a lot with COVID, for example. And some people think of that as only applying to a specific acute emergency that is related to the halacha you're talking about. But here, we have a halacha in the Shulchan Aruch, where he's talking about the things that are prohibited in a synagogue, right? Things that basically treat it lightly. And one of them, kind of funny given what we've been doing here, is eating and drinking within a synagogue. But he says in general that's prohibited, but for Talmidei Chachamim, it is permitted midochek, sort of from difficulty or urgency. And the Mishnah Brura, in summarizing and reframing the Magen Abraham's comment on this quote, says that for Torah scholars who are learning in the Beit Knesset, it is in fact always a sha'at hadachak, because if they are not able to do this eating and drinking, they will have to be batel their Torah studies. They'll have to go home. They won't be able to learn the material good that they are seen as doing. It will not be possible if they aren't relying on this sort of b'diavad framework. And so that for me feels like an incredibly close parallel. The other one is, I'm not going to go deeply into it, but within Moed Katan, there's a sugya about shaving during Chol HaMoed, which is generally prohibited, but there's various categories of people who are permitted to shave during Chol HaMoed if they were unable to do so before the Chag. So this includes like someone who was just released from prison, someone who just finished mourning, etc. And one of the categories is someone who has just traveled from overseas. And the rabbis in the sugya try and play out, like, who is this person who traveled from overseas who we allow them to do this sort of b'diavad shaving during the week? And we end up concluding halachically, and you can see this both in the sugya and in the Rambam below, that both somebody who traveled for the purpose of sustenance, like basic support for their life, and someone who traveled for the purpose of profit and business and benefit are considered to fall within this permissive category. The only ones who don't are those who are traveling for pure recreation. So within these frameworks, if there is like a clear material achievable good that is being pursued, that is considered within various halachic contexts to be a reason that we can rely on otherwise sort of b'diavad principles, whereas again, pure recreation is generally not, which is why for various reasons I wouldn't recommend relying on these principles to eat vegetarian food at a meat restaurant, right? That obviously if you have no other food to eat already from a pikuach nefesh standpoint, you're allowed to do that. But if you have access to other food, both some of these principles don't hold as well, like the pots probably have been used that day, and also that it is more from a perspective of recreation than one of deep need and concrete benefit. So all of that has to do with the ingredients-based side of things. From the prepare-based prohibitions, these are prohibitions that are not premised on anything inherently treif in the food, but prohibitions based off of the owner or the preparer of that food. So the classic ones are wine, bread, and cooked foods. Wine is not dealt with here because it's not served by our partners, so not relevant. But for bread and for both pat akum, which is the prohibition on bread, and bishul akum, the prohibition on non-Jews cooked foods, one thing that I sort of track throughout this tshuva, and inspired somewhat by Avraham Reiser in his tshuva, The Meatless Menu, is the fact that we do see a sort of tradition with both of these prohibitions of increasing leniency and sort of exceptions, right? That pat akum, the bread, on the one hand, in Ashkenaz, they end up saying it just never took, right? The Tosfot are like, we just don't follow this. We eat non-Jews bread all the time. And it just never sort of took in those places. In Sfarad, while the prohibition did take hold, there are various forms of like, minimizing it, saying, if there's no Jewish baker, you can eat from a non-Jewish baker. Maybe if there is a Jewish baker, you can still eat from the non-Jewish baker if he makes nicer bread or different bread. If there's no baker whatsoever, you can even eat from a homeowner, which also means that even in the absence of broader categorical shifts, that would allow for eating bread in these contexts where it is, in fact, there is no other bread accessible. While bishul akum, the cooking, doesn't have the same categorical, like full permissions that we see in some areas of pat akum, there are also various things qualifying it, both the notion that it doesn't apply to things that could be eaten raw, only applies to things that would be served to a king, and also various forms of cooking don't apply, like smoking or microwaving, etc. But some of the sources I have here are ones that are looking also at exceptions that are made based off of the person and the situation and the interpersonal dynamics as well as the power dynamics in a given thing. Because the underlying source of these prohibitions, which I realize I had not articulated, is mishum chatanut, is the concern of intermarriage, right? These are articulated as being explicitly about a concern of sort of intermarriage and assimilation and potentially idolatry. And there are various cases of poskim over the centuries saying, we actually don't follow this particular one because we just don't think that applies in this circumstance, right? Some of them are categorical, like saying we don't think that applies to servants who function within our home because that's not the dynamic of our relationship. A broadly agreed upon thing today is like someone in a factory, like I don't have to worry if a non-Jew cooked my chickpeas because I don't know who they are. I have no relationship with them. Right? But even on more individual circumstances, we see things like the Or Zarua here, talking, about a Yerushalmi, about how they don't keep the bread prohibition, and saying, yeah, the reasons were about this concern of intimacy and of intermarriage, and we're just not worried about that, so we don't do it. And you also have the Ramach commenting on the Mishnah Torah, where he lays out also prohibitions not only on drinking non-Jewish wine, but even just going to their parties and drinking their other alcoholic drinks. And he's like, sure, the wine thing we keep, we drink our own wine, but we go to their parties and we drink the other stuff, and it's fine, because again, he's like, we're in relationship with these non-Jews, and we actually just don't think the dynamic of that is one in which intermarriage is likely to occur. Which leads to actually, I think, a really interesting framework within the Rambam here at the bottom of page 20, where he's talking about another permissive element within these things, is that if a Jew took part in any part of the cooking process, it does not fall under the category of pat akum or bishul akum. So even just like lighting the fire is enough. And the Rambam says this is because it's merely liot heker. It's like a distinguishing marker. It's a reminder. He doesn't think that there's some sort of like alchemical process that occurs when the Jew participates in the cooking, but rather that it's about sort of having this visceral, immediate reminder about the dynamics of relationship in this case and about the distinctions they're trying to maintain, even while sort of joining in this project. And for me, I quite frankly have a hard time thinking of a more distinctive heker in the context in which we are doing this protective presence work, where our entire presence there is in fact, as articulated earlier, premised on having distinct identities that confer different material privileges, right? I am there as a Jew because there are things that are like privileges that are afforded to me as a Jewish body that are not afforded to our partners. And so on the one hand, I think that it is very difficult for me to think of a scenario in which those boundaries would be, any more clear. And on the other hand, obviously that's sort of a b'diavad reality, right? Like we want to work towards a world in which this isn't the context in which we're engaging with our partners. And so a broader question that I deal with near the end of the tshuva is like, within some of the conservative tshuva about the status of non-Jews, they end up basically saying intermarriage is still forbidden, but these things are permitted because they don't work. Which, while I somewhat agree with their first conclusion, I think that the logic of that is a bit lacking to say, like, we think intermarriage is bad, but we don't think these work to accomplish preventing that, and so we're going to get rid of it. Part of what I try and explore is, the permission in this context is not based off of the idea that we're not developing relationship, right? Like, unlike the permissions in the case of servants or of someone in a factory, as I stated earlier, in fact, the whole goal is to develop deep, close relationships. So how do we square that with, at the same time, a desire for maintaining distinction and distinct identity and resisting assimilation? And so I muster a few different sort of philosophical frameworks, things from Levinas, Buber, a little bit Mahmoud Mamdani. And Levinas in particular, I think, is an incredibly instructive example, even as he had, in fact, very bad Palestine politics. But his model of one's ethical relationship to the other is premised simultaneously on the one hand, the fact that the other sort of disturbs your sense of self and makes it impossible for you to be fully settled and kind of congealed within a definitive identity, and at the same time is premised on a meaningful distinction. The fact that the other actually remains other, and their otherness is, in fact, the very premise of your ethical relationship with one another, right? And so I explore the question of what does it mean to both build towards something shared, to build intimate, close, trusting relationship, and to see, have frameworks for saying that that's not kind of considered to be inherently connected to this absolute blurring of identity, boundaries, and categories. Thank you.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say thank you very much to Halachic Left for organizing this conference and to everybody for coming. I really personally, I feel rather emotional at a lot of the papers today. And I'm also humbled by being supported to do this learning, which translates to English, for which I'm fully qualified and eminently suited. You could ask your neighbor. So I researched Har HaBayit, roughly the Temple Mount, which is approximately co-located with what Muslims refer to as Haram al-Sharif, and is referred to in international law, this was new to me, as the Holy Esplanade, right? It sounds like it's the Pope's SUV, right? So the questions I asked are, what should Jews think and feel about this site? What legal norms govern our relationship to it? What should we make of various Jewish projects concerning it, which include at the moment the state's assertion of military and police control, messianic attempts to replace the Al-Aqsa Mosque with a Jewish temple, collective marches by Jews to assert their historic claim, and individual private Jewish pilgrimages. Now, there's a voluminous halachic literature on one aspect of this. May a Jew go on to Har HaBayit in the present, given the possibility of entering the Holy of Holies, the Kodesh HaKodeshim, which, when the temple was standing, was certainly a capital crime, an Isser Karet, and two, potential issues with entering other areas given our various present-day impurities, right? On those questions, there are teshuvot, responsa written by Rav Avraham Yitzchak HaKohen Cook, Rav Moshe Feinstein, Rav Shlomo Goren, Chacham Ovadia. You could go on and on and on. Generally, the Israeli Haredi poskim and mainstream religious Zionists are strict, whereas radical Messianists and diasporic poskim tend to be lenient, right? Think about that carefully. Now, we could review those in detail. I'm not going to do that because as I studied the responsa, I felt that both sides were inconclusive. Good points on this side, good points on that side, right? And I think it's inconclusive because it doesn't address certain key issues. First of all, the whole discourse is individualizing. It frames the halachic questions as about a single Jewish pilgrim rather than about collective political religious projects. Second of all, more or less all of the responsa assume that the site belongs to Jews, disregarding or negating any Palestinian claim. So they ignore questions like property rights and political violence. So I shift the focus a little bit, which I hope differently frames the practical halachic issues, and I also hope offers a better theology of the site. And I'll just tell you, my piece has a topical review of the existing responsa, and then it has 4 sections. 1, is it the case that Har HaBayit, the Temple Mount, retains sanctity in the present? 2, The argument that a Jew going to Har HaBayit today is trespassing. 3, the concern of mixing violence and our ritual cult. And number 4, what we might hope for in a redeemed Messianic Jerusalem. And it's going to be a little bit of a grab bag, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you one source from each of these 4 parts. Right? 4 for the price of 1. Section 1. Now, when the temple was standing, no doubt, our holiest site, as were, by extension, the entire Har HaBayit and Jerusalem. What's the status of the site today? There's a medieval dispute about this question. Maimonides, and here you could look at the sources in your packet, says that the site was permanently sanctified by Shlomo HaMelech when he built the first temple, retained its sanctity after that temple was destroyed, and retains that sanctity today. In his commentary, or his objections, the Ra'ava disagrees. The 2 temples were each sanctified temporarily, right? And when each was destroyed, that's it for the sanctity. The future 3rd temple will impart permanent sanctity on the site, but in the present, Har HaBayit has no formal sanctity, and thus there's no capital crime involved in entering there, even presumably the site of the Holy of Holies. Now, in the responsa literature, people who prohibit someone from ascending Har HaBayit obviously prefer the Rambam's view, yeah? Whereas if you're permitting, you in some way or another are going to invoke the Ravid. Now, if you are frightened of Messianic settlers and their designs for the Temple Mount, you might be inclined to prefer the Rambam and be strict. Here, however, the limits of the extant discourse will mislead us, in my opinion. The Ravid, I think, ought to be interesting for religious leftists. Why? Let me tell you. When I was a child in summer camp, Camp Ramon, the Berkshires, and in Hebrew school, and the like, I was taught many times some variation of what Elie Wiesel wrote succinctly in a 2001 op-ed opposing a final status deal in which Palestinians got part of the old city. Right? He wrote, quote, "Although its name does not appear in the Quran, Jerusalem is the 3rd holiest city in Islam, but for Jews it remains the first, not just the first, the only." Right? Now, Wiesel's claim, putting aside the Islamophobic stuff, right, which many of you have probably also heard literally ad nauseum, right? The point about it, it's talui b'machloket rishonim, right? It's only true according to the Rambam, according to Maimonides. For the Ravid, Har HaBayit in Jerusalem were our holy sites in the past, and they will be in the future, but they precisely do not remain such in the present, right? Now, the Rambam has big shoulders on which one may comfortably stand if one is so inclined, but the Ravid is no slouch either, right? And speaking personally, part of what I'm telling you is I find this Ravid enormously freeing. In my numerous visits to the Kotel HaMaravi, the Western Wall, I never once felt myself proximate to any great holiness, right? And that's what the Ravid is saying. When the philosopher Yeshayahu Leibovich suggested that the Western Wall be converted into a discotel, right, I think he was articulating the Ravid's core intuition. The sanctity of a place depends on what is done there, right? In the present, this place is not sacred. The paper shows that the Ravid is channeling deep skepticism in Jewish thought, running back to the Bible, about a fixed permanent temple, right? Sources that are instead invested either in many ad hoc cult sites or, more moderately, in a centralized sanctuary that nonetheless remains mobile, right? These sources, which I don't have time to get into today, mistrust theological, political centralization. And more importantly, they mistrust the sacralization of the state. And they are, in my opinion, tremendously timely. Okay, point 2. Jews who enter the Temple Mount and pray there are doing so against the wishes of the vast majority of Palestinian Muslims and of, in particular, the Islamic Waqf, right, which presides over the site. They may be, in my opinion, trespassing, since the site does not belong to us. Now, trespassing is forbidden in halakha, Interesting. A key baraita lists 10 conditions that Joshua placed on private property rights in the conquered land of Canaan. The most salient of which is that everyone could walk through permitted paths until the second rainfall. What does that mean? Well, Rashi explains that between harvesting and planting, the fields are empty, right? So if you walk through that field, you don't do any financial damage to the owner, yes? The point is that without Yehoshua's condition, you would still be forbidden from going through the field, right? Because an owner is permitted to prohibit you to going through the field, but Joshua placed a special condition permitting that, right? Now, it's worth saying this baraita is not the only source for thinking about trespassing in halakha, and the reason I chose it is because it discusses customary abrogation of trespassing prohibitions established at a moment of conquest, yes? And one might say, I thought of this, there is a general prohibition on trespassing, but when Israel conquered the Old City in 1967, it established a new right of access for Jews to the Temple Mount in parallel with Joshua's conditions, yeah? And this objection, that's why I chose the source. It's a virtue of the source, because it foregrounds the key question. Who owns Har Habayit, right? The site's history is winding and complex, but as far as I know, no one claims in modern times that the Zionist movement, any Jewish entity, or the state of Israel owned the Temple Mount before 1967, right? So the only question that remains as far as property ownership is, when Israel conquered East Jerusalem in 1967, did it legitimately acquire sovereignty over the Temple Mount? That's the only question. Now, Israel maintains that it did do so because, unlike the rest of the West Bank, it annexed East Jerusalem. That annexation, however, was roundly rejected by the entire international community for good reason. Acquisition by conquest is interdicted by the United Nations General Charter. It's also rejected by the mass of ordinary Palestinians, whose demonstrations around Al-Aqsa fit rather precisely the halachic category of maha, the protest required to deny a new possessor's presumptive claim to ownership, a chazaka. Now, additionally, as Israeli NGOs like Iramim and Emek Shaved document, the Israeli takeover of holy sites in the Old City, in partnership often with the settler Elad Corporation, goes hand in hand with the dispossession of Palestinians. Furthermore, the gradual expansion of municipal Jerusalem enfolds more and more West Bank settlements into Israel proper, thus cutting off Palestinians from their land and undermining the possibility of Palestinian sovereignty. Thus, as it says in the Talmud, Hochiach sofo al tchilato, the consequences of annexation retrospectively, in my opinion, clarify its character as theft. And there is, I think, a serious concern of trespassing in going to the Temple Mount. Third point, Har Habayit ought to be a place of peace which must not be profaned by weapons or violence. This antipathy between the ritual cult and violence ultimately reflects biblical skepticism, I argue in the longer paper, about a sacralized state. Even texts that want a temple in Jerusalem still want to distance it or separate it from war and statecraft. For instance, the Torah prohibits the use of iron in constructing an altar. The Mishnah explains, iron was created to shorten people's lives, whereas the altar was created to prolong people's lives. It's illogical that what shortens should be lifted against that which prolongs. The Mechilta draws out the lesson. The unhewn stones of the altar teach us to make peace, including between one city and another, between a nation and another nation, between a government and another government. This antipathy between the sacred and violence has very practical consequences. We hide our knives during benching for this reason. A Kohen who has killed does not duchen, does not perform the priestly blessing, and we don't bring large weapons into shul. You might say, what does any of this have to do with the Temple Mount? Let me tell you a story. In 1990, a group called the Temple Mount Faithful attempted to place the cornerstone for a third temple. The exact timeline of events is contested, but the consequences are not. Israeli police fired live ammunition on Palestinian demonstrators, killing more than 17 and sending another 150 to the hospital. No Israeli policeman was held legally responsible for firing live ammunition indiscriminately into a crowd of Palestinians. This was during the First Intifada, which began, as you may remember, in 1987 as a wave of peaceful demonstrations and civil disobedience. The Temple Mount shootings led Palestinians to adopt more violent tactics, right? And by the way, it's not just this moment in 1990. There's a clear pattern. When Jews stake a claim to the Temple Mount, they are routinely accompanied by police violence towards Palestinians, even though the Temple Mount faithful were themselves scrupulously peaceful. The obvious consequences of their efforts, we would say psik reisha v'lo yamut, was that Palestinians would be killed and nationalist violence intensified. In my opinion, one may not thus worship the God of Israel. Okay, fourth point. A lot of this argument is negative, sorry. One closing question. What might we hope for? I find myself moved by an idea that originates, I think, in the prophet Zechariah. While today, Jerusalem, in our world, Jerusalem is growing through dispossession, theft, and violence, the Jerusalem that we are hoping for and have been hoping for more than 2,000 years will expand in a rather different fashion. As an angel prophesied, Prazot teshev Yerushalayim erov adamu vehema betocha. Jerusalem shall be peopled as a city without walls. So many shall be the people and cattle it contains. And I myself, declares God, will be a wall of fire all around it, and I will be a glory inside it. I have one paragraph left. Jerusalem must grow by shedding its human-made fortifications. Paradoxically, the goal for Jerusalem as a city involves it ceasing to be one in a conventional sense. Jerusalem will be protected and enclosed only by God, right? You could contrast that vision with the reality of Jerusalem's expansion today, accompanied by the construction of what Israel euphemistically calls a security barrier, and Palestinians refer to rather more precisely as an apartheid wall, right? To reach Haram al-Sharif, West Bank Palestinians and even residents of East Jerusalem often must make their way through a Byzantine and punitive series of checkpoints. Now, I'm neither a prophet nor a son of a prophet, but I feel confident this is not what was revealed to Zechariah. In closing, when we praise God who builds Jerusalem, in my opinion, we ought to imagine a construction project that knocks down human walls. So too, when Rabbi Levi predicts in the future, Jerusalem will be as large as the land of Israel, and the land of Israel will be as large as the whole entire world. He's clarifying that our redeemed future is quite simply a world without borders. In 2 weeks, we're going to recite the Nachem prayer, and we're going to say, Ki ata Hashem ba'esh hitzitah u'ba'esh ata atid livnotah. For you, God, consumed Jerusalem with fire, and with fire you will rebuild her. We will be davening for Jerusalem whose walls are divine fire. That is for the end of the separation wall, of checkpoints and of the occupation, and for the ingathering of all of the city's exiles. May we merit to see such a rebuilding of Jerusalem speedily and in our days.
שיר המעלות בשוב אדוני את שיבת ציון היינו כחולמים אז ימלא שחוק פינו ולשוננו רינה אז יאמרו הגויים הגדיל אדוני לעשותי מלך הגדיל אדוני לעשות עמנו היינו שמחים ended up dreaming nightmares. And our mouths filled with laughter, and then they filled with grimaces, and I don't know what our mouths are filled with now. I'm not sure how to get into the pieces I want to share with you. I have a 40-page paper here. I couldn't stop writing. And the other thing is, I couldn't turn it into a tshuva, at least not so far. Because, like, how do you write a tshuva that says you shouldn't shoot your neighbor's sheep? Is that a logical tshuva to write? Does it ever need to be said? No, it shouldn't. It doesn't make any sense to say such a thing. It's too obvious. So what do you write about? I want to know, what are the roots for the inhumanity and the dehumanization that is coming out of some of the most passionately crazy Jewish people in the West Bank? What are the roots of that? How do we get there, and how do we get out? Is there a way out? Because if there's no way out, then halacha doesn't have a future. If there's no way out, I don't know if Judaism has a future. So, I'm going to read some from the paper and some I'm going to extemporize. What does it mean to make people feel like they are strangers without rights in their own homes, on their own land? When the Torah commands us to remember that we were strangers in the land of Egypt, surely this is not so that we know how better to make other people feel like strangers, alienated, under threat of attack, expulsion, or genocide. That cannot be the Torah's intent. But what can we do to counteract extremist Jewish Israelis who, with the support of the IDF, treat Palestinian Arabs in the West Bank exactly that way in the name of Torah? Are there cases where acting this way is being a menuval birshut HaTorah, a disgusting person with permission of the Torah? Or are these people simply poshim, sinners? These questions became more pressing with the fascism taking root in Israel's body politic, with two fascist parties in the government. West Bank settler attacks have only become fiercer after October 7th, fiercer during the war in Gaza. There's a deeper and deeper intransigence against affirming the humanity of Palestinians. The Oscar-winning documentary No Other Land has brought the world to searing awareness of this long-standing reality. All these acts of violence may be counted as cultural genocide or crimes against humanity according to legal definitions. I do not mean to use the term lightly. Settler violence has been the point of the spear, so to speak, aimed at the Palestinian people, a constant, unmitigated threat that makes life unbearable, even in times of relative quiet. We must ask, how did we get here? How did this extremism become thinkable? How did it come to be seen as Torah true? What is inhibiting the tradition's ability to respond to this core challenge to the value of Torah for the modern world? I'm going to take a step back from these questions and set up a paradigm. So we call this the paradigm of exile. It's an essential paradigm for humanity, as given in the Torah, that we are always in exile. There is never a place that ends exile. So if you think about Genesis 2 and 3, the human is formed in one place that's not named and then put into the Garden of Eden. When the human is driven out of the Garden of Eden, they're put back in the place they're made from. Ha'adamah asher lukach misham. That means that when you're in the garden, you're in exile from your birthplace. And when you're in your birthplace, you're in exile from the garden. There's no place where you're just where you belong. That's the paradigm that Judaism came up with to deal with exile. It's rooted at the most basic level in our texts. The desire to be a free people in our own land is an impossibility if this is a true archetype. Hang on, figuring out where I'm going next. This pattern is reflected more deeply in all our stories that adamantly declare that the Hebrews or Israelites, and therefore the Jewish people, are not indigenous to the land of Canaan. Abraham comes from Mesopotamia. All but one of Jacob's children are born in Padan Aram. The Israelites become a nation outside the land, in Egypt through oppression, at the Red Sea through liberation, at Sinai through revelation. Only Isaac lives his whole life in Canaan, and even then one requirement Abraham gives for Isaac's wife is that she must not come from Canaan. She must be an immigrant. This paradigm of not being indigenous pushes us to view the Israelite story, broadly speaking, through one of two lenses. Either the Israelites were immigrants to Canaan who found a way to live in peace in the land, or the Israelites conquered the land through war, and according to some stories, through slaughter and genocide. And it's perhaps pregnant with meaning that this is the worst genocide in the Torah is the one we read in this next parsha against the Midianites, where not only do they wipe out everyone, but they capture thousands of women and then kill them after the fact, after the battle's entirely over. It doesn't even say the number. They weren't important enough to tell us the number of people who died. It's, yeah, my least favorite parsha. I could say that. What do we do with genocide in the Torah? Fundamental question. So either they came in peace and learned a way to live in the land, or they conquered through genocide and slaughter. Now, it turns out different books of the Torah say different things about this, and here we're going to get into a little bit of Torah source criticism, which I know is not really proper for an Orthodox context. But I will use any excuse I can to get out of genocide being a commandment. And so I think it's appropriate. So if you look at Genesis, there is no such thing as genocide, slaughter. It's all about peace. And I'm going to go into that a little bit more deeply. But Exodus and Numbers, leaving out the Midianite genocide, have a completely different picture of what conquest means. It means that God will drive out the Canaanites, and then we will succeed them the way different trees succeed in a forest. So here's one example from Exodus. My fearsomeness I will send before you and throw into confusion every people you come among. I will make all your enemies turn their neck to you. I will send the hornet swarm before you, and she will drive out the Hivi and Canaani and Hitti from before you. I will not drive them out before you in 1 year, lest the land be desolated, and wild predatory animals multiply against you. Little by little, I will drive them out ahead of you until you multiply and inherit the land. There is a kind of conquest by God. There is no war, there is no genocide. This is consistent. The place where you have genocide is Deuteronomy and Joshua. The place where you have no genocide or conquest is Genesis. So let's look for a minute at Genesis. Bereshit, I should say. Why am I saying Genesis? I don't know. In Genesis, Abraham is promised the land again and again, and yet when he goes to negotiate a burial plot for Sarah, he doesn't say, God gave this to me, so hand it over. Now, you might think that's because he's just one guy and he's weak, but remember, he has already won a battle against 5 kings, the 4 kings versus the 5 kings, where Lot gets taken captive, and without really breaking a sweat. He has a whole army behind him if he wants it, right? So that's not why he doesn't demand. It's because, as he says, Anochi ger v'toshav imechem. I'm a stranger and a sojourner with you. I don't automatically have land rights. I recognize that, and I ask you to grant them to me, because whatever God gives me as a right doesn't tell me what rights you grant me. You have to grant me the right to this burial place. If you look at what happens with Yitzchak, he goes and redigs the wells of Abraham, and then he digs some wells, and the Philistines of Gerar fight over the wells. They fight over the wells. And he names the first one Esek, and the next one Sitna, contention, argument. And the third one, they don't fight over, so he calls it Rechovot. He says that God has made the place wide enough for us to live in the land. So it's the actual, it's not even passive resistance, it's complete non-resistance. There's no sense of conquest. The conquest we have is the conquest of Shechem in Bereshit. And this is a total conquest, it's a genocide. But it's by Shimon and Levi. It looks like, from the story, that this was okay, because Jacob doesn't criticize them on moral grounds. He says, you've made me stink and made me odious to the inhabitants of the land, and they will come and strike me. And then God makes fear fall upon everyone so that no one touches them. But we all know what Jacob says on his deathbed, right? Shimon and Levi are weapons of violence. Let my soul not come into their assembly. They will be divided in Israel. In other words, if you gain land by conquest, the consequence is you get no land. It's an absolutely clear lesson. And it's exactly the opposite of Joshua. Now, in Joshua, Shimon does inherit land because Joshua doesn't agree with what Bereshit is saying. Not only that, but the second to last verse talks about how Caleb gets Hebron. Am I getting this right? I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. This happens to me. Oh, yes, Shechem. How Caleb gets Shechem. And that this was bought from Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 kesitas. So what's missing? No battle, no genocide. It's not there, right? So these are not texts that agree with each other. So we basically are facing a reality where we have to decide, do we want to be Joshua Jews or Genesis Jews? Do we want to be the Israelites who came in with conquest and genocide, or do we want to be the Israelites that came in with peace and negotiation? Now, what's at the core of the fact that we can't seem to make this choice is two things. First of all, the rabbis tried to nullify the commandment to extirpate Canaan, and to extirpate Amalek by saying that Sancheriv came and mixed up all the nations so that we no longer know who was an Amalekite or who was a Canaanite. They said that, but they also said that Ahavta Re'echa Kamocha only applies to Jews. And to love the stranger as yourself, for you were strangers in Egypt, only applies to converts to Judaism. So also only to Jews. So the two commandments that should give us together combined, the commandment to love all humanity, have been essentially undermined. And so this is, I believe, why the violence of Canaanite extirpation comes back, why the violence of Amalekite extirpation comes back into political rhetoric, even though the rabbis tried to nullify it. How many minutes do I have? I forgot to pay attention. 2 minutes. So now I'm just going to read you some quotes, rather than go through the argument. So quotes that relate to understanding Ger Toshav as being all human beings and not converts, and also even quotes about Re'echa, meaning all human beings and not just. And I'm skipping, by the way, the gravestone of Baruch Goldstein Yamach Shemo, which has a horrible inscription, but we don't have time for the horror part, which I guess is good. Here we go. So quotes that can't be about Ger Tzedek and have to be about Ger Toshav have to include all the ones that say, for you were strangers in Egypt, because we were not converts to Egyptian religion. Right? So we have, you shall not mistreat the stranger, you shall not oppress, you know the soul of the stranger. Like a native among you shall the stranger be who sojourns with you. You shall love that one as you love yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. And the one who does justice for the orphan and the widow loves the stranger by giving him bread and clothing, so you will love the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I'm just going to have to skip around because there's so much to say and so little time to say it. Shimshon Raphael Hirsch. Actually, let's do this first. Yehuda Ashlag. The meaning of the verse is, even the stranger who is not Hebrew, meaning not a Ger Tzedek, one is obligated to love like oneself. There is no distinction between them. Because the stranger has the same ruling as the Hebrew, because one Torah and one system of justice there will be for you and for the stranger who lives as a stranger with you. For Ger also has the meaning of Ger Toshav. So he's very explicit. Who has not accepted the Torah at all, except that he has separated himself from idol worship. And Hirsch, you shall not wrong a stranger, is in close connection. I'm going to skip to the end of this. The basic principle is further ensued against, let's see, where do we want to go to? No, let's go to the very end for time. Beware, so runs the warning, from making rights in your own state conditional on anything other than the simple humanity which every human being as such bears within him. With any limitation of these human rights, the gate is open to the whole horror of Egyptian mishandling of human beings. It's a pretty profound quote. There's a lot of profound quotes here. There's also quotes from rabbis who say that the Arabs of Gaza are Amalek and that all the laws of Amalek apply to them. From Shmuel Eliyahu, the so-called rabbi of Tzfat. and other things. There's some stuff from Shaul Yisraeli that are problematic. Rav Kook, however, says, since the Jews are a righteous nation, our conquest can only take place via the path of peace, by means of fair monetary purchase. And then Rav Menachem Fruman says, in exact replication of what the Golden Rules means, what I want for myself, I must also want others to have. I want a Jewish state, I must want there to be an Arab state. I love Jerusalem, I want them to have Jerusalem too. Okay, I'm gonna give you one little tidbit, I know it says done. The essence of loving neighbors is that a person would love all humanity, being from whatever people they are from and from whatever language they speak. For each is a person in God's image and in God's likeness like oneself. This is Pinchas Horowitz of Sefer HaBrit, which was the most popular religious book among the religious Yidden in his time. And lastly, just to throw sand in your eyes a little bit, Zev Jabotinsky, who also applies the rule of love your neighbor as yourself, essentially, when he says, in every cabinet where the prime minister is a Jew, the vice premiership will be offered to an Arab, and vice versa. Okay, as you know, there's so much more to say. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to first express my gratitude towards Halachic Left and the leadership and everyone who made this conference possible, our speakers, and especially to the air conditioning, as well as the coffee. I hope everyone had some. So we've just had the privilege of hearing 3 diverse papers, diverse in terms of topic, genre, and scope. What unites them, beyond the session title, to my mind, is the genuine, wholehearted, faithful attempt to mine Jewish sources generally, and rabbinic sources particularly, for values and practices to guide our confrontation with one of the terrible realities that we face today: triumphalist violence perpetrated against Palestinians in the guise of Torah, frequently adorned, to our everlasting shame, with some of our most sacred mitzvah symbols. Against these horrors, Rabbi Batsam, Dr. McGarrick, and Rabbi Dr. Seidenberg marshal an alternative Torah, one which stresses coexistence and relationship, respect for others' property and recoil of the sacred from violence, recognition of the divine spark in all of humanity, and a shared sense of the eternal search for home. In what follows, I will respond to each paper individually, highlighting its core themes as I understood them, fairly overlapping with how you understood them. Consider areas of questioning and disagreement, and placing them within the larger framework of our conversations today. Yes, there will be critique, but it will be critique from a place of shared mission and hope. Rabbi Batsam presented us with a very straightforward responsum on the issue of consuming vegetarian meals prepared by non-Jews on their dishes and consumed with them in their homes. She also presented us with a very clear overview of the social dynamics between Palestinians who are threatened by Jewish violence and the Jews doing the work of protective presence, as well as an impassioned description of the necessity and urgency of this work. Now, to be absolutely clear, straightforward, clear, and impassioned are very positive descriptions. Rabbi Batsam's responsum weaves together familiar halachic discussions of the issues relevant to the consumption of food by Torah-observant Jews with the broad obligations of care and protection of the other imposed on us by that same Torah. She demonstrates that the rabbis were well aware of the fact that consumption of food has social significance beyond mere bodily sustenance. This awareness is reflected in their rulings around which foods, and especially whose food, Jews may consume. Rabbi Batsam ably, impressively, and honestly applies rabbinic rulings and discussions from realities far removed from our own to the particulars of eating with Palestinians in the unfortunate but necessary circumstances of protective presence work. Now, I would love to spend the rest of my limited response time painstakingly following Rabbi Batsam's clear and convincing arguments in favor of the kashrut of the ingredients of vegetarian meals and then throwing obscure achronim at her, but I'll reserve that pleasure for the Beit Midrash.
I have a whole paragraph in which I summarized your core argument, but you summarized it so well that I'm just going to skip to the conclusion. In her response, Rabbi Batsam writes, all of this would seem to indicate that unless we explicitly know the pots used to prepare a meal were used in the last day and or were not properly cleaned, food cooked within those pots should be kosher. In this, she relied on the principles of notein tam lifgam, imparting a disgusting flavor, stam kleihem einan b'nei yoman, the idea that after 24 hours, any flavor in the pot spoils, and the fact that even though that is a b'diavad, after the fact permission, the Rama in fact says once you've cooked food in that pot, you're allowed to eat it. To this, I would add two caveats, both drawn from the magisterial late 19th, early 20th century Aruch HaShulchan, authored by Rabbi Yechiel Michael Halevi Epstein in Russia. Commenting on the presumption that pots of unknown provenance may be presumed to have been idle for 24 hours, the Aruch HaShulchan notes that the extent of this presumption is debated amongst the later authorities, and says reasonably, Omnam be'emet ein klal bazeh v'hakol lefi ha'inyan. However, there is in truth no general rule regarding this, and everything is contextual. Rabbi Batsam herself, in an important passage limiting her ruling to the context of protective presence, notes that restaurants may be presumed to have their dishes in constant use, and hence the presumption of idleness would not apply. But when I imagine the stereotypical rural West Bank Palestinian home, impoverished, often due to the oppressive policies of the state, is it really possible that they have enough dishes not to be constantly using them as well? In fact, one of the Aruch HaShulchan's exemplary cases for when one may not rely on the presumption of idleness is if, in one's estimation, the homeowner is not rich enough to be able to switch their dishes. Is it really true that these Palestinian families have enough dishes that they leave some of them idle for 24 hours on a regular basis? Genuine question, looking forward to your answer. Second, and perhaps even more to the point, the Aruch HaShulchan then writes, Umeimenu lo shamanu lismoch al heter zeh, v'lo ya'aseh kein b'Yisrael le'achol af hamutar miklehen al smach zeh de'inam b'nei yoman. Never have we heard of anyone relying on this permission, and it should not happen that Jews should rely on the 24-hour presumption to eat even permitted foods from their dishes, meaning kosher food prepared on dishes belonging to Gentiles. If we may accept at face value the Aruch HaShulchan's report of his contemporaries' practice, it turns out that among the common kosher-keeping Jew, food prepared on non-Jews' dishes was simply taboo, even though a halachic leniency existed which undercut the taboo. Now, Rabbi Batsam is an extremely responsible poseket, and she takes pains to distinguish between adopting this leniency in the context of protective presence work and in the context of restaurants that serve non-kosher meat and will set aside genuinely vegetarian and vegan restaurants. In a tour de force and blindingly creative halachic argument, I wrote in my copy, check triple plus, on this paragraph, she argues that protective presence should be categorized as sha'at hadchak, a time of urgency, during which ordinary norms are relaxed, as opposed to dining in restaurants, which is mere reshut, optional indulgence. Even so, the Aruch HaShulchan was ringing in my ears, and I think the issue of breaking a taboo, even in so clearly unique a context, deserves more thought, tzarich iyun. My final substantive comment relates to what seems to me two omissions in this responsum. Rabbi Batsam compellingly argues for the absolute necessity of forging relationships between Jews and Palestinians, and the centrality of sharing food to achieving that goal. What she does not address, however, is the issue of trustworthiness. Her presumption throughout is that the ingredients are vegetarian and hence permitted, but on what basis may we presume that no hidden meat has been introduced at some point by accident, if not intentionally? Certainly, there's a notion of ein mechazkinan isura. We don't assume a prohibition in the absence of some compelling reason not to do so. That's why we can just take an intact apple anywhere we find it, and if some nudnik wants to claim it's covered in lard, they have to prove that. Here, however, we're speaking of Palestinian kitchens that do contain treif ingredients, and cooked foods into which some of those ingredients might be unnoticeably added,
Think, for example, of a dish of makluba, to which a treif bouillon cube was innocently added. Now, I can think of different approaches to this potential issue, but I'd love to see Rabbi Batsum's dealing with that as well. The second omission flows from the same concern as the first. Rabbi Batsum seems to assume that Palestinians hosting observant Jews will produce unproblematic vegetarian food for them. But it seems just as likely that there will be a mix of foods, particularly at a communal celebration like Eid al-Fitr meals. How should the observant Jew react not merely to a spread of soft cheeses and cooked vegetables, but to side-by-side platters of makluba, one containing meat and one not? What presumptions may be made in those circumstances, and when must the observant Jew's hand retract entirely? Now, I am most emphatically not saying that holding an absolute taboo against sharing Palestinian-produced food is the right solution, but I did find that the somewhat pristine halachic and moral argumentation of Rabbi Batsum's tshuva elided some of the predictable practical difficulties that the observant Jew may have resolving these questions on its basis. Now, I want to be absolutely clear that my critiques above are entirely intended in the give and take spirit of the halachic discourse. I have more, and I hope to address them with Rabbi Batsum offline, but I want to emphasize that I think what Rabbi Batsum has produced is precisely the kind of work and thinking that gives weight and reality to the name halachic left. Kain Yerbu. Dr. McGarrick, your paper inventively turns your paper inventively turns the normal halachic discourse surrounding the Temple Mount on its head. Politically, of course, the Temple Mount is a flashpoint in the larger ethnic, religious, and territorial conflict between Israeli Jews and Muslim Palestinians. Given this, the halachic view prohibiting access to the Temple Mount in our benighted, impure state is usually seen as expressing sensitivity not just to the holiness of the site, but to the political implications of ascending to the Mount. Those who wish to inflame tensions ascend haughtily, biyad ramah, not just disregarding a halachic prohibition, or in their minds at best adopting a leniency, but deliberately triggering violent reprisals. Dr. McGarrick demonstrates that both assumptions are wrong. He first shows that the quote-unquote religious taboo against ascending the Temple Mount was never universally accepted, such that disregarding it should be seen as simply following another legitimate halachic position. He then argues that the acceptance or rejection of the taboo need not map onto particular views regarding the moral/halachic acceptability of Jewish ascent to the Temple Mount. The most innovative parts of his paper treat the Temple Mount as a particularly acute manifestation of larger issues regarding sharing and controlling religiously resonant territory whose contemporary ownership is contested. Indeed, I largely concur with Dr. McGarrick's contentions regarding trespass, although I think there are better sources to cite, and violence as crucial factors mitigating against ascending the Temple Mount. I commented on an earlier version of the paper. He didn't take my advice. I will therefore focus my comments on Dr. McGarrick's argument about the sanctity of the Temple Mount, or lack thereof, and its biblical antecedents. On the question of ascent to the Temple Mount, I think there can be no quibbling with the array of sources Dr. McGarrick brings, Tannaitic, Talmudic, and medieval, which describe both actual rabbis ascending the Temple Mount after the temple's destruction and theoretical halachic arguments defending such an action. Where I think there is room for disagreement is, first, the desirability of elevating in general the permissive anti-taboo sources, and second, whether those sources actually fully capture a desirable attitude towards that formerly sacred space. On the first point, I would argue that the view of the Rambam and others who prohibit accessing the Temple Mount due to its presumed sanctity and our presumed impurity is a useful and valuable position from a pragmatic political viewpoint. Given the dire political and moral consequences that have arisen from access to the Temple Mount, I am not sure that it is wise to abandon a view which prevents many from engaging in an action which, absent the prohibition, they would otherwise do, and which would likely cause immense strife. Now, I'm under no illusions that masses of Haredi, Hasidic, or other religiously conservative Jews who currently feel bound by a halachic prohibition against ascending to the Temple Mount will suddenly throw religious caution to the wind based on the halachic analysis of a UIC English professor. But, I might, but they won't. But I do think there is a lesson to be learned in terms of our relationship to extant practices that have salutary impacts, even if done for the quote-unquote wrong reasons. Mitoch shelo lishma ba lishma. But more than that, I'll just take the good outcome. On the second point, I do not concur with the author about the intuitive appeal of Ravid's position, which empties the Temple Mount of sanctity after the destruction of the temple. Dr. McGarrick correctly points out that those who hold the taboo against ascending to the Temple Mount do not necessarily represent, in theory, a more liberal view regarding the political issues underlying the Jewish-Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Similarly, I do not necessarily think that someone who adopts a liberal view regarding those issues necessarily wishes to void the Temple Mount of its sanctity. It is possible to revere a location of deep significance, believe it to be sanctified, and nevertheless still not want to cleanse that site of others who view it as sanctified in their own, if conflicting, way. There is at least an intermediate view represented by sources like Mishnah Brachot 9:5. That Mishnah sets out rules about how to act on the Temple Mount even in a post-destruction age. Rules which mirror those applied to destroyed synagogues in Mishnah Megillah 3:3. For example, one is not allowed to treat either a destroyed synagogue or Kal V'chomer, the destroyed temple, as a shortcut. That retains a connection to the site without necessarily professing sanctity or any other issue. Similarly, I take issue with the author's elevation of biblical sources favoring decentralized, temporary, and/or mobile sites of sanctity over the highly centralized model favored by Sefer Devarim, which clearly dominated later Jewish tradition. There is no question, I know, we'll get into it. There is no question that both models existed in biblical times. It may also well be that Ravid's comfort with desanctifying the Temple Mount after the destruction of the temple is, consciously or implicitly, modeled on the earlier notions of temporary altars and mobile sanctuaries which, when destroyed or moved, no longer sanctified that physical location. But I see no necessary reason to favor that model from a moral point of view. Here, I will cite a different eschatological vision than the one Dr. McGarrick cited. Consider the famous vision of Isaiah 56:7, enshrined in song, but unlike Rabbi Dr. Seidenberg, I will not sing. V'haviotim el har kodshi, v'simachtim beveit tfilati, olotehem v'zivchechem l'ratzon al mizbechi, ki beiti beit tfila yikarei lechol ha'amim. My house, one house, centralized, shall be called a house of prayer for all peoples / nations. That is centralization put to very good use. A place, capital P, where all ethnicities can mingle and worship while retaining their identities. Starbucks has nothing on that. Imagine temple as a third space. Such a vision cannot be achieved in a world in which everyone retreats to their own altars and temporary houses of prayer, and I see no particular reason to prefer it. Ultimately, I affirm the author's argument that the Temple Mount should still be avoided so long as its ownership is contested and Jewish presence there causes violence, not to mention when Jewish presence there is intended to cause violence. I would, however, add a prayer in the name and spirit of Yeshayahu that someday, maybe even soon, the vision of Beiti Beit Tfilah Yikarei Lechol Ha'amim may be recognized in our reality, and that we can figure out a way to share the space that would neither constitute trespass nor trigger violence, and in so doing, perhaps prompt its renewal as a sacred space whose sanctity we would all be proud to recognize.
Rabbi Dr. David Seidenberg. Now, anyone here who knows me knows the irony of my responding to a presentation that began with a song. Nevertheless, Dr. Seidenberg's paper is deeply concerned with widespread Jewish-Israeli violence, rhetorical, ideological, and behavioral, against Palestinians. He seeks the textual roots of this ideology, asking, quote, how did this extremism become thinkable? How did it seem to be seen as Torah true? And, quote, what, if anything, inhibits the tradition's ability to respond to this core challenge to the value of Torah for the modern world? He seeks the alternative, quote, a constructive theological and ethical perspective on Torah which perhaps will help people harness the power and passion of Torah tradition for good instead of evil. Rabbi Seidenberg's substantial and multifaceted paper consists of textually grounded arguments pulled from a wide variety of sources, as we saw today, which he hopes will contribute to that cause. Time limits prevent me from engaging with each interpretation individually, so I will focus instead on what I understood to be the central argument of the paper. First, though, I want to consider the framing of the question. This connects back to Sarah Wolf's remarks earlier. To my mind, the connection between attitudes, text, and behavior is very complex. To read a text is to interpret it, and interpretation is necessarily shaped by one's full experience of the world. Texts are certainly part of that experience, but hardly all of it. Furthermore, texts which contradict a person's lived experience will have an especially hard time breaking through before they are defensively interpreted into irrelevance or interpreted into conformity with existing experience. I think, therefore, that while texts which challenge one's present mindset have the potential to change it, it pays to be cautious about making strong assertions about the power of text either to shape minds or to change them. This is all the more true in the context of a conflict between peoples with competing historical claims to the same territory and resources, where text is more often yet another weapon in the battle rather than a source of reconciliation. This is merely a call for modesty. Rabbi Seidenberg offers a compelling pro-peace textual argument, but we should not be surprised if such an argument, even if textually convincing to us, fails to appreciably move someone on the pro-violence side. Let me turn now to what I understand to be Rabbi Seidenberg's core positive argument. In his telling, the violence perpetrated by Israeli Jews against Palestinians flows fundamentally from a Jewish over-attachment to land and a concomitant denial of Palestinian connection to the land. The antidote, according to Rabbi Seidenberg, is this, and now I quote, seeing oneself as a stranger in relation to the land is key to not lording it over the stranger who has no land, or the stranger who has less rights or less power. One might say, therefore, that the core indigenous wisdom of the Jewish people is that we should not see ourselves as indigenous. The fundamental source of this idea is the well-known verse from Parshat Bahar, Leviticus 25:23, "V'ha'aretz lo timacher litzmitut ki li ha'aretz ki gerim b'toshavim atam imadi." The land must not be sold beyond reclaim, for the land is mine, capital M. You, lowercase u, are but resident aliens under my, God's, authority. It is this verse's claim that we, the Israelites, are but gerim v'toshavim, resident aliens, even in the land apportioned to us by God, that forms the backbone of Rabbi Seidenberg's argument. Yet I think the larger context of this chapter belies Rabbi Seidenberg's claim about the power of this mindset to create a more universalistic outlook. I'm going to destroy Parshat Bahar for you. Hold on. Chapter 25 of Leviticus is very strong on intra-Israelite solidarity and very weak on extra-Israelite solidarity. Indeed, this chapter contains some classic texts of terror when it comes to the treatment of non-Israelites. In verses 44 to 46, fellow Israelites may never be enslaved. Slaves may be taken not only from the surrounding nations, but from the resident aliens dwelling amongst the Israelites. Those slaves, moreover, become eternally indentured, leolam behem ta'avodu. And, as if things couldn't get worse,
These verses twice emphasize that Israelite indentured servants, not slaves, may not be worked harshly, using the word parech, which describes Paro's harsh treatment of his Israelite slaves. The fact that this limitation is omitted from the verses regarding non-Israelite slaves strongly implies that such slaves may be treated harshly. In other words, the very chapter of Torah that Rabbi Seidenberg appeals to as potentially providing a redemptive basis for how to treat non-ethnically Israelite co-inhabitants of the land itself features laws that allow treating them extremely harshly. So why do I emphasize this unfortunate fact about our texts? To demonstrate that the Torah itself is multivocal on the subject of how our ancestors were commanded to treat non-Israelite fellow inhabitants of the land. Rabbi Seidenberg himself agrees, referring to a dichotomy between Bereshit, and Joshua as two models for how to comport oneself as an outsider moving to a new place. Bereshit being largely peaceful, and Yehoshua being largely violent. Yet, at one point, Rabbi Seidenberg reserves special condemnation for the rabbinic tradition, which read some, but not all, of the Torah's references to special treatment of gerim as references to converts to Judaism against the simple meaning of non-ethnically Israelite co-inhabitants. According to Rabbi Seidenberg, this interpretive move, quote, undermined the reach of the commandments to love the stranger and the neighbor. But in these cases, the rabbinic tradition is merely following some of the Torah's own voices, prioritizing weaker ethnic insiders, poor Israelite brothers in Leviticus 25, converts in the rabbinic tradition, over ethnic outsiders. The fact of this multivocality renders problematic another of Rabbi Seidenberg's claims, quote, any religion, kal v'chomer the Jewish religion, should have the power to resist such corrosion, referring to the, quote, erosion of humanity on both sides, inhumanity in their actions towards the other, as well as inability to see humanity in the other. Rabbi Seidenberg continues, quote, that is the point of religion, exclamation point his. I'm not so sure. Religions, like all other human cultural systems, are multivocal. They express our worst impulses and our best impulses, often at the same time. Rabbi Seidenberg has done a wonderful service of surfacing what are, from my and I think our shared perspective, are some of the best impulses of our beloved Jewish tradition. But I think he has frequently done so at the cost of disregarding and dismissing the texts that express our worst. I don't think that the solution to the problem of multivocality is to claim there are core, noble, lechatchila values and accreted, unfortunate b'diavad ones. Wielding the cudgel of the Torah's humanistic values against those wielding the axe of its genocidal ones is unlikely to succeed in convincing anyone to change their minds or their actions. Not to mention, axes beat cudgels every day of the week. I would suggest rather that the Torah's multivocality reflects the fact that individual humans are complex and contain contradictory multitudes, and human societies all the more so. Since the Torah was given to humans living in a human society, hafochba v'afochba dechulaba, only the second time today we've said that one, it necessarily holds the vast contradictory mass of human emotions, needs, and values. Perhaps what Torah can do then is help better understand why people who hold genocide as a core value do so, and how we, who hold its humanistic values as core, might address the fears and concerns that lead them to elevate genocide. That seems to me preferable and potentially more productive than trying to bludgeon them with the voices that Rabbi Seidenberg brings out. But now I'm writing my own paper rather than reflecting on Rabbi Seidenberg's.
Okay, we're going to take 3 questions, and then we'll, I think, go in order like this that we can wrap up at a somewhat on-time time.
I want to thank you all so much. This was so fun and engaging, though for sure about some challenging topics. I had a question about something that Rabbi Dr. David Seidenberg mentioned. Looking at the difference between a genocide that we as people are told to carry out or do carry out versus walking through and letting God's fear paralyze people, or having God intervene in some way that does cause the elimination, like the removal or mass death of populations, but our hands are not implied in that, or even settling land through purchase, given some of the really disturbing history of the JNF. And so I don't quite find those passages relieving, and I would love to hear more about how they might be, or how you would wrestle with that.
Thank you, all of you. I have a question for Lexi and a question for Rafi. My question for Rav Lexi is, you grounded part of the Heter in the specific and clear power imbalance and barriers towards social integration in the protective presence context, and also the level of Shad HaDchak. I'm curious how broadly you think the Heter would apply in other solidarity contexts that are maybe a little bit less clear, and also maybe, I mean, how many degrees less Shad HaDchak? I think about, there are a lot of contexts in which spending a lot of time doing the work properly requires being in a long position of time, not being able to access your own food, and also building relationships, union organizing, all other sorts of community organizing. Protective presence in other contexts, going out toward, pipeline obstruction contexts where you don't have the ongoing relationship with the Palestinians that might enable the kind of trust that Rav Will talked about. So I'm just curious what you've thought about for how broadly. And for Rafi, my question is, do you think that there's a tension between, on the one hand, elevating the Ravid, saying that the site is non-sacred, and then in the later part of your tshuva, invoking the sources prohibiting violence on the site specifically because of its sacredness, its sanctity?
Yeah, this question is also for Rabbi Lexi, and I really appreciated the tshuva you shared, and also saying that as someone who's also spent time doing some protective presencing work in Area C. And something that I really appreciated was the way that you foregrounded it with sort of the importance of solidarity work and it being driven by that ethics. And I'm curious, given that you sort of invoked the hour of urgency and there being halachic flexibility in that, I don't know what term to use, why is it important to, if there's a sort of halachic flexibility, why is it important to act halachically or to act legally in this setting? And I guess I'm thinking specifically about something that from Dr. Jane Kanarak's work of an understanding of legality being acting in accordance to the past, and if the current situation in Israel-Palestine and in Area C is so like discordant with like the time frame of rabbinic discourse, then yeah, I guess why is a framework of legality important right now? Yeah, curious for your thoughts.
Thank you. I do imagine that the final paper is going to be a little bit less bludgeoning. And in fact, I haven't had time to look into or come to conclusions about what is the halakhic consequences of reinterpreting or how one could interpret these verses. The other thing is that, of course, some of the verses are clearly Gerrit Tzedek. That's muvan me'elav. The question is, have too many of them been associated with Ger Tzedek when they should obviously be for Ger Toshav? But Ger Toshav doesn't solve some problems, as Mimi was pointing out, because if the whole point is God's pushing them out, okay, so there's not mass death actually in that context. God's not killing them, God's pushing them out, but it's still depriving people of their connection to the land. It's still acting in a way to the land which destroys sustainability, which is dependent on human connection to the land being maintained, right? As far as Leviticus 25, the part about Ger in Leviticus 25 is about the relationship to the land more than the people, and then the other parts, like Leviticus 19, are about the relationship of being a Ger in relation to other Gerim, other strangers. It's the foundation of Israelite ethics, but that doesn't mean it's the last word. So the rabbis more or less solved the problem of slavery by giving every slave the right to convert to Judaism and therefore becoming free at their will. And so is that good enough? It's apologetic to say that, but it's more complicated and interestingly complicated. Let's see. I did forget to mention that Meiri expanded the idea of Ger Toshav to be outside the land and include Christians, so that it no longer depends on the Israelites being in charge over the Ger Toshav. So that's rather important. And the last thing is that I promised Liad I was going to ask him a question. Is he still here? Liad? Okay. What's that? Oh, okay. It's no problem. So, the question that I have for him and I want to have for everyone here is, what are the consequences of being a settler who goes out and destroys an olive tree? Are there malkot? What should be the consequences? Perhaps one should be banished from the West Bank. I don't know. But I think that we all need to be considering those questions and not just the kind of inner halachic questions.
So Aryeh, thank you for the question, and I just want to acknowledge also that you, along with Rav Will, were very crucial thought partners and helped me develop the piece and gave me an enormous amount of feedback before the conference, much of which I disregarded at my own peril. I want to say that I think there is a tension, but I hope it's a productive tension rather than a contradiction. The sources about violence in the Bible and then in the Midrashic and Tannaitic literature are about the construction of a temple, right? And that is to say they place impediments on the production of the sacred. They're different from the norms that the Rambam and the Raavad are tangling over, which is what you do when there is a sacred and how you must relate to it, or whether there is or isn't a sacred that must be kind of deferred to, right? And that's important to me because, in other words, as it's articulated in both the core legal texts in Exodus and Deuteronomy, but then also in the narrative texts in Shmuel, 2nd Shmuel, and Malachim, and then in a weird way in Chronicles, right? The point is that the difficulty of mixing violence, the state, iron in particular, with the construction of the sacred delays the construction of the temple, right? And therefore it applies in some sense even if the site has no sanctity yet, right? Now, why I think this is not just a technical answer, but actually a rather deep question that you ask, is that this is also responsive, if I may, to the verse which I also love in Isaiah 56 about Kivei Tivei Tfilah Yikarei L'chol Ha'amim, that my house will be called a house of all nations. That is to say, I do totally, it's not like I stop believing in the book of Deuteronomy. I love reading the book of Deuteronomy, and I love reading the parts about the temple. No, the genocide was a different question. But I'm saying, in other words, the vision of a centralized temple, right, is absolutely the messianic vision that everyone in this room should be hoping for, but it's conditional on Kivei Tivei Tfilah Yikarei L'chol Ha'amim, that it will be a universal temple, right? In other words, the criterion of messianicity must be universal redemption, right? Or to put it in the little silly language, world revolution, right? In other words, and I think that's rather important. In other words, it's fine to say we are hoping for a moment in which we can go up and offer our sacrifices on this site, and it will be a shared site. What's not fine to say is to take a moment shortcut from that being bound up with everybody else's liberation, right? And so I totally, in the full version, you're right. I need to unfold those texts. But the positive vision has to be absolutely and unreservedly qualified in that sense, in that there can't be any shortcut whatsoever for the particular, redemption. Anyway, I won't address your other points because there's very little time, but that one seemed related to Arya's.
Okay, well, I have, I think, somewhat shorter tachlis answers to some of your questions, Will, which is, for one, the question of, is it possible to eat the vegetarian food if there is simultaneously meat food being served? In the sort of section on restrictions, I believe that it's not, right? That I believe that if it's a meal that has been prepared with meat and there's also a vegetarian food that has been prepared, it is much harder to apply, and I think kind of impossible to really truthfully apply the presumption that these pots have not been used for meat in the last 24 hours when you see that there is meat prepared for this same meal. So when there were iftars where our Palestinian partners were eating meat, I drank the nice Ramadan drinks, which are delicious. But that is a limitation. For example, also on Pesach, I didn't eat food prepared because Pesach is much stricter, and the fact that chametz is oser b'mashehu, and even the tiniest amount. So there are times in which this logic does not apply, and yeah, so those are worth noting. I would say when it comes to whether we can apply the assumption that their pots haven't been used in the last 24 hours, for one, I mean, a lot of what I'm going to say in response to these questions has to do with the principle I invoke at the beginning, whose importance I really, my understanding of its importance, I really credit to Lainey Solomon, who in the essay mentioned earlier about heterodox halacha talks about the principle of a judge has only what their eyes can see, which simultaneously is a very empowering principle of saying that actually you are expert on your own experience in a meaningful way. On the other hand, a limitation on your expertise and your ability to poskin about a situation that you are not familiar with, right? So about a lot of the psak in this case, I explicitly limit it to the cases of sharing food with Palestinian partners in the Jordan Valley and the South Hebron Hills, because that's the context with which I am familiar, in which I can also speak about the practices of these communities that we've been with, right? So for one, there are various just tachlis ways in which our partners, often somebody will make a large meal for the village in one place, and somebody would then make a different meal for dinner in a different home, right? So even though people probably do not have a massive plethora of pots, the principle that a particular pot, also quite frankly, due to the impoverishment that you mentioned, a lot of people are not eating meat every day. So it is in fact even more likely that it has not been used for meat in the last 24 hours. But another thing that is very helpful, which I didn't mention in my section on Tamif Kam when summarizing previously, is soap. So there's the principle of stale flavor gives negative flavor, but also that soap gives negative flavor. There are some poskim that disagree with it, but it is the majority opinion held today. And so that's also part of what helps deal with the Devar Harif issue. Also, there are sharp tasting foods. They can make stale flavor taste better, but they don't make soap taste better, right? You don't say that if a fly falls into a garlicky dish, the garlic makes the fly taste good. And so the soap presumption is an additional sort of element in the kind of tseruf happening here. It's another sort of tzad lahakel, another potential way of leniency. I think that when it comes to how do we know meat isn't being added, part of it is that there is a level of trustworthiness and relationship where if we say, some of these activists are vegetarian and some of these activists keep kosher and can't eat meat, that I do actually just deeply trust that our partners aren't going to purposefully sprinkle a little meat in there. And when it comes to things a bouillon cube or like other stuff where they wouldn't know that it was meat. I think that the incidence of that, A, is rather rare. B, that like when you can have a sort of like sveka of like suffix, they even added anything that would be remotely problematic. And then even if it had suffix, that it was batel, right? Because even if those cubes are made like avida letama, are made for flavor, that doesn't mean the chicken part is in fact actually the avida letama. So I think that based off of those principles, I'm not super worried about the inclusion of treif ingredients. Finally, when it comes to the Aruch HaShulchan saying that we don't rely on this principle, I guess I don't find myself deeply troubled by that because we also have testimony by the Ramah and by the Beit Yosef about their communities using these principles, right? That if there is testimony in the sources saying like, this is a principle we came up with, but actually nobody's ever held by it, right? Like if you, in the history of halacha, you cannot pinpoint anyone who has held by this presumption, then I would find it a lot more tenuous to say that that's something we can rely upon. But the Aruch HaShulchan is one of our poskim and someone whose opinion I respect immensely. And also he's speaking to his particular social circumstance. And the fact that we have a lot of other people within the Masorah who say, actually, we're totally fine relying upon this. We do buy these things from non-Jews and we're not worried about it, means that like I think this particular voice saying my community doesn't rely upon that principle and I don't know anyone who doesn't necessarily have to authoritatively mean that we today cannot rely upon it. For Aryeh, it's a really great question that in the section where I talk about kind of limitations on this, on the one hand, yeah, like there's a sort of extreme of I don't think that these principles apply to I like food and so I want to eat at a treif meat restaurant and eat vegetarian. But there's a lot of things that fall on the spectrum of more than just recreation, whereas you're saying other types of solidarity work where there are like real tangible goods that we're trying to achieve. I think that related to the earlier principle, this is going to vary a lot depending on the circumstance, right? So for example, if you're union organizers and you're also like living in a city together, there's a lot more opportunities also for building relationship and socialization that don't exist in the context of solidarity work in the West Bank, where, for example, our Palestinian partners can't come to us, right? They literally cannot travel to meet us. This is something that comes up a lot in No Other Land, which, Rav David cited, which is that, like, Yuval is able to come to Basel and not vice versa, right? And so the context in which we're with them, in which we share meals, are sort of the only possible social outlets, whereas I think that when we are operating on a more equal playing field and things like union organizing or things like that, that it is possible to build deep relationship in a broader variety of ways. I do think that, like, for example, there are people who are doing protective presence in Guatemala, and I think that a lot of these rationales would probably map much more directly onto that kind of work. I think that, like, the pipeline is kind of intermediate case where there's the question of like, what can you eat so you can do this? Like, tachlis, I think it's important to be able to do this, so how do I feed myself? But I think the relationships there are a bit different because I do feel a little, I don't know if it's like a very limited project, how deep a relationship specifically just by sharing food for a few days or something like that one is able to form. And so, yeah, my broader comment is that I think a lot of these arguments could be applied to other solidarity circumstances, and the specifics of that would really have to play out according to the particular case. And finally, about the question of sort of sha'at hadachak, and like if it is this urgent time, why does it matter to keep halacha? Why should we even be following these frameworks? I guess for me, I think that the power of halacha as like a world-building venture and something that has the possibility to construct, both like mediate the world that we currently have and help construct the world that we want, is premised on a notion that halacha is meaningfully binding, that it has a claim upon me. And if I say that any meta value can actually just dismiss the halacha, then I think it actually loses much of its commanding power. That if I say, because this thing is important, I actually no longer have to operate within halachic frameworks, I think that's both a dismissal of my tradition and a dismissal of like what I think is some of the most powerful ways that halacha operates as a tool, which is to say it does structure our world, it does structure our decisions, and that it also is a system that is built to address these considerations, right? That rather than saying it's a sha'at hadachak and therefore this doesn't apply, they say it's a sha'at hadachak. We have the principle that when there's like urgent circumstances, we're more willing to be lenient. That there are various meta principles that, when you say pikuach nefesh allows you to break Shabbos, that's not dismissing Shabbos. That's like keeping the halacha, right? You're not ignoring the halacha and doing that. You're keeping it. Exactly. And so I think that we have sort of the tools within the halachic discourse to say that, like, we are being shaped by our current political and material circumstances, and that can operate within the halacha rather than saying, because of this urgency, we need to dismiss the halacha.
Thank you. I just, as a sort of final comment for me, right? If we have time for a final comment. So one theme that I just wanted to pull out, and I think it comes out of Rabbi Seidenberg's question or sort of point at the end, is like, if any of us, like the question of power and authority, right? If any of us were ever in a position of power or authority to decide what should happen to a settler who's burning down an olive tree, that's a world, we can't even imagine that world, right? Like, it's a big problem, right? It's a big problem that we sort of like that question will only ever be, as far as we can foresee right now, a theoretical question, because the world in which we would get to decide that is totally different. And, and I sort of made that point jokingly about Dr. McGarrick's presentation as well, right? But that, that sort of question of like, who's going to listen to him saying we should paskin the Ravid against the Rambam, right? Like, it's not actually, it doesn't matter, right? So I think it's actually a really deep and hard question, one I don't really have any great answers to. I think like building sort of like, it's going to be a long, slow process, I think, of like building legitimacy, like pulling people into the project, like giving sort of like halachic and other forms of argumentation that will draw people in. Hopefully getting to a point of not having to be embarrassed or guarded about telling people that we were here today, which is true, I think, for some of us, and Sophia alluded to that earlier. I just, the last thing I wrote, which I forgot to say because I stupidly put it on a different page, but we are, I think, in an epic struggle to reclaim a Torah of Chesed, one which places Tzelem Elohim at the center and endeavors to fulfill God's commandment to love both the insiders, v'ahavta l'reacha kamocha, and outsiders, v'ahavta et hager. And it feels like the day is short, hayom katzar, hamalacha merubah, the work is overwhelming, but we are the workers. We are the poalim, and we are not lazy.
Big round of applause for our final panel. We're just going to wrap up with some closing remarks from Caroline over here.
Okay. I will try not to keep everyone too long. I know it's been a very long day. Hi, everyone. Again, I'm Caroline Morganti. I'm one of the co-directors of Halachic Left. On behalf of the Halachic Left leadership and the conference steering committee, thank you for coming out today to hear our authors and commentators, and for all of your questions and feedback. It was so gratifying to see a packed room full of people learning this Torah, especially after seeing the work over several months from behind the scenes with so many people that made this possible. I also want to shout out all of those who are watching on the live stream. Over the course of the day, we got well over 1,000 views on both YouTube and our Facebook live streams combined. And I hope that even more people will be able to watch the recordings back because they will be there for posterity. Yes. Yesterday in Shul, we read the story of the Benot Tzlofchad. The Sifrei comments that when the daughters of Tzlofchad heard that the land of Israel was to be apportioned to men and not to women, they gathered together and they said, Lo karachamei basar v'dam rachamei hamakom. Not as the mercies of flesh and blood, or of humankind, are the mercies of Hashem. Basar v'dam rachamav al hazacharim yoter min hanekevot. The mercy of humankind is greater for men than for women. Aval misha amar v'haya ha'olam eino kain. But the one who spoke the world into being, i.e. Hashem, is not thus. Ella al hazacharim va'al hanekivot rachamav al hakol. Rather, Hashem's mercy is for men and for women and for all. Shenamar, as it is said, and as we read in Tehillim and recite multiple times per day, Tov Hashem lakol v'rachamav al kol ma'asav. Hashem is good to all, and his mercies are upon all of his creations. In the last 21 months, we have seen, with few exceptions, a failure of our leadership. Leaders who invoke Jewish peoplehood without any notion of collective moral responsibility, who seem to have forgotten, Kol Yisrael Aravim Zeh Lezeh, that we as Jews are all guarantors for one another, and who seem to have forgotten that the Torah enjoins us to walk b'chol derachav, in all of Hashem's ways. Rather, for most of us in halachically observant communities, ranging from Orthodox to traditional egalitarian, very few of our leaders have spoken out against well-documented Israeli war crimes in Gaza. But I hope here in this community and with this conference, we are beginning to build a space where we can advance a Torah that promotes Rahmanas to all creation, including Palestinians, and more broadly can chart a way forward to engage in our tradition outside of an ethno-nationalist framework. I hope you enjoyed today's discussions, and I hope you can take with you new questions and ideas. If you have any thoughts, comments, or questions, either for the writers or for us as the conference steering committee, we'll be sending out a feedback form after the conference. For our next steps, we hope that the feedback received from today's conference, as well as from other reviewers, will allow us to continue to edit these papers and publish them in a compiled volume in the coming months. We have been in contact with a few publishers, and we hope to share with you details later on. There are many people I would like to thank. First of all, I would like to thank all of the authors and commentators for their work throughout these last 3 months. Please give them a round of applause. And for their patience as we work out the kinks for this first iteration of our project. We would also like to thank BJ for their space and for their logistical support. Specifically, thank you to Sunny, and I know she's in here, for helping with all of the operations today. And thank you to both Liz and Cody, who are the AV staff. And thank you to all of the other staff who have helped make today's event run smoothly. I would also like to thank our volunteers today, Naima and Nili, who are, I think, no longer here, and then Jeshurun, who is the trooper who has stayed till the end in the back. Both the first to arrive, I think, and the last to leave, like the Beit Midrash. Thank you also to the photographer of the Jewish Left, Gilly Getz, for coming out to photograph our event. I first met Gilly like 11 years ago, and I'm just so impressed how I always seem to see him at these sorts of events. I would like to give a special thank you to Matthew and Bennett Lindenbaum, whose generous donation helped make this conference possible. And I would also like to thank those who donated extra to this conference when registering. I apologize in advance for any omissions and, of course, any mispronunciations. Judy Roth, Bob Wander, Daphne Lasky, Grace Gleason, Philip Kaisman, Ita Foreman, Mara Swift, Chaim Goldberg, Robert Asherman, Savi Abel Chayet, and Castor Choate. And of course, thank you to Noam Reinrich, Rabbi Sufia Freudenstein, and Rabbi Lexi Boatsum, the steering committee for this project and this conference. And me, okay. Finally, for those of you who aren't familiar with Halachic Left, I'd just like to take a moment to tell you about the history of our organization, our current activities, and how you can get involved. We started in January 2024 with an event on the Upper West Side where Peter Beinart spoke about being halachically observant and opposing the war in Gaza. Since then, we started as a WhatsApp group, which has grown into a full-fledged community and real nonprofit organization. And in the last 18 months, we've had many events, both on person and in Zoom, and a few examples. We had an emergency prayer gathering for Gaza and the hostages outside the Israeli consulate in May of 2024, which Netanel, who presented earlier today, and I helped organize. Last fall, we organized a college student Shabbaton at Pearlstone Retreat Center with a wonderful team of students, some of whom I saw here today. And this past summer, we piloted a program combining Torah learning and activism training. And in the last couple of months, we've started holding community Shurim through our Beit Midrash program in Washington Heights. And finally, we have published collections of Torah essays for various holidays. If you would like to get a copy of the reader we published last year for Tisha B'Av, I think there might still be a few out there. I think we have 15 copies left outside. And yeah, if you would like to learn more about us, you can read more about us on our website. We have a WhatsApp announcements group and an email list, which are open to everyone. We send out weekly Divrei Torah, and we advertise upcoming events. And if you are traditionally halachically observant and left on Israel-Palestine, anywhere from liberal Zionist to non-Zionist, anti-Zionist, we have a kind of more vetted WhatsApp community with discussion groups that you can join after going through our intake process. $25 is only a small percentage of the actual per participant cost of this conference. And your donations help us continue to hold events like this in the future. So if you would like to donate, you can do so through the PayPal link on our website or by mailing us a check. And I think we also have ACH if you are up for that. We are a 501c3, so your donations are fully tax deductible. In the United States, anyway. Of course, another way to support us is to simply show up. So on that note, I would like to share with you some of our upcoming events. This Tuesday evening in Washington Heights, our very own Rabbi Lexi Botzum, who presented today, is giving a shiur on Yovel and the right of return. If you are interested in that, we'll be sharing the registration link in our WhatsApp announcements. Please RSVP by tomorrow morning so I know how much food to order for dinner. Our book club is meeting in a week on next Sunday, July 27th at 2 p.m. Eastern over Zoom. This month, they will finish their discussion of the 100 Years' War on Palestine by Rashid Khalidi. And given that's only a week notice, for those of you first hearing about it, I'd just like to say that reading the book is encouraged but not required. And finally, for Tisha B'Av, like last year, we're planning on holding a vigil/demonstration on the Upper West Side where we sit silently and hand out Megillat Eicha juxtaposed with testimonies from Gaza, which is in our reader, if you want a copy for yourself. And also last year, we'll have some online learning. We're still finalizing the schedule for that, but we already have Dr. Rivka Press-Schwartz, who will be giving a Zoom shiur on feminist readings of Eicha. I hope if you're local to NYC, you will be able to come to one of our in-person events soon, and if not, I know there are people who traveled here. If not, I hope, and for those of you on the live stream, I hope we will be able to start offering more regular events in our other cities as well. And I hope everyone can enjoy our online programming. Thank you again for coming out today, and we hope to be in touch soon on the News On publication for the papers presented here today. Thank you.